101 a self-contained operation. This might require cuts in staff, he said, but lest anyone worry, he would reduce positions through natural attrition, not through layoffs. By this time, Corliss twice had stopped a move to privatize the federal workforce and reduce salaries, benefits, and the total number of staff positions. Corliss may have faltered in many areas, but he remained doggedly loyal to his people, and to the promises he had made to them a quarter-century ago: respect personal dignity, recognize work achievement, provide work security, believe in the golden rule and always practice it. Just days after his memo, the USDA hammer came down heavily. Regime change came quickly on Plum Island. Washington called up Jerry Jackson Corliss, and told him his time was up. Let's just say retirement was not his own idea, says a source. It happened abruptly. There were a lot of people and politics involved. He had really been there too long. We needed much better progression. We didn't need one person in one place, no matter how good he was. While Dr. Robert Shope maintains Corliss's retirement was his own decision, other sources confirm he was pushed out. The USDA elevated him to the post of Senior Research Advisor. This allowed him to maintain regular contact with his beloved island and offered another perk. Says one administrator familiar with the offer, they said to him, "We'll give you an office on the island, and carte blanche for several years on travel." And Washington did that by dragging in money from other agencies and hidden places. They took real good care of him. It was a payoff, a golden parachute, if you will. They had to give it to him. Dr. Roger Breeze, his successor, elaborated. Jerry Corliss is a very exceptional person. The United States never had a facility like Plum Island, until the debacle in Mexico hit between 1946 and 1952. People had to go out there, find it, and build it. Meanwhile, Jerry went over to Holland to learn about viruses from the Dutch. Now if you said to someone today, "Hey, this is the federal government and we want you to go to a foreign lab 257-149 country to learn this whole new thing, and when you come back, we're going to build a laboratory for you," people would laugh in your face. Yeah, sure, bullshit, can I get that in writing? But Corliss did it. Lucrative offers from private laboratories had come his way for years, and he turned them all down. Plum Island was his life, and the island's life was in many ways his. It was his first job out of school, the only job he'd ever worked. Like a parent to his child, he could never see fit to abandon it. And there he remained for 4 decades. Most of those interviewed for this book have the highest respect for Jerry Corliss. Jerry built Plum Island into a very prestigious place, says Carol House. I think his successors had a hard time following in his shoes. Anyone would, because of his memory and his depth of knowledge on everything that was Plum Island. A very good manager. Dr. Shope acknowledges that every leader has some disgruntled employees, but he found Dr. Corliss nothing but a real straight arrow. John Boyle, a former budget director at Plum Island, called him a brilliant man, at one time a great scientist, and probably still that way today. Over time, a fondness and respect bonded the staff to their beloved director. It wasn't always perfect, says building engineer Stanley Michalija. There were discrepancies, and sure there were gripes, which were all normal. But we all understood something very important: Jerry Corliss took care of us. When asked about his retirement, Corliss says simply and humbly, "I've enjoyed my career tremendously." Plum Island librarian Frances Demarest, second in seniority to the now retiring director, saluted her director, "Dear Dr. Corliss, our thoughts return to 1953 and the local turmoil over the decision to locate the laboratory at Plum Island off Orient Point. The representatives from USDA were not received warmly, but, as time went on, the turmoil and anger subsided. It has been a long time and we have crossed a lot of water together. Through the efforts of 2 fine directors, Dr. Shine and yourself. The center was recognized both nationally and internationally. Also, the center made a tremendous economic impact on this end of Long Island. Harrison and I trust you will experience a busy, fruitful, productive retirement, and enjoy good health and fond memories for a job well done. Not everyone lamented his retirement. Some expressed glee over the change in the guard and looked forward to replacing the dusty old Abney's 150 Michael Christopher Carroll tradition with fresh new leadership. A lot of people thought of him as an emperor who treated Plum Island as his personal fiefdom, one former scientist says, and to a degree, I believed he did. Whether your research program was funded depended on whether he liked you or not. But those who cheered Corliss's departure didn't realize how good they had it. I tell you what, says one of them. 6 months later we were making novenas to St. Anthony that he'd come back. Because what came next would be far worse. You know, there's this old saying on Plum Island, says one worker. When Dr. Corliss went, the island went with him. Once they moved him out, everything went downhill. In my humble opinion, this is when the whole island started to fall apart. 10 The kingdom and the glory Clarice, best of all, though, 1 week a year you'd get to leave the hospital and go here. Shoving a map into the prison cell. Plum Island. Every afternoon of that week you can walk on the beach or swim in the ocean for up to 1 hour. Under SWAT team surveillance, of course. Dr. Lecter, Plum Island Animal Disease Research Center. Sounds charming. Clarice, that's just part of the island. It has a very nice beach. Terns nest there. Dr. Lecter, later, after Dr. Lecter discovers Clarice's offer was a hoax. No. It's your turn to tell me, Clarice. You don't have any more vacations to sell me on Anthrax Island. The Silence of the Lambs, 1991. Roger Breeze wanted to be a vet because the local veterinarian was the most successful person who came by his family's 60-acre dairy farm in the north of England. The Breezes milked cows and raised chickens in the 1950s. They delivered creamy milk each morning, 154 Michael Christopher Carroll, to their customers' doors, along with fresh eggs and chickens, eking out a living by profiting on both production and delivery. Roger's idea was to follow in that country vet's footsteps. When he was 17, he attended vet school at the University of Glasgow in nearby Scotland, one of the oldest universities in the world. Though it wasn't his original plan, upon graduation he was given the coveted opportunity to teach at Glasgow. It was a prestigious appointment he couldn't turn down. To help make ends meet, he opened a local vet practice and worked nights and weekends. I had some crazy nights, Breeze told Outside magazine. Once I had just finished pulling a newborn pig that was stuck in its mother's womb when I get another call about a sick dog. I go right over, knock on the door, and a bunch of Hell's Angels answer. They're all looking at me kind of funny, but I'm too worn out to care. I examine the dog and see right away that it's too far gone with distemper. So I take that dog out back and shoot it. The bikers pay me my fee, but they're staring at me wide-eyed, like I'm some kind of lunatic. It's not until I'm back in my car looking at myself in the rear-view mirror that I see that my face and hair are all blotched and matted with pig placenta. I looked like the psycho vet from hell. 2 years into his professorship, Breeze emigrated to America, a bold and unconventional move. He saw that young go-getters like himself, no matter how bright they were or how hard they worked, would be shunted into Glasgow's faculty caste system. There were 18 veterinary pathology positions in all of Britain, and a slow 32 lockstep ladder of advancement. Every professor parked on the same step was paid the same meager salary. It didn't matter whether you taught Sanskrit or law, he remembers. As long as there is still death, there's hope, we used to say. Roger Breeze disliked the stuffy peerage. What does your father do? Who do you know? What high school did you attend? No one seemed to care about what was really important, one's talent and ability to perform. Can you imagine people in America asking, where did he go to high school? Breeze asks. How the hell would anybody know where to look, let alone care? The religious discrimination also bothered him. Once a man of great power at Glasgow asked him to return to his alma mater to teach a discipline he didn't know. When Breeze explained his lack of knowledge in the discipline, the man said it didn't matter, saying, there are too many English Catholics up here teaching and we need more Scottish Protestants. Ironically, Breeze was neither a Scot nor a Protestant, but with his University of Glasgow pedigree, they assumed he was. All those stodgy trappings, and the royal mahogany panelling and Lab 257-155 leather furniture, never aroused him. No one in America cared what the laboratory lobby looked like and what the scientists' last names were, so long as they produced great science. In America, Breeze was more at home than he ever was in Britain. Here it's on with the job. That's what I like. The Breeze reign for all but a few of today's scientists. It's not about the money. It doesn't matter if you earn $1 million per year if 5 years down the road you are less employable than you were when you started. It's about science, but also, apparently, the glory. They all want the glory, Breeze asserts. That's what the whole thing is sold on today, and as director, your job is to provide that. To reach scientific brilliance, you need the proper tools, and that means expensive equipment. Most scientists do not question their ability. What they do question is whether a potential employer can offer the equipment and support they need. Dr. Breeze's theory, honed in his first career post in the New World, went like this: institutions like Yale and Columbia, because of their reputations, have no problem recruiting postdoctorates for their 3-year apprenticeships with lab chiefs. In this regard, America was little different from the Old World. Elsewhere down the ladder of prestige, that isn't quite the case. Competition is fierce among the rest, and to prevail, a lab director must deliver the resources. In 1984, after just a few years on United States soil, Dr. Breeze rose to chairman of the microbiology department at the Washington State University Vet School, where he oversaw 25 faculty members. The school had a unique approach to its faculty recruitment that fit well with Breeze's management style. It was a very entrepreneurial university, he recalls. Who could walk into the president's office and tell him you had a problem and you could cut a deal. He could reduce a salary or eliminate a position altogether and use those funds to buy an electron microscope for a star faculty member. Utilizing this flexibility, Dr. Breeze built the best department of its kind in the nation. In the mid-1980s, however, a new provost arrived. Out went the freewheeling philosophy. Now, over half of Breeze's powerhouse faculty was being courted by rival universities and bombarded with lucrative job offers. On a cold January morning, Breeze went to the provost's office to plead his case. "Listen," he said in his deep Scottish-sounding brogue, "you have to give us the flexibility we once had, please, or we're going to lose our people." The provost leaned over his desk and lectured his spunky department chair. "Roger, you need to understand something. WSU is never going to be a great university. We're going to be a place where people pass through to achieve their best elsewhere. You've done a fantastic job developing these 156 Michael Christopher Carroll people, really you have, but you'll have to accept that." Breeze could hardly believe his ears. What the provost was really saying was that there's a cap on one's success, that one could go no further. And in America, no less. I told him, I have never heard so much bullshit in all my life. Breeze turned and walked out of the provost's office, feeling like he was back at Glasgow. He trudged back to his campus office, darting between waist-deep snowdrifts. He spied an orange slip of paper on the windshield of his car parked out in front of the quaint brick vet school building. "What the hell is this?" he yelled out. It was a $10 parking violation, parking without a permit. When it snowed, recalls Breeze, they only brushed off the windshield on the driver's side looking for the permit. His parking permit had slid to the other side of the dashboard. The ticket was enough to push Breeze over the edge. I absolutely became unglued. Breeze stormed up to his office and resigned his chair. Previously, the USDA had asked him to run the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. He had responded by asking, "Are you crazy?" The gig came with a $20,000 pay cut, made worse by a cross-country move and a huge cost of living increase. Now he was the crazy one. Breeze renounced his British citizenship, pledged allegiance to the United States, and cast his lot with Plum Island, an island monarchy all his own. To Breeze, unless one's science was the very best in the field, one's career was finished. He left WSU, taking with him the entrepreneurial style he perfected there. The whole management style I have is this: you have to go in, not just with money, but with resources. He could help the USDA deliver those resources at Plum Island. Or, as one familiar with Breeze puts it, he could go up there and kick some ass. When Roger Breeze arrived, he found Plum Island's laboratories literally falling into the sea. Turning Plum Island into a gleaming new facility would take a tremendous financial effort, and money was unavailable. Nobody said to me, "Come to Plum Island and we'll pour money into it." Washington thought the money they poured in gave them more of the same science that wasn't good enough. The goal then would be to take Plum Island's small budget and stretch it as far as possible, to lure the best scientists with new lab equipment, and keep them happy once they arrived. I told USDA headquarters we either have to do it this way or recruit only Czechs, because this place looks like Prague in 1956 and they'll feel right at home here. Meanwhile, the National Academy of Sciences, having excoriated Plum Island, said it couldn't be fixed and urged it be closed down. While Breeze spoke persuasively to the skeptics about how the island would turn around, privately he harbored doubts. He knew all eyes were on him, looking for his tenure to end in disaster. His first failure could very well be his last. Lab 257-157 taking over the Plum Island Kingdom, Roger Breeze had put himself up against the proverbial wall. He had some snake oil to sell. The question was, could he sell it? The first thing Breeze's Science First for Glory regime did was tear apart Plum Island's budget. Since the Army had left Plum Island in 1954, ongoing funding problems were par for the course. Dismayed over early cuts in his budget, Doc Shan said, "The project may stand or fall, depending on adequate support in the beginning. USDA cannot properly discharge its responsibilities without such a facility as Plum Island, which is at present only an infant facing gargantuan tasks." When Dr. Corliss first took the reins in the 1960s, he too felt the money crunch. For the last several years, the salaries of wage board employees have increased annually. But our budget has not been increased by an amount equivalent. And in the 1980s, Dr. Shope's advisory board proposed Plum Island prepare two budgets, one outlining the costs of a mainland laboratory, and another showing the additional costs of operating a facility on an island, in an effort to sway Congress into properly funding Plum Island. This way, Congress could understand why it had to fork over such large chunks of money to support functions as compared to research. Without the necessary funds, said the advisors, Plum's mission could be jeopardized. To raise Plum Island from its depths, Breeze first focused on where the money was going. For this, he needed a crack accountant, a brilliant numbers guy. Enter John Patrick Boyle, known as one of the best number crunchers in the business. An Irishman of medium build, with a frosty white beard, Boyle in his heavy Boston accent recalls Breeze's offer. "You'll have to build it up from nothing, John," he said to me. "It presents a real challenge." As they discussed the opportunity, something about the Scot, though he was really a North Englishman, everyone thought him a Scot, captivated Boyle. He saw in Breeze a rarity in government service, a visionary with an ambitious plan, backed up with the enthusiasm and an uncanny relentless drive to carry it through. Boyle signed on. Boyle's first visit to Plum Island was like something out of an episode of The Twilight Zone. To him, it was an eerie isle that time forgot. The once impeccably groomed and abundantly flowering plantation was now a wildly overgrown jungle. Paint had chipped off Lab 101's walls and huge chunks barely clinging on were flapping in the ocean winds. Scientists were just sitting around doing nothing. Or at least Boyle thought they were scientists. You couldn't tell the difference between a scientist, a tech, or the guy who swept the floor. The place had gone to pot, it was filthy and carried a rank, musty smell. The floors, caked with stains, hadn't been mopped in ages. On laboratory bench tops, which required an ultra-sterile surface for virus research, Boyle spied dried soda pop, crumbs, and papers 158 Michael Christopher Carroll strewn about in piles. He took his index finger and swiped it along a pipe that ran along the wall, removing a quarter-inch layer of dust. "It was just ugly," says Boyle. And everyone had the same attitude, "Fuck it." Plum Island was also a mess in other ways, especially when seen through the assiduously burning eyes of an accountant. There was a lot of what we call indirect research cost, IRC, remembers Boyle. Scientific money that is eaten up by administration, support, building maintenance, grounds crew. And this side of Plum Island was essentially a golden cow. John Boyle explained how it worked during the reign of Dr. Corliss. Engineering would say, "Well, we have this hurricane season, and we need power redundancy up here because we may lose a 50,000 kilovolt transformer that might go out on a Saturday night, when there's no one around." They would use scare tactics like these, and add, "Now if we lose that 50 kV transformer, then we lose power to Lab 101, we lose our negative airflow, and there's danger of what we have escaping out into the atmosphere." And it would scare the bejesus out of management, so they'd say, "Here, take this $75,000 and purchase a generator." They dazzled them with footwork. No longer would the tail wag the dog. To Breeze and his man Boyle, the primary need was not support, but rather Plum Island's piece de resistance, its holy grail, the science. Without science, there could be no glory. The IRC was outrageous. It was 78% of Plum Island's yearly budget when we got there. At a normal lab, Boyle says, it would be in the low 20s. To improve science and keep the island from being shut down? Shave the IRC down to a bare minimum, says Boyle. No longer would engineering and plant management be the golden cow that got whatever it wanted. Boyle sharpened his pencil and got to number crunching, putting in late nights and 7-day work weeks, huddled over stacks of spreadsheets and financial data. With a stroke of his pencil, he slashed the animal supply contract and whittled down oil and new vehicle purchases. Next, he started counting up all the widgets, electric saws, toilet paper, circuit breakers, circuit boards, soap, hammers, nails, light bulbs, and figured out where costs were coming from. "We bought 30 items, used 12, and they reported 6 in inventory," he recalls. People were carrying stuff off the island on Sundays, typical stuff people try to steal from the government, except here, they were doing it wholesale. He installed a phone on one occasion, after seeing numerous instances of employees walking off the ferry on quiet Sunday afternoons with large boxes under their arms, dashing for their cars. Boyle spotted 3 men hauling a large machine off the ferry into a van. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he looked out the window again and swore. His hard work was again being undermined right before his eyes. Exclaiming, "That's it! I'm not putting up with this anymore," he charged out of the warehouse toward the trio when one of the boat crew grabbed his arm and stopped him, saying, "Whoa, wait, John, you don't have to, they're just borrowing that. It'll be back in a few days, you'll see." The big machine was a floor washer and the employees were taking it off to wash down the Grenport VFW Hall, something they were doing every 6 months or so. Lab 257-159 switchboard that provided reports of outgoing calls. The day after I announced that one, there were cries I was violating people's privacy. But it worked. The monthly Plum Island phone bill plummeted in just 1 month from $7,000 to $3,000. "John, I am hiring a doctor and I need an X-ray crystallography machine," Breeze told Boyle early on. "It costs $500,000, now go find me the money for it." Coming up with that kind of dough stumped even the uncanny number cruncher, who had just completed chiseling together a budget. He tore the whole thing apart again and found Breeze another $500,000, securing a renowned doctor's transfer to Plum Island. He was very demanding to work for, Boyle says, smiling fondly, relishing working on the Breeze Dream Team. "I had to pull a string here and there and unravel it all and put it back together, and of course I found the money. But from where had it come? If you watch the pennies, Boyle's parents had taught him growing up in hard-scrabble Dorchester, an Irish Catholic inner-city Boston neighborhood, the dollars will take care of themselves. Now he was watching nickels and dimes too, and to Breeze's delight. "We cut a substantial amount of money," says Boyle. "We cut well over $1 million. He believes even more could have been slashed. After 6 years on the job," says Boyle, "I still didn't know where all the waste was. There was still some shit going on that I couldn't put my finger on, which tormented me to no end." With the budget in Boyle's capable hands, Breeze next brightened up the physical appearance of the laboratories, taking special interest in the toilets. Nobody had cleaned these restrooms, there would be no toilet paper, and the sinks were filthy. I wasn't prepared to live with people not doing their job. Everything at Plum depends upon a handful of scientists who are pulling the train. At a minimum, those scientists had to have sparkling bathrooms, perhaps the most basic of all provisions. I had to completely remove all of the furniture in the toilets because it was so bad, so dirty, it couldn't be cleaned. Breeze ordered brand new porcelain, metalwork fixtures, shiny faucets, and gleaming tile, and refinished the restrooms. Then he explicitly set forth the frequency and manner in which they were to be cleaned. He also conducted unannounced spot checks throughout the week to ensure full compliance too. It was a personal tour de force, Breeze gloats. But that was only child's play compared to what he did next. After that episode, employees knew better than to mess around with the new budget director. "Roger says tact and diplomacy are not my strong suits," says Boyle. Director Breeze also took a similar interest with the hallway floors. "In a moment of candor, he said to me, it's kind of silly when you hear a scientist talk about the hallways, is it waxed, is it shiny, why would you give a damn? But you are not going to create a top-class facility if you are only top-class about one thing." 160 Michael Christopher Carroll year, the new administration had become a lean and mean machine, deaf to the rants and raves of the support staff and their supposed needs. So when Walter Sinowski, the building foreman of Lab 257, told them in early 1991 that an emergency backup power cable needed repair, management had a different answer this time around: no. Roger Breeze had become a slave to science. Soon after taking over the reins, Breeze set out to acquaint himself with the island's 300 daytime inhabitants. "When he first came in, we really thought he might be one of us," says one worker. Whereas Jerry Corliss wore a suit and tie to work each morning, Dr. Breeze scarcely looked like a doctor, let alone the director. Sporting a plaid shirt and jeans and smiling broadly, Breeze was slapping workers on the back as if they were old friends. Veteran employee Martin Wien Miller recalls Breeze coming ashore on his first day. Heading home after the graveyard shift, Wien Miller watched the ferry bearing the new director tie up at the harbor dock. He walks off the boat, and looks out at the island for a time. Then he says, "Either I'm going to make this place or I'm going to break it." Easing himself quite comfortably into the chair occupied by Dr. Corliss for decades, Breeze quickly set the tone with employees with his newsletter, The Plum Island Diary. "I am sure that the last many months have been very frustrating and disheartening. This center is not going to close, we are not moving to another location. Together, we are going to plan and build the next proud 35 years of our history. The impression potential recruits gain of Plum Island must be diminished by the shabby state of most of our buildings and grounds resulting from years of neglect, and I know that our loyal E&PM, engineering and plant maintenance staff who have tried so hard to do so much must also be discouraged. If we complain about federal salaries, crumbling buildings, and bureaucratic inertia, it should be no surprise that people lost interest. 3. All the deep cost-cutting apparently didn't extend to the creature comforts enjoyed by Dr. Breeze's cabal. Boyle first worked in the Orient Point office, but Breeze soon moved him on to Plum Island. "He put me in possibly the best quarters on Plum Island," remembers Boyle. Talk about an Irish promotion. From his desk in the old army jail, he gazed through an all-glass solarium and viewed the parade ground and aqua-blue waters beyond. He complained to Breeze that the greenhouse effect made the office unbearably hot. I told him it might be seen as elitist if I install an air conditioner, and he said, "Yes, John, it will, but do it anyway." so I put a big-ass 12,000 British thermal unit in there, and E&PM, engineering and plant management didn't like that at all. Lab 257-161 in working here. Let's be proud of what we do and speak positively wherever we can. Those with problems and suggested solutions can help me more than those with problems alone. Thanks for your inputs in advance. The whispers began, "Hey, look out for this guy." When Jerry Corliss looked out upon his island from his office perched over the Army parade ground, he saw an honorable band of 300 loyal, dedicated employees. Breeze saw support staff and veteran scientists as a motley gang of serfs, a drain on science funds that did little more than punch the clock and collect an oversized paycheck. In Breeze's first big move, he fired 3 scientists and forced a 4th into early retirement. He called the African swine fever virus team from the lab to his office and told them they had 2 weeks to pack up and leave. They were dumbfounded. "We had experiments with years of work gone into them," says Dr. Richard Endress. "With Roger, there was no kinder, gentler way," said another source. The team complained to the swine industry and the local congressman that taxpayers' work was going down the tubes. That bought them a 6-month reprieve. But once that time was up, Drs. Endress, Jerry Pan, Gertrude Schleuer, and their leader, Bill Hess, a 40-year Plum Island veteran, were out on their ears. "He's seen fit to change directions," the 72-year-old Dr. Hess dryly told a reporter, which is his privilege. In Breeze's opinion, the 4 scientists were repeating the same science, or as one Breeze official said, reinventing the wheel, over and over again, testing viruses on one tick species after another. Said the official of the SACT 4, they were the worst of the worst. One of them hadn't published a research paper in 9 years. Another one hadn't written one in 5 years. Sat there on their dead asses leaning on their elbows. They knew it was coming. Contrary to what others said, Dr. Endress and Dr. Hess had published scientific papers in recent years. Breeze's reasoning that it was time for a genetically engineered vaccine for African swine fever made little sense to Endress, who says African swine fever antibody proteins, like Dr. Bachrach's VP3, just didn't have the prophylactic properties necessary. Breeze did not understand the biology of it, didn't have the grasp of it, but he didn't let that get in the way of his politics. Ironically, Endress was one of those few on Plum Island who thought Dr. Corliss's departure might be a good thing. A new director could rejuvenate the crumbling laboratory and reinvigorate its mission, he thought. Now he knew just how wrong he 162 Michael Christopher Carroll was. "Personally, after I saw what replaced Corliss," he admits 15 years later, "I wish he had stayed." Breeze then confronted the remaining scientists. Sitting them all down, he berated them with facts and figures, the number of test animals purchased compared to the number of scientific papers produced. The number wasn't nearly high enough and the few papers published were terrible. "This was really sad," Dr. Jim House would growl years later. "The part that's bothersome is that he tried to play down the accomplishments of those who had been there before him, not one time, but numerous times. He tried to make their accomplishments look petty. There was another reason the scientists were pushed out, to make room in the budget for a new ferry. Melting snowballs in the Antarctic just when it seemed like things were clicking into place, the budget being tightened, unwanted scientists pushed overboard, and new equipment for new scientists under requisition, the roof caved in, or rather, the dock caved in. The ubiquitous autumn storms that pounded Plum Island smashed the harbor dock to pieces. The $700,000 cost to replace the bulkhead blew a hole straight through Boyle's crafty budget and jeopardized monies earmarked for the new crystallographers, spectrographs, and electron microscopes. Washington told Breeze that Plum Island had to pay for the repair, putting him in the unenviable position of reneging on promises to his recruits. Says Breeze, "That would be like telling recruits at Columbia University, 'I can't buy your scientific equipment for you, because I have to go fix a piece of West 168th Street. They would look at you like you were crazy." With the dock standing in the way of scientific glory, he had to do something. In its long history, the Secretary of Agriculture's Advisory Committee, made up of representatives from livestock industries, had never met outside of Washington, D.C. Breeze proposed to Washington that the committee meet this year in Old Saybrook, Connecticut, to see Plum Island. As a friendly gesture to their new exotic disease lab director, the Aggies agreed to organize it, but on one condition: he would not, under any circumstances, ask the committee for money. The department was going to put $1 million into the island and that was going to be it, and I was not to ask them for any more, says Breeze. They all came out one morning, the National Cattlemen's Association, the Pork Producers Council, and the Dairy and Poultry Associations, all the groups that had a multi-billion-dollar stake in what some might label corporate welfare. Plum Island had always been painted as essential to the American people: wholesome, apple pie research to protect the food lab 257-163 Supply, defensive research that private industry just wouldn't do. But when the 20 dark suits crowded onto a boat bound for Plum Island with Cap'n Breeze, the scene looked less vital to the taxpaying public than to the billion-dollar agribusiness conglomerates the captain's passengers represented. For in evangelical tones, Dr. Breeze walked and talked the group through the deteriorating laboratory, preaching how he planned to shore up its crumbling foundations, rid the place of the driftwood, clean the bathrooms, shine the floors, and bring science, glorious science. He was very charming, says one observer. So charming he could melt snowballs in the Antarctic. But meeting again the next day, the Pied Piper's smile had turned down at its corners. He talked hard and fast at them in his distinct accent. This place is never going to fly. You can't keep doing this business with the island falling down. We need $40 million here. We need it. I'm delivering the program, I'm hiring the people, but it won't work without $40 million. Breeze had previously been told by his engineers that it would cost about $25 million in total to repair the island into tip-top shape. He paused and looked at them, head cocked for effect. Now if you don't want to do it, that's fine, and we'll all walk away. No problem, I'll go find another job. But heads in front of him were nodding. We're with you, Roger, we are. They were. Thumbing his nose at his superiors, Breeze had secured, in a matter of days, a construction program that Plum Island had failed to get underway for decades. The livestock groups got behind it, and leaned heavily on reluctant USDA officials and Congress to give way. Though infuriated with their insubordinate new director, there was little Washington could do about it. How did his superiors respond? Well, says Breeze, smiling, everybody changes. If there was no money, it was all over, and they might as well have known that. You cannot make bricks without clay. Breeze soon had $22 million of clay in his hands, $3 million shy of his personal goal, but still enough to build some 58,000 square feet of new space and renovate another 45,000 square feet. It was a truly remarkable feat. Successful in dividing Washington officials from their industry advisory group, he trained his sights on the island, and on how to grab the animal kingdom for himself. For a few years later, Tom Cook, president of the National Cattlemen's Association, would tell the New York Times that when it came to Plum Island, our bottom line is we want to see the most dollars made available for research. 164 Michael Christopher Carroll Long Island's North Fork was far too remote a place to attract good scientists, said Breeze. The cost of living there was far too high for government-salaried postdocs. Opportunities for spouses were also limited, except maybe to wait tables or work retail cash registers. As far as raising children, some scientists thought the school system fell short. You'd have to go way up the island to find any real sophistication, says one. And another, the area is dead. It is not the type of place to attract young, upwardly mobile professionals. God knows how many miles you are from the nearest quality health care. Locals couldn't fill the scientific need, Breeze believed. They lacked the requisite education and experience. Recruiting would soundly fail. The laboratory would indeed fall into the sea, and with it would go Cap'n Breeze. But there was a solution. By running a ferry across the Sound to Connecticut, Breeze could provide the scientists with a better place to live, one with a lower cost of living and better schools and real employment opportunities for spouses. At the same time, Plum Island would be connected with the Amtrak station there, allowing a link to universities like Yale and the University of Connecticut. "This ferry will turn Plum Island around," the new director boldly predicted. "It will help make us the #1 research center in the world." The Connecticut ferry's first customer was none other than director Roger Breeze. He moved with his wife and children to a house in Cheshire. "I had to be on the Connecticut boat," he said. "It doesn't matter to me where I live. I just didn't think people would take it seriously without me being there." The ferry's heaviest load was a mere 7 or 8 passengers. Former ferry engineer Ed Holreiser says the boat often ferried a single passenger. Once, one of the new scientists Dr. Breeze recruited, all of whom chose Connecticut as their place of residence, realized he had forgotten an important book while en route to the island. The ferry was sent all the way back to Connecticut, where a deckhand went and fished the book out of the scientist's trunk and brought it back, to the tune of $400 in marine fuel. It was an open secret that new hires must hail from the Nutmeg State. Anyone that wanted to work on Plum Island at that time, even on support staff, had to be from Connecticut, says a worker. Among the scientists and support staff interviewed who ventured opinions on the ferry, all of them suspected Breeze's wife was the motivation behind it. They say she but Breeze didn't even attempt to live on Long Island. The director lived alone on Plum Island in an old army barracks until his family moved east from Washington state and joined him in Connecticut. Lab 257-165 disliked the countrified North Fork, and the closest university teaching positions for her were miles away at Stony Brook. With its many colleges and universities, Connecticut offered far better opportunities for her and the children. While all of this may be true, the director's own motivations seemed far deeper than pleasing his wife. As ridership on the Connecticut ferry increased, professional camaraderie at the laboratory began to decline. People were beginning to fraternize based upon which boat, and from which state, they hailed. "The move set up 2 classes on the island," said Ed Holreiser, "Breezes, people from Connecticut and us peons from Long Island. I don't have a personal problem with him," notes Dr. Jim House. But he caused a divisiveness between the New York and Connecticut people. He created the Connecticut people because to him, no one smart would live on the New York side. But for 40 years it had worked without it. Dr. Carol House agrees. He would have conversations with people on the Connecticut boat that the New York staff wouldn't be privy to. The ferry was a top-of-the-line, luxurious $1.2 million, 540 horsepower, 110-foot-long boat, but there were flaws from the start. Holreiser said there were design problems with the engines, and the exhaust noise ran afoul of local town ordinances. "It was like they bought a Yugo," says a former worker. "The engines constantly blew up and it cost the government big dollars in repairs. When they finally got the leaky, noisy, shuddering craft running, it cost a hefty $100,000 a year to operate, a significant chunk of funds for a cost-cutting regime to bear." Dr. Breeze maintains that, it had been difficult to fill jobs in the past, but nothing in the records indicate that local hiring over the previous 4 decades had been problematic at all. As veteran Fran Demarais wrote, the professional staff moved to Long Island, bought or built homes, raised their families and used our school systems. These families joined in the many local community activities, services, churches, and other programs. Breeze's detractors, large and small, would always say the Connecticut ferry was a colossal waste, a sham, all the way down to the nifty uniforms he dressed the Marine crews in. Even the local congressman decried the move. "It sounds like a total waste of money," snapped George Hotchbruetner, a Democrat representing New York's 1st congressional district. "It sounds like a few people, including Mr. Breeze, decided they want to live in Connecticut. The taxpayers shouldn't be paying for this. This does not make any sense to me." But the USDA had paid for it, and the congressman's objections were for naught. 66 Hotchbruetner would tell the New York Times a few years later regarding the Connecticut ferry, "If we realized the situation earlier, I would have made a point, but now the die is cast. We're too far downstream. 166 Michael Christopher Carroll. Even had he tried, Hochbrue Etna could never have reversed the ferry. Because Dr. Breeze saw to it that undoing his Connecticut boat would be akin to unscrambling eggs. In a masterstroke, he did the one thing that would grant his new ferry perpetuity. He lionized the one man whose name was inextricably entwined with Plum Island, invoking in a simple step the potent feelings of a warm and distant past that instantly hushed would-be critics. He named the boat after Jerry Corliss. The opinions of two of his allies are enlightening. "Yes, it was Roger's idea," says John Boyle, when asked who named the Connecticut ferry. "In my heart of hearts, I would never tell you what my honest opinion of that particular thing is. There are still a few things about him I can't quite figure out. He can be inscrutable, even to his closest friends." The definitive word comes from Dr. Breeze's dear friend Dr. Robert Shope, with whom Breeze had lived after he legally separated from his first wife. He lived in Connecticut and wanted the ferry for himself. The excuse was that it would bring in a broader group of scientists, and it was a very controversial move. What did Shope think of the naming of the ferry? "It was very clever," Shope mused. "The J.J. Corliss, he had it painted on the boat before anybody knew it. After that you couldn't take the boat away and nobody could counter the move for no other reason than his own self-interest. Breeze traded on the goodwill his revered predecessor's good name, and in the process sliced the island's workforce into two parts. Divide and conquer." By this time, in the words of one observer, employees were praying that Breeze would die and Corliss would come back. No longer was Dr. Breeze the rustic faux Scot, turned back-slapping American cowboy. He now charged around the island with a flashy imperiousness. Says a retired Plum Island engineer, "You know, a lot changed when Breeze came in. He seemed real worried about climbing the ladder. He could care less about us Americans, or American labor, for that matter. The island was all for his own benefit. I remember one time, he was coming over on the early morning ferry, and we'd been coming off from the night shift. He shook his finger at Walt Sinowski, Lab 257's building foreman, and said, 'I'm gonna get your job. I'm gonna have your job one day. It's not long now.' Not long." Meanwhile, Walt had been retired already from another job, and 7 inches he and I have had a very good social relationship, says Dr. Shope, when asked about Roger Breeze. "I had separated from my wife and was living in Connecticut at the time and had a bachelor's house. He knocked on my door one night and said, 'Bob, do you have a spare room for me?' And I said, 'Yes, but I don't have a bed in it.' He said, 'Don't worry, I have a mattress in my car.' This was at a time when he was having marital problems, and he lived with me for about 3 months. So I got to know him well." Lab 257-167. Working at Plum was something he was good at and enjoyed doing. Walt said to him, "You can take it right now, Breeze. Go right ahead." We'd sit there and take that crap from him, day in and day out. And then one day, it happened. It really, truly happened. The A-76 federal privatization program had visited Plum Island 2 times since its inception in 1980. The rules stated the government had to step aside when the private sector could perform the government's non-professional tasks, provided no overriding factors required the government to keep those functions federalized. On both previous occasions, Dr. Corliss invoked the overriding factors exception and staved off privatization, arguing that Plum Island functions were far too sensitive to be contracted out. Placing too high-hazard biological containment laboratories in the hands of a private company would shift the emphasis from safety to profits. And it would kill employee morale. Why take the chance? Plum Island remained under federal control. Until Dr. Breeze arrived. In 1988, a year after Breeze took control, a Performance Work Statement, PWS, was prepared. This was essentially a chart of all the tasks that private contractors, and the government's own in-house team, would bid on. From the start, there were signs that the PWS was prepared incorrectly. In an internal memorandum, The government review panel noted many misleading statements concerning the real situation with underground storage tanks, existing fuel spills, the chemical management program etc. The panel said the PWS had been sugar-coated, and charged it did not reflect the reality of the true pressing problems at Plum Island. It seemed like the PWS was being rigged to lure an unsuspecting outside contractor into snatching the bid. It was a political decision to do it, Dr. Breeze says today of the Plum Island privatization. It had nothing to do with me or anybody else in USDA, that's just the way it is. But at the time, responding to the review panel, Dr. Breeze exploded. There are no misleading statements, he wrote. Instead, the panel had misunderstood several issues. There are no obvious deficiencies we know of. If the review panel feels this PWS is sugar-coated, I am very willing to make their specific concerns known. Definitive words from someone who supposedly had nothing to do with it. On Thursday morning, February 21, 1991, 4 sealed envelopes were opened in Washington. Burns and Rowe Services Corporation of New Jersey was awarded the 5-year Plum Island contract, with the lowest and best bid, $16.3 million. The government's in-house team had bid $23.7 million on the same exact PWS. The private contractor had underbid the in-house bid by $7.4 million, more than 30% lower. The disparity meant one of two things. Either the private contractor grossly underestimated the $168 Michael Christopher Carroll costs of the Plum Island project, or the in-house government team engaged in the unfathomable, it tanked its own bid. Breeze explains his point of view. There is no secret to this. There's no way you can shuffle cards around, if you are giving people decent jobs with full medical benefits and all the other benefits that accrue with having a job with the federal government. You cannot compete with people that are being paid minimum wage, with minimal benefits, it's not possible. It's actually not something I agree with. I don't think it's the right thing to do by any means. But that's the process. Breeze says the two bids during the call-less regime beat the private bids because they combined tasks. Those bids said, firefighters would act as janitors, and take away the garbage and clean the toilets and mop the restrooms. The boat crew will maintain motor vehicles, and etc. And if that would have been clear up front, that firefighters weren't going to clean restrooms, there would have been janitors and the government would have lost. John Boyle, who admits he was heavily involved in the privatization process, said, "You have to be really, really creative to have the government submit the winning bid. We put together a good bid, a competitive contract. To preserve it, the union had to give something up, and they didn't want to give up some jobs. I was quite frankly afraid we were going to win it. I didn't want to win it." Most Americans instantly recall exactly where they were and what they were doing at the moment they heard President John F. Kennedy was assassinated, or that the Space Shuttle Challenger had exploded. For Plum Islanders, May 3, 1991, was one of those days. John Boyle recalls the moment he heard Plum Island would be privatized for the first time in its history. "I was sitting in my office, staring out on the lawn, out on Gardner's Bay, just daydreaming for a few moments, when Ernie Escaquiga, Breeze's facilities manager calls me and says, a 76 is coming in. And I thought, well, thank God. I personally considered it a blessing." Walking out of his office, Boyle saw men wringing their hands and women crying in the hallways. Crestfallen is way too mild a word. For these people, it was like getting news your son was killed in a car crash. I'm not overstating it either. Dr. Breeze also remembers the scene. Chaos. It was the first time any of the employees had an inkling they might really lose their jobs. Seizing the moment, the very next morning Burns and Rowe executives called an all-hands 8 a.m. meeting in the old Army Chapel. Exhausted, Stanley Mikulicza had just finished an 8-hour graveyard shift in Lab 257 and trudged over to the chapel. When I got to the meeting hall, they were already introducing each other, giving all these speeches, all these men with suntan lotion on all over, you know. It clearly wasn't the Govern Lab 257-169 meant anymore. They were these big contractor types. As the crowd slowly filed in, they were handed sealed envelopes holding the documents that determined the fate of their careers. Michelangelo walked over to an official-looking woman for guidance. She told him they were not taking questions. "Not now, you have to catch the 10 a.m. boat because we're not going to be paying overtime anymore. You can look at your letter on the boat." Shunted onto the ferry, Michelangelo and the others tore open their letters. It had all this information, on a bunch of papers, but I didn't understand a lot of it. One thing was clear, though: he had been fired. And the severance package was nil. The 15-year veteran's remaining choices were a bit limited. I could have went to Culverton National Cemetery, a nearby federal facility with openings, but that wasn't my cup of tea. See, I had been a master plumber for 40 years. Now I'm going to dig graves and bury people? My wife and I lost our health insurance at age 60. I had to pay 102% of the cost. The letter said if I retired, I got only 40% of the eligible Social Security benefit I paid into all those years. I remember complaining to them, saying, "Hey, I know guys here have 30 years in. But I've put in a good 15 years, do you think you can help me?" They gave me COBRA for 6 months. 8 the days of respecting personal dignity, recognizing work achievement, providing work security were over. So was the old feeling that working on Plum Island was like being part of an extended family, that it was a career. For the roughly 100 support workers left behind, which would decrease to 75 by 1995, employment at the Plum Island Exotic Germ Laboratory would now simply be a job. And thereafter it would have all the dedication to mission, attention to detail, pride and workmanship, and camaraderie that accompanied a job. A newspaper editorial published at the time captured the moment. How would you feel if you worked for somebody for 15 years and a new boss came in and told you that you were losing your seniority and most of your benefits? What's more, you will be paid half of what you were paid to do the same job and your annual vacation days will be reduced from 25 to 0 in the first year. And that was only if the contractor kept your position. Remember, says one employee, those that were allowed to stay were offered a job, not your job. And those were the lucky ones. A deeper sympathy was reserved for the 75 or so that were fired or pushed off the island into the bitter seas of early retirement. The -8 when the contractor came in, a Burns & Rowe corporate vice president had big news for his new charges. All employees will receive, in addition to their base salaries, $2.07 per hour and they can do whatever they want with it. Of course, nearly all were forced to apply the extra dollars to the health insurance premiums that tripled, just as their annual salaries plummeted. 170 Michael Christopher Carroll effects on the community of the privatization layoffs at Plum Island, the East End's largest employer, were real. 9 Even the USDA grudgingly admitted it had been a challenging transition period. A former Plum Island official described the transition with a bit more flavor. He calls it the biggest clusterfuck you ever saw in your life. Like he did with the ferry debacle, Congressman Hochbruetner complained again, saying privatization was handled poorly. The workers were treated shabbily. For a politician who publicly bemoaned the woes of Plum Island numerous times, he accomplished surprisingly little. Says Dr. Breeze of Hochbruetner's rants, he said, "I'm going to block it," and that was just disingenuous at best. He knew quite well the way privatization worked. He knew exactly what was going to happen. The congressman wasn't the only one feigning powerlessness. "I wanted the government to hold a series of meetings where you explain to the workers the process underway," explains Dr. Breeze. "Absolutely nobody would do that and it wasn't up to me to do it. I actually couldn't get it done. Those meetings never happened." Breeze says he had nothing to do with the privatization or the transition, though the record clearly indicates the opposite. He could have, like Dr. Corliss before him, warded off the A-76 guillotine by invoking the overriding factors exception, based on the island's unique risks and unfathomable dangers among federal facilities. After all, Plum Island was no run-of-the-mill federal office building, where you'd apply for a passport or pick up a social security check. When Dr. Corliss was there, We had the rigid safety standards that almost made it impossible for the contractor to bid, says a longtime Plum Island scientist. And they could have applied for an exemption this time around, but they didn't. Retired Plum Island scientists Drs. Jim and Carol House believe without question that Breeze had the power to halt the privatization steamroller. He could have stopped it, prevented it, says Jim. Oh yeah, absolutely. Carol adds, the next time privatization came up, Breeze threw in all of the inside support services, so it became a big enough plum to bid on. He re-engineered the PWS so that more was included. He personally did that. We said from day zero that this is a place that should not be contracted out, continues Jim House. It can't be, there are just too many concerns. Despite their beliefs now, Plum Island scientists remained 9 in time. East End engineers and skilled tradesmen found diminished opportunities, serving thousands of wealthy summer colonists on the North Fork and in the Hamptons in the fine arts of pool cleaning, tennis court maintenance, landscaping, and golf course maintenance. A few dug graves at Calverton National Cemetery. Lab 257-171 silent, instead of speaking out to fight the process. As a result, many of the support workers, says union leader Ed Holreiser, felt betrayed. As one employee said, all it took was the swipe of a pen to prevent Plum Island from being contracted out. But Dr. Breeze kept his pen in his pocket protector. When asked why he wanted to see the government lose the bid, John Boyle replies, because I felt at that time, the neophyte that I was, that getting into the private sector would save money and that the contractor would get rid of the riffraff, and it would run more efficiently for less money. The USDA, indeed, trumpeted the Plum Island privatization. They said contracting out to Burns and Rue would save taxpayers $1 million a year, and that support costs would decline by $5 million, or 20%, over the length of the contract. Not everyone thought it would be a financial windfall, however. One prescient senior employee told a newspaper, there will be cost overruns, and eventually it will cost more than it did with the people they laid off. Later, it would be learned that the PWS grossly underestimated the required material and manpower to run Plum Island 10 after Burns and Rowe came in. John Boyle was let go, the contractor having no need for his services. But 8 months later, the contractor begged the financial wizard to come back because things were spiraling out of control. When he returned, Boyle didn't find a mess, he found nothing. They had no accounting system to speak of. They had hired a bookkeeper who did not know what cost accounting was. I built a new accounting system there, from the ground up. And when he finished his task, he delivered some bad news. They were over $1 million in the red. I knew about it 2 or 3 weeks before, when I started seeing the signs, and I was thinking, Jesus, this isn't going to turn around. They want to shoot me. In most organizations, taking out the trash, tending the grounds, mowing the lawns, and providing clerical support seem like responsibilities that should be handled by a contractor. But Plum Island is not your typical institution. Positions like firefighters, security guards, ferry operators, engineers, incinerator operators, ventilation system operators, electric operators, nitrogen freezer caretakers, power monitors, and sewer decontamination plant operators hold seriously heightened responsibilities. At the home of the most dangerous germs known to man, even the grounds crew and typists must be specially trained and abide by complicated guidelines. Ed Holreiser comments, my take is that management was so poor. Content for example, the PWS estimated 43 vehicles, 15 daily ferry trips, 50 biological air filters, and 75 meals. In actuality there were 51 vehicles to operate, 24 ferry trips to make, 98 air filters to regularly maintain and replace, and 135 meals to prepare. 172 Michael Christopher Carroll tracting out would be an easier way to go. This way, they could yell at someone now besides themselves. They could hold a contractor accountable and blame them for all the mishaps. A USDA laboratory in Ames, Iowa, was also put out for privatization at this time. Though the Ames lab houses far less dangerous germs, the staff there, surprisingly, remained under federal government control. And it remains in federal hands today. In August 2003, Iowa Senator Tom Harkin fought off a renewed push to privatize Ames by introducing legislation barring non-governmental workers at the laboratory. He called Ames's research a vital function of the federal government, and it should remain the responsibility of federal employees. There seems to be no other reason for this glaring inconsistency between the two laboratories than the personal wishes of a director looking to slash non-research costs and yoke his workforce. Breeze muses, "It's sort of surprising that Ames hasn't gone out to a contractor. I think it will eventually go to a contractor, it's just a push that various administrations do to different degrees." Privatization resulted in federally trained, highly skilled workers with decades of experience being bartered away in exchange for a cost-cutting, efficiency-driven private contractor. But on paper, it looked good, and the credit redounded to Plum Island's director, Dr. Breeze. Most important for Breeze, it freed up more funds for science, his primary goal. At least that's how it was supposed to go. Back in 1965, Jerry Corliss described his island laboratory at an international conference by saying, "Safety is uppermost in our minds in everything we do. If that meant less money for science, then so be it." Some 3 decades later, costs, not safety, were uppermost in management's minds. With the support staff slashed by 40%, and the Breeze team cutting every support line item, some other details, like biological safety and security, were compromised. For starters, the 2-day Plum Island orientation course, after which new employees were ordered to study a 3-inch thick safety manual as if it were the Bible, was now boiled down to a 40-minute VHS tape and a 2-page flyer. The nothing leaves policy was abandoned. Vehicles and items trafficked among the 2 laboratory buildings, Long Island and Connecticut, without being decontaminated at all. Contractors, who once had to be escorted, the escort had to take a shower with these men, take their cigarette breaks with them, even go into the bathroom with them, remembers one. Now roamed free. 11 The color-coded badge system was discontinued, and the identification num 11 for the record, "I was escorted during the last of my 6 visits to Plum Island." Lab 257-173 Burrs disappeared. Against the advice of an outside consulting firm, the 5-man full-time professional fire department was converted to 1 firefighter and a bucket brigade of volunteers. 12 For years, security on intruders was like white on rice, as one veteran employee describes it. The once 34-man strong armed guard platoon, checking off ID numbers at the ferry dock, manning the lab compound gatehouses, was dispensed with. One safety technician now stood in place of all the guards. He wore an empty gun holster to scare away intruders. One of the fired security guards, Philip Zerillo, told a reporter there was a total disregard for security. "The place is just going crazy. It's running by luck now. Today it's no different. Who could walk onto that island right now," says an employee. 2 Eskimos in a kayak could invade and take Plum Island. 13 There are 2 private security firm guards, one at Orient Point and one protecting all of Plum Island. The U.S. Coast Guard patrolled the island's surrounding waters until 1977, when it decommissioned the Plum Island Lighthouse. After a brief Plum Island detail following September 11, 2001, Coast Guard cutters again retreated, leaving Plum Island without any marine patrol. An internal memorandum dispensing with and erasing away decades of safety closed on an bizarre note, "We welcome any and all suggestions, recommendations, criticisms, and attaboys. As well as fishing tips, a good joke, and restaurant recommendations." In perhaps the most egregious of the safety lapses, the sentinel animals, Plum Island's canaries in the mine, were eliminated. These test animals were kept outdoors and tested periodically to ensure no germs had escaped the lab. Said a USDA safety director of the move, "From a biological safety perspective, the best thing that ever happened to Plum was the discontinuation of animal supply, because he believed it eliminated the threat of disease transmission. But it also eliminated the island's last line of defense. After all, they had successfully alerted the Plum Island scientists to the 12 an outside consulting firm hired to evaluate the Plum Island Fire Department recommended 3 options to Dr. Breeze: buy new equipment and retain the full-time professional department. Retain the outmoded equipment and the department. Or buy new equipment and institute a volunteer brigade of workers performing other functions. The firm stated that the volunteer brigade, while the cheapest, was the worst of the 3 options. Dr. Breeze chose that option. After one fire alarm went off under his reorganized fire department, Dr. Breeze was thoroughly disgusted with his own choice, as reflected in an internal memo blasting a supervisor. An ill-assorted group of people drift up wearing various items of clothing, but usually not the firefighter turnout gear we went through the trouble to provide, and mill about without apparent discipline or leadership. 13 Indeed, on August 1, 1997, vandals from Connecticut came over to Plum Island by boat and vandalized the Plum Island Lighthouse. By chance, the Plum Island Marine crew at Orient Point noticed them and shooed them away. On several occasions I was offered the opportunity to be smuggled onto Plum Island. We could get on my boat, put you in a lab coat, put you ashore, and you can walk right into the laboratory. You can go in and walk out with whatever you want. Though the offers seemed both convincing and tantalizing, I declined. 174 Michael Christopher Carroll virus outbreak. Having the control animals outside keeps you honest, says Plum Island scientist Dr. Doug Gregg. It was akin to a mother removing the smoke detector from her baby's bedroom. The laboratories, now more than ever, became ticking time bombs and the public, unknowing sitting ducks. But one thing remained clear: the new way was certainly cheaper. And the cost-conscious attack on safety soon became literal. The Plum Island Biological Safety Office itself suffered. First it was divided into contractor safety and government safety. Then contractor safety was eliminated, and the government safety department was slashed down to 3 staffers. The money saved went toward recruits' salaries and their new scientific equipment, and amenities like touring bicycles and a high-tech exercise gym. Veteran scientists became concerned over the hacking away of 4 decades of carefully thought-out biological safety procedures. Former Plum Islander Dr. Ronald E. Darchnik told a reporter, "When I was there, every person on the island was the same. But today, there are fewer permanent employees. I would be more safety conscious because the new people are less safety conscious. The agents we are working with are highly infectious," says Dr. Richard Endres. "When I was there, the safety was good. Now when it went from a system that is based on employee loyalty and integrity to one of the lowest bidder, I was very concerned that safety would be compromised. Little things, like the backup power generator going out during a storm. The redundant systems are the absolute key. You have to maintain air pressure, the airflow, the freezers." Dr. Gregg ponders what privatization has wrought upon the island's morale. "Morale is not as good," he says. "High turnover in the workforce contributes further to the problem. The contracting out was a major blow to the unity of the island," says Dr. Jim House, "and it's still a problem today. A lot of the esprit de corps with the people is gone, they're not there for more than a year and there's a turnover. The turnover after 2-3 years had 90% of the people gone, people that had been there for years. Unfortunately, low morale often translates into poor performance on the job. The USDA should best be able to assess Plum Island's safety. Out of a possible 100 points under rating system, the USDA scored Burns and Rowe, the contractor they chose to run Plum Island, 54.3, 43.9, and 60. The score of 60 was the minimum acceptable performance number. Sometimes poetry captures the human condition better than prose. Plum Island Lighthouse keeper Captain William Wheatmore penned Plum Island in the mid-1800s, Lab 257-175. There is a rock-bound island off Long Island's shore, where you hear the music of the ocean's roar. There you see a lighthouse on a rocky bluff, tides there are roaring, surging. Waters sometimes rough. 150 years later, this line and verse was pulled from a file in Lab 101. What in the world's going on over there? We heard that there is a new breeze in the air. Who denounced the achievements of 30-some years. And announced that a time of success would appear. Just what has he done in 3 years on the job? See those new scientists that fancy boat bobs. Back and forth and back to Connecticut, and of course the new carpet has served to expand USDA's credit both here and abroad. But use of our taxes we can all applaud. It seems that there's only one thing to say, that new breeze just may blow Plum Island away. One employee summed it up more succinctly, breeze? Breeze was a fucking doomsday machine. Boomerang, you have to understand. If somebody took all this away from you, you wouldn't take a little revenge. Plum Island employee. The sprightly librarian Frances Damarest was now the longest-serving employee on Plum Island, and her seniority carried a lot of weight among the Plum Island family. When the sky started falling, many of them ran to her, shared their problems, even cried away their woes on her shoulder. Well-spoken and outspoken, Fran resolved to do something, and in 1990 she wrote Congressman Hotch Bruetner a 6-page single-spaced letter carefully detailing everything she heard. If I should be harassed and then forced to take my retirement, Fran wrote, I shall do so. But I feel that someone has to attempt to stop what is being done to and at Plum Island. I started employment on March 15, 1954, and am still very active, in good health, maintain an impeccable leave record, and desire to continue working at PIADC. She proceeded to describe the firing of the 4 scientists, the ferryboat escapade, the inequitable perks afforded to new scientists, and now the privatization debacle. This is a lengthy letter, she closed, and I hope it has provided fuel, facts, and additional information. Looking forward to you taking the bull by the horns. Following Fran Demarest from that point, one had to wonder if Dr. Roger Breeze had somehow come upon a copy of her courageous letter. Lab 257-177. Breeze was enamored with The Silence of the Lambs, the thriller that mentions Plum Island as a summer getaway for the evil Dr. Hannibal Lecter. He actually decorated his office with a life-sized cutout of the cannibalistic Dr. Lecter. Breeze's next move seemed like a page right out of Thomas Harris's novel. Soon after she wrote the letter, he ordered Fran to take a new assignment. The 67-year-old grandmother was relegated to the murky basement of Building 14 for a special project in Central Files, the obliteration of Central Files. In a cruel twist, the longtime assistant librarian was forced to discard Plum Island's entire library of records. I was ordered to destroy everything, everything. I was to clean out all of it, because he said there was no more need for it. Exiled to the musty catacombs of the 100-year-old Army Hospital, Fran destroyed 40 years of historical records. They were shredded, bagged, and lined up in the dank hallway awaiting the incinerator. What about the preservation of Plum Island's past? Breeze didn't give a damn about the island's history, says Dr. Gregg. He wanted everything thrown out. When he took me off my job and put me down in that basement, says Fran, it just felt humiliating. Barely finished with bagging the shredded records, she was transferred again, to the telephone switchboard in the guardhouse. While trying her best to handle her new responsibility over the next 2 months, Fran became gradually lethargic and had to be hospitalized. Her doctor diagnosed her with bilateral severe maxillary sinusitis. She was unsure of the cause of that condition. The otherwise healthy Fran had never before felt tightness in her chest and sinus pain, until a scientist checking in with her after her hospital stay put his finger on it. Unknowingly, Fran had been inhaling insidious formaldehyde vapors seeping into the switchboard room. When notified of this, Plum Island's brass had the solution. She was transferred to the rusted, corrugated steel warehouse at the harbor, to chug around on a grimy forklift and record inventory. Physically weakened and mentally drained from the abuse, Fran Demarest quit her job. I took my retirement, she prefers to say with pride. She wasn't surprised by the antics, she had predicted them when she wrote her letter. Fran needed to be fired because you couldn't change her, remembers John Boyle. Fired or transferred into some other job where she wasn't involved in everybody's business. I think we eliminated her job. I'm not certain. And, thought Breeze and his minions, That was one less voice they had to contend with from the Plum Island Peanut Gallery. 178 Michael Christopher Carroll. The broken pact. For decades, little was known about Plum Island, owing in large part to the blind loyalty of those who worked there. The initial tumult over the USDA's choice of Plum Island had long ago faded from memory. The 300-strong, locally hired workforce put bread on many a table on the bucolic North Fork, increasingly hampered by an evaporating rural economy in need of jobs with good pay, security, and retirement benefits. A close-knit Plum Island family grew, strengthened by the ferry ride each morning, like children riding to school together on a big yellow bus. Employees' children, children of scientists, secretaries, and steam fitters, went to East End schools together and played sports together. Workers, of both white and blue-collar extraction, went fishing together, and barbecued together on the weekends. If you didn't work on Plum Island, chances were 2 or 3 of your friends or neighbors did. An unspoken pact evolved, an implicit bond between the Plum Island workforce and the brass. Attacking Plum Island wouldn't be attacking your place of work, it would bring shame upon your family. Better to be tight-lipped about our Plum Island, went the thinking, because the press and general public doesn't understand us and always discredits us, and makes us look bad, and that's not good for business. That's not good for our family. It was a great paying job with great benefits, said one worker, when others around here were digging clams and planting potatoes, so we kept it quiet. And management basically said to us, we'll keep this place safe, you keep your mouth shut, and we'll take care of you. But many now felt that Dr. Roger Breeze had shredded, like with Central Files, that pact of loyalty, stuffed it in a big black bag, and sent it to the incinerator. And unlike a typical corporate downsizing, here the employees knew the downsizing and vile treatment were preventable, had the director really cared about them or the nature of the work being performed. Dr. Breeze would pay the price for his disloyalty. The floodgates opened and revelations poured forth. Federal agencies started receiving an unprecedented number of anonymous phone calls about the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. So did the major newspapers, and the television stations. The Federal Office of Special Counsel, which runs the toll-free whistleblower program, received more anonymous tips about Plum Island than about any other federal facility in the nation. Workers called the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, in Washington, D.C., and told them about large sewage spills and massive landfills and army bunkers filled with drums of hazardous chemicals. They reported leaking underground oil tanks, a sewage plant that didn't work properly, and a faulty wastewater treatment plant that dumped untested sewage into Long Island Sound. They told them fellow workers were Lab 257-179 ordered to toss unmarked plastic bottles and Clorox bottles filled with unknown liquid chemicals into the incinerators. Workers were told to run the incinerators only when the wind blew due east, out toward the Atlantic Ocean, to avoid mainland detection of noxious emission clouds. An incredulous EPA came out to Plum Island to investigate the claims. They couldn't believe their eyes. They came upon dump sites and bunkers stuffed with scores of rusting, and ruptured, metal drums containing solvents, oils, ethylene oxide, creosote, hydrochloric acid, and paraformaldehyde, and still more drums that contained unknowns. They toured the wastewater treatment plant and found it out of service, along with effluent that wasn't chlorinated to kill germs and a storm pipe that ran straight into the Sound without going through treatment. The EPA then witnessed thick black smoke billowing out of the Lab 101 incinerator, and asked for samples of the ash to test for toxic content. The EPA cited Plum Island for multiple violations of the Clean Water Act and environmental laws prohibiting the storage of hazardous materials. Threatened with legal action, the USDA agreed to stop polluting, and to spend $150,000 on remediation efforts. The USDA knew for years about these environmental conditions and that they might come to light one day. A letter by the Assistant Secretary of Agriculture, dated years before the EPA investigation, noted Plum Island's improper handling of asbestos-containing material, 40,000 pounds worth, sanitary landfills in violation of state standards, and improper management of hazardous wastes. But they never told the EPA. Dissatisfied with Plum Island's snail paste remediation progress, the EPA brought legal action against the USDA, seeking $111,000 in civil penalties for the environmental and hazardous waste law violations. Years after the action was brought, much of the waste still remained. Again, the EPA charged the USDA with violating federal environmental laws. In 1999, the USDA agreed to pay $32,500 in fines, a fraction of the earlier fine, and promised, once again, not to violate laws protecting the environment. Whistleblowers also called the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, telling them about employees becoming strangely ill from exposure to unknown animal viruses and bacteria. OSHA learned about the lack of a biological workplace safety program, and of inconsistent vaccine programs. The agency also learned about radioactive isotopes being handled without monitors and protective equipment, locked emergency exit doors, and about the professional fire department being replaced with an unqualified volunteer bucket brigade. OSHA was far less skeptical about problems at Plum Island than the EPA. Plum Island had made OSHA's high-hazard list of unsafe workplaces back in 1988, when workers' compensation claims on the island 180 Michael Christopher Carroll were found to be triple the national average. Investigating the island, OSHA inspectors quickly discovered exposed electrical cables, shoddy electric outlets, open incinerator pits, and tested fire alarms, expired fire extinguishers, locked emergency exit doors, and marked hot water pipes, and workers bitten and trampled by animals. OSHA cited the USDA for no less than 139 workplace safety violations. When asked by a local newspaper about the violations, Dr. Breeze explained that $50,000 would be redirected from important road sealing and building painting projects to correct the OSHA safety violations. The money would not be coming out of scientific funds, he said, including those earmarked for new equipment, the fleet of bikes, or the scientists' exercise gym. On national average, OSHA on-site inspections occur about once every 80 years. But OSHA returned to Plum Island 5 years later. This time around, OSHA not only found many of the previous violations uncorrected, they also encountered numerous new violations: no emergency procedures or safety training for handling ethanol, formaldehyde, or radioactive compounds like cobalt-60. Disposal of used virus syringes in penetrable containers. No vaccinations for employees. Improper storage of compressed gas cylinders. Unlabeled and mislabeled hazardous chemical containers. No protection against carcinogen exposure. And no safety training for handling blood-borne virus and bacterial pathogens. OSHA apportioned the blame for the 124 new violations between the USDA and private contractor Burns and Rowe. Of those, Plum Island was cited with 67 serious violations, those which can lead directly to death or serious injury. Burns and Rowe was ordered to pay $54,375 in punitive fines. Those costs were ultimately borne by their client, the U.S. government. As a repeat offender, the USDA should have warranted, at the very least, a heavy fine. Yet because it was a sister government agency, OSHA could not legally fine or shut down Plum Island, like it would any private business. Instead, the USDA's entire penalty for 67 potentially fatal safety violations, an immense 263 violations overall, was a letter listing the violations sent to the Secretary of Agriculture's office. When asked about the OSHA violations, Dr. Breeze scoffs. "The OSHA thing is a rap to me, I think. What does it really mean? The exit sign needs to be above the door, there isn't a sign warning this or that. When people think of OSHA, they think of small children next to rotating circular saw blades or furnaces, but it's usually not like that. It's like a vehicle inspection. People find bits and pieces and they need to get things changed, but they're not structurally very important. Though the USDA's fellow government agencies investigated Plum Island and meted out punishments, nearly all of it was deflected. After all, Plum Island was not a private company that could be closed. Neither the Lab 257-181 EPA nor OSHA had the authority to shut down the USDA. So a harsh reality ruled on Plum Island. The federal government was brazenly ignoring its own laws. If the first round of whistleblowing was limited in its effectiveness, the second round held great potential. Current and former employees called every media outlet they could think of. They told reporters about herds of deer roaming the island, and a doe and her two fawns being gunned down by soldiers in Army Black Hawk helicopters, and about an employee who caught Nairobi sheep disease. A media siege erupted. CNN and ABC, Newsday and the New York Times, national and local reporters all bombarded Plum Island for information on the allegations. Their faces blurred and voices distorted, workers sat before television cameras and told what they knew. CNN ran a report with footage of Pete Swenson, a former Plum Island safety technician who left the area in disgust and moved to Virginia. Seated next to his wife at his kitchen table, the stocky, middle-aged Swenson told a harrowing tale. Outdoors he had been bitten on the leg by a horsefly and scratched the bite, thinking nothing of it. He entered Lab 257 to decontaminate a room that held animals infected with Nairobi sheep disease. Days later, his leg swelled and ulcerated, and he developed severe flu-like symptoms. His illness got so bad he checked into the Long Island Veterans Hospital. Swenson told the attending doctor where he worked and that he suspected he had contracted Nairobi sheep disease, at which point a foreign disease specialist was brought in. According to Swenson, the specialist told him, "That disease is not here in the US, I'm not sure how you could have it." Swenson recovered, but not without a memento for his troubles. CNN cameras focused on an oval-shaped scar about 2 inches wide, burnished deep into in the middle of his left calf. When reporters asked Dr. Jerry Crawford, a new Plum Island official handling the media, if Swenson had been infected, he replied, "Probably, no. Possibly," they asked. "Possibly, yes. Some of the diseases, humans can catch a form of it, and get flu-like symptoms." 2 stories involved more disturbing occurrences. In the winter of 1992, 3 cardboard boxes filled with biological samples blew off the back of the ferry into heavy seas. An emergency call went over the radio that morning, and a special boat crew was called to duty. A captain and 2 able-bodied seamen plowed back and forth through Plum Gut, and then around Plum Island's perimeter, looking for the missing cargo. An island official called off the search after only a few runs. The 3 boxes were never recovered. 3 employees confirmed the accident. "What if it didn't sink?" says one of them, shaking his head. "What if some kid hooked it on 182 Michael Christopher Carroll his fishing pole? What if it floated to a beach in Southampton, or Sag Harbor, or Montauk? The germs were taken away by the currents, bobbing up and down inside a styrofoam cushion inside a cardboard box." But management didn't seem too concerned. "Nah, don't worry about it," they said to us, "don't worry about it." The second most damning incident had scores of dead birds lying outside Laboratory 101. This allegation had a document written by Dr. Breeze that went along with it. Concerns have been raised about dead seagulls in the Lab 101 light court. The most recently dead bird was frozen by Burns and Rowe and has been passed to Lab 257 for pathological examination. I would ask that Lab 257 confirm that infectious agents used in Labs 101 and 257 are not avian, bird pathogens, and report on post-mortem findings in this bird. Seagulls used to land on the 101 roof all the time, with no problem, says one employee. "We have contractors building all over the place, including on top of the roof. Then, all of a sudden, these birds are dying, and they didn't attribute it to anything." Fearing a problem, a contractor presented one of the birds to Dr. Breeze with a memorandum for the record. "It's the fox watching the chicken coop," the employee says of Plum Island's self-analysis of a biological containment leak. take the seagulls and bring them to someone who doesn't have an agenda. Asked about the event, a USDA official said, "The veterinary pathologists on Plum Island are about the best around. They'll find out what killed the birds." Under the Freedom of Information Act, a request was made for the results of the post-mortem findings on the 9 birds reputedly autopsied. Sources indicate there were many more dead birds. As of this writing, the USDA has refused to respond. When the gaggle of news reporters first learned of Plum Island's many woes from the disgruntled mob, they turned to the island's director for answers. Dr. Roger Breeze told the New York Times they had the wrong guy. "I'm not responsible for the operation of the support services and facilities at Plum Island," he told them. As one knowledgeable source says, Breeze had thought, "Whoa, wait a second here, I did all this work for USDA. Got this lab built in 4 years when they couldn't over the last 25, and now I'm taking the heat?" And that is when they brought in Crawford. He was the fall guy to take the flak. Enter Dr. Claude G. Jerry Crawford. Breeze's moves to divide and conquer Plum Island had met with plenty of controversy and criticism. He had somehow earned a reprieve from this next fiasco, the Plum Island Lab 257-183 Workers' Rebellion. Washington granted him cover in the form of the 49-year-old Jerry Crawford, a USDA career man previously working in Peoria, Illinois, whose specialty was crop seeds. Many suspected an ulterior motive for giving Crawford the newly created position of Deputy Area Director, or DAD, as he was known in correspondence, and referred to derisively by the workforce. The plan was to have Breeze do research full-time, while letting DAD run the buildings, another way of saying take the flak. Ed Holreiser remembers Crawford's first day on Plum Island. When he came in, he gave this big speech to all of us, where he explained his whole background, and how it was on plant research, and how it had nothing to do with animal research. Then he discussed the vacations he took to Europe with his wife. Meanwhile, half of us are about to lose our jobs. Crawford was a master of malapropism. When asked about cost overruns, he said, "There are no golden toilet seats on Plum Island." Asked about all the safety problems under Dr. Breeze, he said, "We don't search handbags or strip search. I believe we can show security is warranted for the type of research we do here. We're not making nuclear bombs." And when asked about the OSHA violations, he noted it took 6 months for the safety agency to issue the violations and said, "If these violations had been life-threatening or extremely hazardous to employee safety, one would think OSHA would have done something immediately." Then realizing what he had said, Crawford added, I don't mean to say these violations are not important." Finally, when asked about the consequences of an employee's refusing experimental, non-FDA-approved vaccines, "We will try to find another position. If we don't have one, they will be terminated. Simple as that." When it came to public relations, ostensibly the reason he was on Plum Island, a running joke was that Crawford himself had been infected by the virus that caused foot-and-mouth disease. One top Breeze administration official said, "We all independently formed our own opinion of Crawford's capabilities in a relatively short period of time, and realized the man was a complete fool." Dr. Breeze, spared this particular media feeding frenzy, says the media issues were handled terribly. "It was very reactive." Another adjective he uses is comical. In fact, John Boyle recalls Breeze sitting in the bleachers, laughing his ass off on that one. Within the next year, the USDA transferred Dr. Crawford to a position near Washington. On his way out, realizing the dearth of Crawford's PR savvy, USDA headquarters begged Breeze to speak to a New York Times reporter to cool things down, and the two hit it off. That reporter ultimately became Dr. Breeze's second wife. 184 Michael Christopher Carroll He told a local reporter, "My goal, by opening the island up to the press, was to show the people that we were good neighbors. Raw sewage, recycled if you flush it or drink it, it comes to me." Joe Zelliff worked in Building 102, the wastewater decontamination chamber for Lab 101, known to those on the inside as the Big Shit House, Lab 257's chamber was the little one. One of Joe's responsibilities included pulling liquid samples from the sewage tanks after they went through the decan process, that is, after the goo had snaked through a series of tubes that heated it up to 214 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour. The samples were handed over to the safety officers, who would inject them into test animals to ensure that systems in Building 102 were operating correctly. It was crude safety, but it worked. For years, Joe would prepare a safety sample each Thursday morning. He doesn't pull samples now. "We haven't done that, well, since Breeze came in," Joe says. Now, Joe has no idea whether the liquid waste coming out of Building 102 is alive or dead. They've recently added new gauges, but I don't think even those gauges read right. Sometimes the low temperature alarm rings at 203 degrees Fahrenheit on the new system. Other times it goes off at 198 degrees, and still other times it buzzes at 206 degrees, the temperature which is supposed to set it off. Sometimes he doesn't get a low temperature alarm, like the one time he realized too late that the heat exchangers had failed and the sewage went through cold. The old system had 10 tiny heat probes inside the booster, heat exchange, and retention tubes that relayed the temperatures within up to the control panel. The new system only has 2 temperature readings, going in and coming out. When Joe and other operators in Building 102 hear the low temperature alarm, they are first supposed to shut the system down. Then they gradually bring it back up to 214 degrees, and only then do they restart the pumps. But it doesn't work that way. Why not? Because frankly, it's a pain in the ass. You'd be shutting the entire system down every single day, every 15 minutes. It's not that the operators don't want to do it. It's just that the gauges malfunction constantly. The tanks, including the 27,000-gallon main tank, you could honestly get lost inside it, says Joe. It's the size of my house, have large cold spots, like when one swims in a warm lake and hits a chilly pocket of water. In these cold slugs, billions of viruses and bacteria stay alive through the contaminated sewage treatment. A February 1993 incident form noted a critical alarm sewage spill in Building 102. Joe remembers, "I was directly involved with this. Since the building opened in 1956, the plant had always run 24 hours a lab 257 185 day, 7 days a week. But the private contractor ran it only 10 hours a day. The collection process will be unattended, with 100% reliance upon the automatic and emergency collection equipments," stated an internal USDA letter on this decision. "They did it to save money," says Joe, shaking his head in disgust. What else? One winter night, an operator left his shift after recording the 27,000-gallon number 2 tank as only 7,000 gallons full. High winds and rough sea conditions prevented the next shift from getting to the island the following day, so it remained unattended. When the weather finally calmed, the shift operator opened the door to Building 102 and came upon a putrid smell. Something had gone terribly wrong in the tank area. A single 1,000-pound cow excretes from 75 pounds to 115 pounds of manure a day, and a single 200-pound pig, 35 pounds to 65 pounds. It isn't hard to see how quickly raw, infected sewage accumulates on Plum Island each day. Second only to the incinerator charging room, Building 102 is the biologically hottest area, and is therefore kept painstakingly clean. On a normal day, that building is as clean as a whistle, says Joe. It is cleaner than my house, who could eat off the floor in there. But that morning, the operator and his assistant, who came upon the large pool of gushing brown mess, were gagging within seconds for clean air. "I saw nothing but shit all over the place," says the operator. "Raw, no decontamination, viruses and who knows what, everywhere." The men witnessed a macabre sight, a continuous flow of contaminated sewage, vomiting out of the overflow valve, after being pumped from the number 2 tank, through a daisy chain of pipes. Underneath the pool of sewage, fluid was emptying into the floor drains, where sump pumps sent it back into the number 2 tank. From there, it cycled through again. we were essentially recycling raw sewage, says Joe. First, the men processed some contaminated sewage out to make room in the tanks. Then, donning Tyvek protective jumpsuits, hip boots, and face respirators, they drained and mopped up the mess, flushing the room down with Rockwell solution. Research in Lab 101 seized up for 2 days. They couldn't so much as flush a toilet in 101, because we couldn't handle it in 102. The spill form cautions its reader note, this building was unmanned for 32 hours under the old way of doing things. It would have been manned, the overnight shift would have worked overtime on the island through the next day and ridden out the storm. Of course, it would have cost more money than running Building 102 at one 10-hour shift per day. Joe observes, "See, the contractor said, we need more money to pay for more men. The government said, we're not paying you any more money, and the contractor said, if you're not paying us, we're not putting operators in there 24 hours and you're going to have 186 Michael Christopher Carroll another spill." At this time, the contractor's vice president of operations told a reporter that safety on Plum Island was really governed by the client, and his client, the USDA, was under very serious budget constraints. Another executive privately admitted exactly where his company stood, saying, "We can't staff the facility to the level we'd like to." This round-robin routine is a prime example of why certain government functions at Plum Island should be kept in federal hands, and ought not be privatized. Turtles and geese. After exiting Building 102, effluent travels to the nearby wastewater treatment plant, which uses a process called activated sludge. It enters a pond at about 150 degrees, assuming Building 102 is functioning properly, and aerators froth the fluid up like a bubbly hot tub. The hard stuff drops to the bottom and a set of 6-foot-long weirs skim the cream off the top and push it into a clarifier, where more settling takes place. The bacteria are routed back into the aeration tank, and the remaining cream goes under a set of ultraviolet photochemical radiation lamps before being pumped into Plum Island Harbor, which empties into Plum Gut, whose waters disperse north into the Long Island Sound, and south to the Hamptons. The cream used to be chlorinated, but was replaced with UV lights to cut costs too. The most troubling part of this whole process is found at the end of the pipe. Despite the particularly hazardous content of the Plum Island wastewater treatment plant's outfall, it is tested monthly, no different than any other municipal sewage plant. Following New York State and EPA laws, Plum Island tests for suspended solids and coliforms. Coliforms are harmless bacteria, not normally in water, but found in warm-blooded mammals. The presence of fecal coliform bacteria in the water is a bellwether for other microbes. That is, it indicates that the water contains many other bacteria and viruses not being tested, including harmful disease-causing germs. When traced back to a municipal sewage plant, this means the water is transmitting typhoid fever, diphtheria, hepatitis, dysentery, gastroenteritis, or other domestic virus and bacteria infections. High levels of fecal coliform out of the exotic animal germ labs on Plum Island present a unique and highly dangerous situation. For water to be acceptable for swimming, it should have fewer than 200 colonies of coliforms per 100 milliliters of water sampled. Fewer than 1,002. The jury is still out on which method of final treatment, chlorine or UV radiation, is preferable. While chlorine is considered highly toxic to marine life, UV radiation may not be inactivating all of the billions of viruses and bacteria contained in sewage. UV is far cheaper than using chlorine, which must be replenished regularly. Lab 257 187 colonies are acceptable for fishing and boating. 3 Plum Island's legally permissible limit is 700 colonies per day. Required by law to be tested once a month, Plum Island's coliform levels were above that limit for 7 months during a 12-month span between 1996 and 1997. In October 1996 and March 1997, the levels tested at 900 colonies, well over acceptable standards for swimming in the waters of the Hamptons, America's elite summer playground. But that was the best of it. Other monthly counts ranged from 1,000 to 6,000. And during one fateful month, February 1997, Plum Island spewed out an enormous 23,000 colonies per 100 milliliters sampled, 115 times higher than the acceptable limit for swimming, 33 times higher than the island's legally permissible limit, and 23 times higher than the fishing and boating limit. Additional documents show this was not a fluke. Back in 1990 and 1991, Plum Island's fecal coliform counts held steady in the 2,000 range, 3 times the legal limit, and peaked to a shocking 20,000 during 4 separate monthly testing periods. Plum Island has been, and still is, flushing deadly exotic animal viruses along with the standard typhoid and diphtheria germs into coastal waters enjoyed by millions of people. In 1999, hundreds of thousands of lobsters in Long Island Sound mysteriously died, causing the New York-Connecticut lobster harvest to fall off virtually 100% that year. The die-off, which ended New York's reign as the nation's second-largest lobster-producing state, behind only Maine, prompted the federal government to declare the event a marine resource disaster. Researchers pinpointed a parasitic paramoeba that kills off nerve tissue and a bacterial infection that causes shell disease as culprits, as well as large amounts of malathion from the 1999 West Nile virus pesticide spraying seeping into the Long Island Sound. Surprisingly, no scientific efforts have been made to study the link between the two microbes and the foul sewage flowing out of Plum Island. Dr. Floyd Horn, the official in charge of all USDA research, said in 1998, "We're not polluting the Sound in any way. We heat the discharge to sterilize it and it goes into a treatment plant before it goes into the Sound." But one employee extensively involved with the process has a different response. "That stuff wasn't killed off in the old system, and I'm not sure it's killed off in the new system." When the New York Observer questioned Dr. Jerry Crawford about the high levels of fecal coliform, he answered, "The location where the samples are taken has a tremendous number of turtles and geese. They shit in the aeration pond. The shit has E. coli in it. Normal sewage treatment plants don't have animals." 3. These are generous thresholds. Vermont, for example, set 77 colonies of fecal coliform as that state's acceptable maximum level for swimming. 188 Michael Christopher Carroll Building 102 and the Plum Island Wastewater Treatment Plant are not performing their critical functions. Instead, they pump thousands of gallons of virus and bacteria-contaminated waste into the water. Consider this, a single bacterium that replicates itself in 20 minutes will be, within 12 hours, the parent of 16,777,216 new offspring. And that's just a single germ out of billions and billions that make their way out of Plum Island each day. Path of least resistance. After the EPA came down on Plum Island, an environmental company came over and drilled a number of monitoring wells 20 feet down in which it installed a pipe with a cap. Every month, Steve Bosley totes his collecting buckets and portable pump from well to well, unscrewing each cap and carefully snaking clear tubing about 16 feet down each pipe. He then switches on the pump, PPPPPPP, which brings up what's been accumulating way below the island's surface. "I'm still pulling oil out of the wells," Steve tells me. "I'm supposed to pull the sample until I run clear water. I've been running about 4.5 gallons of number 2 and number 6 oil before I run clear water." The number 2 oil oozing out of Plum Island sandy underground is essentially diesel engine fuel. The number 6 oil has the viscosity of tar. Yes, I would say it runs pure oil for 4 gallons, then it turns creamy, then to white, then to swamp gas, then almost clear. Steve surmises, "We've had a bunch of busted pipes and leaking tanks. The oil must have permeated the whole ground." He isn't exaggerating. A 1992 internal USDA memorandum from the Assistant Secretary of Agriculture notes over 40 underground storage tanks. Most of these tanks are probably at least 30 years old. While tests of the drinking water have not indicated any problems to date, this could change overnight. The memo urged action as soon as possible, but 7 years later, nothing's changed. The oil pockets below Plum Island coexist with pockets of clay and sand, as well as aquifers, or vast pockets of fresh water from which people obtain their drinking water through 14 shallow wells. The aquifers, and other liquids like oil, do not remain fixed in one place. They move and often merge, according to geology experts. One drop of oil, dabbed on a blade of grass in the center of Long Island, will travel south and reach the Atlantic Ocean within 25 years. The pockets of oil Steve pumps from a well that sampling only a tiny portion will do the same thing. That oil, in my opinion, is going to take the path of least resistance, go through the sand to the potable water, says Steve. The gravy train. One of the ways Dr. Breeze kept his prize scientific recruits happy was through special non-salary compensation. For example, during overnights Lab 257, 189 and weekends, a scientist would be stationed on the island as a duty officer to respond to animal or human emergencies. During the Qualis era, duty officers were paid $60 for a weeknight and $160 for the weekend. Basically, if there was a problem in the lab, you had to go in there, turn off a centrifuge, move stuff from a freezer or drop feed down the chute to the critters, test animals, explains Dr. Carol House. But under Breeze, new scientists were assigned duty officer shifts and paid some $600 to $700 a weekend to get in on the gravy train, says one scientist. The role went from being the most dreaded to the most coveted. Danny Cluess remembers a problem that occurred in Lab 257. Around 2 a.m. on Sunday morning, an alarm rang in the control room. The Box 6 freezer had gone down. As one of the overnight building operators, Danny went into the containment corridor to check on Box 6, and found the compressor shot and the freezer all but cooked. Normally stored at -158 degrees Fahrenheit, biologicals have to be shifted from the broken ice box into other freezers quickly or the germs will start to get pesky. Danny phoned the duty officer and told him Box 6 was out. Well, he got very ornery with me, says Danny, describing the reaction on the other end of the line. He didn't want to come down to assess the situation. He yelled at me that I woke him up and told me to do it myself. Tact isn't one of Danny Cluess's strong points, because he shot back, "Listen, buddy, this is your responsibility, not ours, and you're messing with the wrong guy." He was right. Operating the building's negative airflow systems and steam plant was Danny's domain, but when it came to viruses and germs, they all looked the same to him. The duty officer then asked, "Well, what do we usually do in this situation?" "What do we do?" I asked him back. "What I do is usually call you, the duty officer, for Christ's sake." The duty officer slogged down to Lab 257, and the two of them began unloading the contents of Box 6 to transfer them into other freezers. But it wasn't all that easy. We had biologicals in that freezer that were frozen and dated in the 1950s, Danny recalls. We opened the door and about half of them fell onto the floor. Luckily, only a few tubes and flasks broke on the tile floor and spilled their contents. A Rockwell disinfectant solution was brought in for the kill. The move then faced another obstacle: the other freezers were already overcrowded. One freezer was literally bursting at the seams with germs, so Danny wedged a 2x4-inch beam of plywood between it and a wall to keep its door shut. Each freezer has an attached log that records the exact contents of the materials kept inside. But Danny noticed the duty officer, all hot and bothered from being woken in the first place, haphazardly separating the carefully grouped test tubes and 190 Michael Christopher Carroll stuffing them into whatever freezer open space he could find, without logging any of them. "He's the boss," Danny said to himself and shrugged. 3 weeks later, Danny got a phone call. This one scientist wants to know where everything is, particularly all his samples. How the hell am I supposed to know? I told him to call up the duty officer from that night. The stories that circulated turned out to be more than grumbles of disgruntled workers. The facts proved that the USDA was grossly negligent, the workforce had looked the other way for years, and the public had been in the dark. In short, it proved that Plum Island was in disgraceful shape. Though some said the disclosures to the EPA, OSHA, and the news media were unwarranted, other workers and scientists believed the door needed to be opened wide. One employee laid his thinking bare when he explained, "You have to understand. if somebody took all this away from you, what would you do? You would be really pissed off and annoyed. You wouldn't take a little revenge? I covered up for these people for years, and it would have cost them millions then. So I, and all the others, blew the whistle. Says the former union leader Ed Holreiser, I never had a vendetta to close Plum Island down, but I wanted it run right. The contractor took shortcuts to save money, made more profits, and got lean, but then safety was compromised. Safety doesn't need to be lean, it needs to be fat. For all the whistleblowers' efforts in bringing these dreadful conditions to light, Plum Island remained, and remains, a real biological and environmental hazard. Meltdown. Look, I'm not a scientist, but to me, it was a biological meltdown. Philip Iagari, former employee. Friday, August 16, 1991, 12 p.m. A tropical depression formed from a cluster of tightly packed thunderstorms just east of the Bahamas, and it gradually intensified throughout the day and overnight. By late Saturday afternoon, it became a tropical cyclone with winds that exceed 74 miles per hour and circulate counterclockwise about our center, otherwise known as a hurricane. When a storm officially becomes a hurricane, the National Hurricane Center gives it a name. The names are handed out in alphabetical order to delineate how many have come before it that hurricane season. This second hurricane of the season was simply named Bob. Like many hurricanes originating in this region, Bob plowed north by northeast, following a path parallel to the east coast of the United States. With each passing hour, the hurricane's intensity accelerated. As Saturday slipped into Sunday, Bob came within 30 miles of Cape Hatteras, packing winds over 115 miles per hour. Minimum barometric pressure was 957 megabytes. Out of 5 possible levels, Bob was classified as a Category 3, Cat 3, hurricane, a storm capable of extensive damage. The hurricane spiraled on, gaining strength as it went. Saturday, August 17, 6 p.m., Philip Iagari sat down for dinner with his family in his modest Jamesport, Long Island, home. Jamesport is 192 Michael Christopher Carroll, one of 10 tiny hamlets along Route 25, a countrified area dotted with truck farms, vineyards, colonial bed and breakfasts, and ubiquitous yard sale signs. Philip's wife, Zita, born and raised in Ecuador, set out a delicious dinner for Philip and their 2 young boys, Peter and Matthew, who immediately dug in. Philip halted their progress by loudly clearing his throat. He then recited a solemn blessing, like he did before every meal. On this night, however, talk at the dinner table was not the usual chatter about school, weekend fishing plans on their modest boat, or the upcoming family vacation. All talk, and quiet thoughts, centered on the hurricane. The television in the family room was on, blathering faint sounds about the violent storm spiraling up the east coast, headed straight for Long Island. Because the 118-mile-long land mass extends out at a right angle from the coastline, it has forever borne the brunt force of tropical storms that come north and hug the coast. During one recent December nor'easter, for example, the ocean flooded over the Hamptons Barrier Beach Island and met the bay. When it retreated, it gouged 2 new inlets and over $40 million beachfront homes were destroyed. The road now comes to a screeching halt at a rushing ocean inlet, and then continues on the other side. The Pigaris listened from the kitchen as the nightly news anchors instructed people to board up windows, take fragile items off of shelves, and stand in the frames of doorways when the storm hit. Heeding the warnings, earlier in the day, Philip took the boat out of the water and picked up large bottles of water. He packed the freezer with extra ice. Zita pulled her fragile crockery off the shelves. The Piagari family was particularly concerned because the hurricane was headed directly for the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. Philip was due to report there in just a few hours for the graveyard shift. For 12 years now, he had been a ferryboat seaman and building maintenance engineer on Plum Island. Philip had experienced rough weather conditions on the island before. He felt confident he and the men on the late-night shift would see this storm safely through, just like all the others. He assured Zita and the boys he would be fine and admonished them to stay indoors during the storm. At 44 years old, Philip cut a slight frame at 5 feet, 6 inches tall. But his small size and reddish-brown mop-top belied the man on the inside. From 1967 to 1973, Philip sailed around the globe 6 times as an able-bodied seaman with the U.S. Merchant Marine, and saw heavy combat action in the Vietnam War. After he returned home, he enlisted in the Marine Division of the Army Corps of Engineers. Others might shrink from the risk of that night's assignment, but Philip was hardly afraid. He had a job to do, an important responsibility on Plum Island, and a sacred obligation to provide for his family. To a combat veteran, it was just another day on the job. Lab 257-193 Sunday, August 19, 12:00 a.m., Pyagari and the men of B crew arrived on the island. They were shuttled over on the Plum Isle, one of 3 government-operated ferries used to transport scientists and staff to and from the facility. Unknown to the passengers, but lightly known to the USDA, the old Plum Isle had recently failed a Coast Guard inspection and was not certified to carry passengers. The other 2 ferries were tied up in safe anchorage at the New London, Connecticut, Naval Submarine Base. Lack of certification notwithstanding, the Plum Isle was the only vessel available to transport workers during the storm. It made the trip over rough waters without incident. B crew, 3 men and a foreman, normally pulled an 8-hour graveyard shift. But unlike previous routine shifts, that night they had to support and maintain Laboratory 257 while a hurricane passed overhead. Pyagari recalls the crew's mission early that Sunday: "We were operating the building as usual. We had certain responsibilities. For example, we had to maintain steam in the building. We had a constant flow of water that had to be treated as sewage. We had to regulate and monitor the air pressure in the building, to see that we hold negative pressure biocontainment. We had to monitor the freezers to see they were the proper temperature. We constantly patrolled the building to make sure we weren't losing anything in the way of our systems." Upon their arrival, the crew drove along narrow winding dirt trails to Lab 257. Lab 257 was a long, rectangular building with 3-foot-thick reinforced concrete walls and a flat, black tar roof. Tiny porthole windows cut into the whitewashed walls and circled near the top of the building every 20 feet. The windows were recessed deep within the building's walls. Little light shined through, for they were caked with the grime and coarse sea salt that had accumulated over 80 years' time. The building was surrounded by a 4-foot-high cement wall, and a rusted barbed wire fence encircled the compound. Entering the building through the airlock, B crew was greeted by the shift's first problem: the hot water coil broke. The coil runs on electric power and generates steam for the building. Second in importance only to electricity, steam is an essential resource for the lab's smooth operation. It is needed to heat the building, treat contaminated animal sewage, and produce hot water for decontamination showers. It must constantly be kept online. Within a short time, the crew repaired the coil, and steam pressure was restored. Your next few hours were relatively quiet. Sunday, August 18, 7 a.m., Hurricane Bob's tentacles stretched from Maryland's eastern shore of the Chesapeake all the way up to Cape Cod. Storm surges of more than 8 feet rocked boats clear off their moorings, knocked down homes along the shoreline, and shaved off 50 feet of coast 194 Michael Christopher Carroll Line. Seas were far beyond navigable. They were awash in choppy whitecaps, tall wave crests, and deep troughs. The storm swirled around the eye of the hurricane, a core about 20 miles wide. Within it, conditions were relatively calm, with a lull in wind velocity. But this brief pause lasted barely long enough for victims to brace themselves for the calamity on the other side of the eye. Around 9:30 a.m. on Sunday, Bob's eye unpredictably twisted further east, heading straight for Block Island, about 25 miles due east of Plum Island. At this time, with the worst of the storm still yet to come, Lab 257 went dark. The laboratory's basement held the boilers, sewage treatment plant, a main mechanical room containing air handling and monitoring equipment to prevent viruses from escaping. The sewage plant cooked raw, contaminated wastewater to kill off any live biological agents. On Lab 257's first floor were the laundry and glassware storage rooms, glassware sterilization unit, incinerator, decontamination rooms, and airlocks, through which everyone passed in order to enter and exit the lab. It also contained the 120 area. The 120 area was the hottest part of the building, the site of the most dangerous, infectious virus research. This area was equipped with a series of freezers filled with liquid nitrogen, pumped in from an outdoor tank that kept temperatures at a frosty -158 degrees Fahrenheit. The freezers housed biological materials used in the lab, tissue samples riddled with viruses, bacteria, experimental cultures, and vaccines. Research laboratories and the animal holding rooms were on Lab 257's second floor. When the Army refitted this former mine storage building, it slapped a sheet metal livestock chute onto the side of Lab 257 to herd animals into the second-floor animal rooms. By the hundreds, cattle, pigs, sheep, horses, goats, llamas, and other quadrupeds were herded up the ramp, through the doors, and into the second-floor holding pens. This floor housed the autopsy room, where animals were dissected and experiments performed on carcasses. When the dissection was through, lab workers shoved the diseased animal carcasses into a disposal chute, which dumped them into the incinerator one floor below, where they were cremated at temperatures exceeding 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. The hot cremation exhaust ran through a filter chimney on the roof and then poured out of the building in thick black tufts. Lab 257 was a self-contained operation that functioned separately from the rest of Plum Island. For the animals, it was a one-way operation. Animals Lab 257-195 that entered the lab never left alive. Engineered to prevent harmful viruses and other biological toxins from escaping, the lab's sustaining lifeblood was electric power. Electricity was needed to run the sewage decontamination plant, to create steam and decontamination rooms, to power the freezers, and, most important, to run the building's negative air pressure system, the cornerstone of Lab 257's biological containment system. Simply put, electric power was the building's most precious resource. Without it, Lab 257 morphed from a safe research facility into an extremely dangerous biological threat. As the hurricane swirled closer, strong winds blew down power lines on Long Island. Normally, Plum Island's power was supplied by the Long Island Lighting Company, via an undersea cable on the ocean floor. But the LILCO power grid shorted out and mainland power to the island laboratory failed. Fortunately, there was a backup plan. Oil-fired power generators kicked in at Building 103, the Plum Island Emergency Power Plant, and supplied the island with electricity. The huge generators in Building 103 were old, but they were well maintained and effective. Building 103 supplied Lab 257 with power through overhead power lines and through underground cables that provided redundancy. Typically, if one power conduit failed, the other was switched on as a backup so power could continue uninterrupted. This Sunday, however, redundancy wasn't given a chance. Hurricane winds, gusting over 100 miles per hour, toppled the island's overhead electric poles. They fell over like they were as light as toothpicks, recalls Dave Stakey, in a scratchy smoker's voice. A genial, slightly disheveled man, he sports a long ponytail and diamond studs in each ear. As one of the island's long-time electrical engineers, Stakey knew the island like the back of his hand. With the wires down, workers in Building 103 threw the wide jumper switches that engaged the emergency generators. After a series of flickering lights, all of the island's buildings were back online except one, Lab 257. Earlier that morning in 257, the power went down a few times. Explains Philip, it was intermittent and then it came back steady. But then the lights started to slowly dim. At this point, the crew member Stanley Shine Michalija, a 20-year veteran of Plum Island, was not sure if power was coming back. But he was hopeful. A 61-year-old master plumber, Michalija joined Plum Island after years in the trade. of polish extraction, Shine, called Sunshine for his ever-grinning as a boy, grew up in Riverhead, the youngest of 9. For this short period of time, says Shine, we were thinking the emergency generators would come online. 196 Michael Christopher Carroll, why are they gone? We all wondered. In the past, we had power failures where we'd been out for an hour or 2 at most. But this time, things were different. After 2 hours without power, their worst fears came true. They radioed the power plant and learned that emergency power was being pumped into all buildings on the island, yet the lights were still out in Lab 257. B crew gathered together in the boiler room in quiet disbelief. At around 8 a.m., Shine broke the silence and delivered the grim news. Guys, the overhead is gone, that's it, guys, we're out. The members of the team shifted uncomfortably and exchanged troubled glances. They knew they were on their own. Just a few feet beyond the eerie yellow glow of their flashlights lay the end of the universe. Everything past it, all of Lab 257, was pitch black. Ordinarily, working overnights in the lab was akin to being in a tin can, says Shine. After everyone went home, it was just the few of us in that big building, all alone. The building usually had a low, steady hum to it, sounds of boilers heating, steam pumping, fans turning, and light fixtures buzzing. That was the sound accompanying the men on graveyard shift every night since Lab 257 opened for business way back in 1954. Now there was a different sound. The distinctive sound of utter silence in the dark. And man's worst fears were all around. 3 months prior to Hurricane Bob, in a flurry of sparks and a wisp of grey smoke, one of the underground conductors shorted out. With it went the underground cable as a source of electricity. Dave Stakey, who was working on the island that night, restored power. I was on duty the night the cable went. It was an oh, and then we put Lab 257 on the overheads. Standard operating procedure called for using the underground cable as 257's primary power source, while the overhead lines were used as an emergency standby. So for the past 3 months, Lab 257 had been running on its emergency feed, the overhead transmission lines. We no longer had an alternative means of supplying the building, says Stakey. The emergency backup had become the only option. In full-time use, the overhead power lines went down about once a month. We had this continuous problem on the overheads, because you had birds flying into them, Stakey says. We would get Canadian geese, and occasionally an osprey, flying into the lines and shorting them out either from phase to phase or phase to ground. In the orange-purple tint of dusk, the great fishhawks swooped down, grasping sharp sticks to build nests on the cross arms of the poles, and sometimes the sticks sliced into the wires, causing short circuits. To rectify the problem, New York Telephone erected nesting poles back in the 1950s to lure the birds away from telephone and Lab 257 197 power lines, but it never worked. It actually increased the number of nesting places and expanded the flocks. An engineer from the early days said that during 1954, the year Lab 257 opened for business, adult ospreys had flown into power lines and momentarily knocked out the power to the laboratory no less than 3 times. The island's top brass knew about the damaged underground cable because B Crew's foreman, Walt Sinowski, Stakey, and the other electrics told them. According to Shine, every time Sinowski began the shift, he penciled into the Lab 257 logbook, "Underground still out, not repaired." Underground power and telephone cables had blown out before and were promptly repaired. But this time, management flatly refused to repair Lab 257's electrical umbilical cord. Though the 1991 budget was invested in items like a new ferry service to Connecticut and a new gym, Dr. Breeze and his facility manager, Ernest Escorsica, thought replacing the cable was too expensive. The cost, $70,000. It would have to wait for next year's budget. An appeal to Washington for emergency funds could have been sought, but no such appeal was made. In a letter after the hurricane to Congressman George Hotchbrew Etna, Dr. Breeze wrote matter-of-factly, We made the decision not to replace the underground cable which provides power to Lab 257 immediately after it shorted out. Because overhead power lines to the building were available and all, fiscal year 1991, funds had been committed. Apparently, Dr. Breeze was unable to appreciate the damage hurricane winds could have on overhead power lines, or the need for backup electric power to ensure biological safety. Plum Island Deputy Jerry Crawford conceded the government's misjudgment when he later blundered to reporters that in an operation of this size, something can fall through the cracks. But, Dr. Crawford added, he did not feel that the lack of backup power was critical to the maintenance of Lab 257. To electrician Dave Stakey, however, the power going down was beyond inexcusable. We had our generators at the power plant, he laments. We certainly had enough fuel. We could have given them power if we had a way to get it to them. So without a working underground cable or on-site power generator, Lab 257 remained at the mercy of flimsy overhead lines and their questionable reliability. For this gross negligence, a terrible price would be paid. Sunday, August 18, 8 a.m., Bob's winds howled louder with each passing hour. Rain poured down like a shower of falling nails. The ground shook with each thunderbolt. Waves that normally roll gently onto the island's beaches now crashed high upon the shore, spraying water 3198 Michael Christopher Carroll 5 feet into the air and flooding low-lying areas. Just 300 feet from the coast, B crew huddled in total darkness inside Lab 257. They heard low, rumbling sounds and felt the muted vibrations of the hurricane, protected by the lab's 3-foot-thick masonry walls. But inside the building, a deadlier storm was brewing. After the power went out, each crew member grabbed 2 heavy-duty flashlights, stuffed one in each pocket, and the men split up and patrolled the building. To maintain biological containment in 257, B crew needed to preserve sewage treatment, storage freezers, steam, and negative air pressure. Plum Island biological safety regulations call for a much larger crew during a storm of Hurricane Bob's magnitude, yet there were no reinforcements. Even with electric power, maintaining the building during the storm wouldn't be easy. Without power, it was futile. But there was no time for the men to dwell on that. They rose to the occasion, strong, handy men, resolved to handle the crisis as quickly and efficiently as possible. Lightning bolts flashed through the third-floor windows like strobes, briefly illuminating the hallways and lab rooms and casting ghostly shadows just before darkness set in again. Muffled through thick animal room doors, grunts and groans became noticeable to the ears of B crew. The test animals, already moaning from the painful symptoms of deliberate viral infections, wailed loudly in fear, sensing the turmoil within the lab and the wretched storm outside. With the chillers down and no working ventilation fans, temperatures climbed over 100 degrees. Sunday, August 18, 9:30 a.m. By now, B crew should have been relieved by the next shift, but travel between Plum Island and the mainland was completely cut off. Trapped by the raging storm, the crew continued to work feverishly inside Lab 257. While patrolling the ground floor of the building, Phillips and Shine's shoes suctioned to the floor and made squishing noises with each step as they progressed down the hallway. Though he'd rather not have known what lay beneath, Shine instinctively moved his flashlight to the ground to investigate. He saw a thick layer of sludge coating the floor. It was rising rapidly. Leaking wastewater, Shine figured. There was overflowing sewage on the floor, Philip remembers. It was awful, because there was no place for it to go. The sewage treatment in Lab 257 is based on a simple principle: heat kills. When cooked to a temperature that no living organism can withstand, bacteria and viruses are killed or permanently deactivated. Contaminated animal waste, blood, pus, sputum, saliva, vomit, feces, urine, from the second-floor lab rooms is drained through the beveled floor and piped Lab 257-199 downstairs to a 1,000-gallon sewage holding tank. While that's a lot of sewage, the tank's capacity is still finite. When you lose your power, your tank still fills up, notes Shine. The animals in the labs are continuously throwing off water and waste. A single cow excretes over 100 pounds of waste in a single day, and there were droves of them in Lab 257, all ailing with viruses. If the waste fills this primary tank, additional fluid is routed automatically to a smaller secondary overflow tank. It is transferred by means of an industrial pump that is fueled by electric power. Regardless of power, this emergency tank is critical, Shine says. As Hurricane Bob raged outside, Lab 257's sewage tank filled rapidly. With no emergency backup power, the overflow waste could not be redirected to the second tank. Shine read the gauges on the tanks, which remained operational despite the loss of electric power. We're monitoring the gauges, they're still working, and it's getting up there. Way up there, Shine remembers. We realized we needed to make provisions. We had to do something about this tank. If the crew didn't act fast, contaminated sewage would seep everywhere. For the workers trapped inside the lab, there would be no escaping the consequences. But it was too late. Instead of bursting, the primary tank released contaminated waste through an emergency drain pipe. The waste spilled over, onto the floor. Shine and Philip, wearing only gloves and rubber boots, mopped up the raw, infectious muck and worked frantically, trying to keep it from accumulating. If they paused even for a moment, they knew they would end up knee-deep in God only knew what. They had to get the overflow problem under control or the basement of Lab 257 would soon be flooded in a sea of dangerous viral and bacterial biological matter. Contamination would escape the building, release into the outside air, and seep into the ground. Searching in the dark through an equipment room upstairs, Philip found an old, small gas pump and rushed it down to the basement. Philip and Shine attempted to start it, but each time they pulled the cord, the pump sputtered, letting out a pee, and stopped. Taking turns, one held the flashlight while the other tinkered with the pump. Sludge continued to flow out of the drain pipe and onto the floor. The pungent odor emanating from the floor began to overwhelm the men. They stepped back for a break, gagging, and cupped their hands over their noses and mouths. Government safety requirements mandated that face respirators be worn for this type of work, and respirator units were available upstairs in the utility closet. But B crew and the other workers had never been trained by the safety office to use them. 200 Michael Christopher Carroll standing in a torrent of rising sewage, they willed themselves to withstand the stench and return to the pump. Resourcefully, they ran a hose from the primary to the secondary tank, using the makeshift pump to bypass the normal electrical system. They fired up the pump, and it coughed and spattered liquid in their faces. Then it slowly kicked into gear and began to suck the sewage into the overflow tank. Philip expressed relief with a thumbs up, and Shine gave him a high five. As Philip and Shine admired their rapid patch job, two of the other crewmen entered the room. "It's beautiful. It's running beautiful," thought Shine, viewing their successful handiwork. While wiping beads of contamination off his face, he looked behind him and saw his co-workers. "Get the hell out of here!" he yelled at them. He and Philip had already been in the room too long as it was. There was no reason why anyone else should be exposed to the puddles of sludge. Sunday, August 18, 10:30 a.m., the eye of Hurricane Bob passed directly over Block Island, 25 miles east of Plum Island. Inside the eye, winds were relatively calm, but the storm reached its maximum intensity just past the edge of the eye, in an area known as the eye wall. On Block Island, wind speed at the eye wall was recorded at 105 miles per hour, but that was inaccurate. The equipment couldn't record any higher. As the outside of the eye wall battered Plum Island, wind speed at the hurricane's most powerful point could only be imagined. A long, deafening alarm screamed out in 3 bursts, paused for a long second, then screamed out again. It echoed through the dark hallways of Lab 257, AAANNN. 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 It was the freezer alarm. AAANNN. 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 The freezers were melting. With the power out, temperatures in the electric freezers rose from their sub-zero levels. Inside the freezers, virus samples and experiments are kept in vials and petri dishes at -158 degrees Fahrenheit. If the temperature rises high enough, biological samples stir in the dishes, activate, and multiply into lethal predators. Highly infectious viruses attach themselves to air particles and travel freely through the air before attaching to a host animal. Inside these freezers, on this cold, dark night, were cultures containing the germs that cause African swine fever, foot and mouth disease, Nairobi sheep disease and Rift Valley fever, amongst scores of other plagues, many infectious and communicable to humans. Some of the cultures were 5 decades old. All were living pathogens. For many of the germs, all it took was one short breath to become infected. We had freezers thawing out all over the place. Puddles from freezers were going down floor drains, remembers Philip. During a previous era, Lab 257-201, this accident would have been easily rectified. We used to have this canister, says Shine, a special single canister, and go to the outside tank and fill it up with liquid nitrogen. We would hook the canister up to the freezers and get the temperature down if we needed to. But now, no such luck. The portable canister was missing. It was removed from Lab 257 some time ago and never returned. Like emergency power and the safety respirators, the island was loaded with resources. And the workers had no way to use them. All the men could do to counter the oozing biological freezers was mop up the puddles of liquid thaw into wastewater drains, keep the freezer doors shut, and pray for the storm to subside. Sunday, August 18, 12:30 p.m., a pungent odor began to permeate Lab 257. The doors leading into the hot areas, the 120 area, the other lab rooms, and the animal rooms, are surrounded by rubber gaskets. The gaskets form a hermetic seal between contaminated air inside the hot rooms and clean air circulating throughout the rest of the building. An electric air compressor powers the gaskets. But since the power outage, the door gaskets were slowly deflating as air seeped out of them. While the freezer alarms continued screaming loudly through Lab 257, new buzzer alarms signaled a breach in the airlock seals. Polluted air from within the lab and animal rooms began to mingle with clean air circulating through the rest of the building. Walt Sinowski was after management for years and years, Philip remembers, to install an outside air compressor or an outside tank, in the event this might happen. You know, to prevent this type of thing. With the door gaskets deflated, a rank odor of infected air wafted through the hallways. It flowed under the nostrils of healthy animals and the men of B Crew. The stench was even more potent near the animal rooms. Normally, the crew checks on the animals periodically by entering the animal wing and peering through the door's thick glass windows, protected by the inflated gaskets. Entering the animal wing of Lab 257, the men were overcome by the smell of decaying, diseased animals. We had this odor all over us, Philip says. It was just awful, it can't be described. The animals let out guttural wails and cries for help when they sensed the workers trying to check up on them. To top it off, a failed ventilation system contributed to the airlock breach. There was no venting over these animals, and the door gaskets were gone, recalls Philip, who pauses and blankly stares into space with a look of disbelief. On the floor there were animal droppings. There was urine. Everything was there to see, right there on the floor. We were breathing in all of this stuff. Shine concurs, it was coming through the doors and ductwork and there was nothing to prevent it, nothing. The men were forced to turn back. The men of B Crew were defenseless, with no means of protecting 202 Michael Christopher Carroll themselves, except to stay clear of the animal wing. Outside the building was no better, with a Cat 3 hurricane pummeling the island. What could we possibly do? Philip asks, defeatedly. We did everything we could to save this building. In the midst of the escalating calamity, crew members summoned the strength to remain level-headed, at least on the outside. a $1,956 a film trumpeting Plum Island called the then revolutionary negative air control system an ingenious device, and a wonder in itself. Because of this, viruses stand no chance of getting out. Negative air can be best described as a series of supply and exhaust fans. One huge supply fan draws air from the outside, then circulates it through the building with a series of vents. At the other end of the building, a large exhaust fan expels the air through an enormous battery of air filters. A series of air dampers regulates the flow of air in and out of each contaminated room. Slightly adjusting a room's air dampers can throw the entire building out of balance. Miscalibrate it and you can actually draw water out of a toilet. Lab 257's hottest room, the 120 area, has the strongest negative air pressure, and the animal and other lab rooms share similar high negative pressure. For this elaborate system to function properly, it requires two things: outside air vents to allow air to flow freely in and out of the building, and an electric current to turn the fan motors. Sunday, August 18, 3 p.m. Since their arrival at midnight, the crew had taken gauge readings every hour. The gauges monitor Lab 257's negative air pressure system, the foundation of the building's biological containment system. The dials are supposed to display the amount of negative air pressure in each lab room, like a speedometer measures speed. But the gauges inside Lab 257 were hit or miss. 257 was a mess, it was always breaking down, says an employee familiar with the system. An older type gauge and a newer type gauge measuring the same room would give two different numbers. Tapping the glass only made the gauge needles sway from side to side, before resting at a randomly inaccurate number. When the power went down, the normal hum of the fans declined in pitch to a chopping noise that faded with each revolution until the fans ground to a halt. The needles on the monitoring dials began to fall. The 24-hour-a-day, 365-day-a-year containment system failed. With the negative pressure system off and the door gaskets blown, air particles escaped and traveled a path of least resistance, from contaminated areas to the outside. Lab 257-203 The Army engineers who built Lab 257 came up with a fail-safe mechanism for such an emergency. The air vents that allow air in and out of the building were fitted with outside air dampers. If the system failed, these air dampers were designed to close, locking bad air inside the lab. But like so many other controls on the night of Hurricane Bob, the outside dampers faltered. They were frozen in an open position, and we couldn't move them, says Shine. Given the USDA's abysmal record on Plum Island's safety, they weren't checked periodically or adequately maintained. The strong hurricane winds might have broken them off or simply prevented them from closing. Biological containment was completely jeopardized. The men, realizing with horror that containment was entirely lost, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. There were insects in the building, we saw them, Philip recalls with a pained expression. With the system down, airborne insects, mosquitoes, flies, moths, all in abundance on the feral island, burrowed through the air vents into the laboratory building to escape the storm. Inside, the insects mingled with disease animals, spoiled air, and contaminated raw sewage. They flew freely in and out of the building during and after the hurricane. We had no power, there's no on-site generator at 257. They had everything we needed, everything in 103, the emergency power plant. We had our incinerator, our own boilers, and, Shine's voice is trembling, and the husky engineer is choked up probing the memories, give us something, an old pump outside, even a lawnmower engine. Something for us to help, ya know? Philip interrupts to cool him down. Look, I'm not a scientist, but... He confesses, head in his hands. Advanced degree or not, Philip can relate what he saw, what he heard and smelled, how he felt. And he knows in his heart and in his head it wasn't good. To me, it was a biological meltdown. Sunday, August 18, early evening, the eye of the hurricane slammed the coast of Rhode Island. On Plum Island, B crew was physically exhausted and mentally defeated after doing everything humanly possible to maintain Lab 257 for 18 consecutive hours, a period that seemed an eternity. Ravenous with hunger, after witnessing sewage spills, melting freezers, and the failure of the biocontainment system, no one was foolish enough to pick at the food in the lunchroom refrigerator, fearing they might be ingesting contamination. Then their radios chirped. It was a worker from the power plant. The sump pump that normally flushes out leaks was overwhelmed by gushing flood waters. There was heavy flooding, and they needed help fast. Philip agreed to brave the storm and lend a hand. He figured he could also pick up food for the crew, since the power plant's Pro V204 Michael Christopher Carolsons were presumably safe. Preparing for the trek, he religiously followed the normal laboratory decontamination procedures. At this point it was a laughably futile exercise. Upon entering a change room with his flashlight, Philip stripped naked in the dark. He removed his wedding band and his crucifix. He entered the shower room, felt around for the knobs and the soap, and showered for about 3 minutes. "I took the standard shower," Philip says, "but the water wasn't nearly up to temperature, it was barely lukewarm. Remember, we had no power and no steam." He scrubbed his skin vigorously, spat, and squeezed his nose and blew air through his ears. He cleansed his fingernails with a special nail file, then donned clean clothes in the change room on the other side. "I was allowed to leave by the duty officer, who gave me permission," says Philip. He was in charge of the whole operation. He said go and eat and try to bring clean food back to the men in 257. By that time, we had been in there for 18 hours. That duty officer was Drive William Legreid. Only recently hired to join the island's scientific research staff, Dr. Legreid was stationed in the duty officer's quarters, on the east side of the island, far from Lab 257. His new position put him first in command of the island with full responsibility over any laboratory accidents or mishaps. During Hurricane Bob, Dr. Legreid was the only scientist on Plum Island. It is certainly puzzling that Director Dr. Breeze appointed this rookie solely in charge after receiving a hurricane warning. A more experienced duty officer might have evacuated Lab 257 prior to the hurricane. Outside 257, Philip was thrust in the tail of the hurricane. Somehow, he clawed his way along the road through the island's forest to the power plant. The journey, which usually takes a few minutes, now required considerable time and effort. He threw his full body weight against the 100 mph winds and shielded himself from driving rains, which pelted his face. He hurled himself over large trees and debris strewn across the dirt path. The trail looked like a battle zone, a winding maze he navigated in the rainy dark. Philip drew a deep sigh of relief upon reaching the power plant. Though he was soaked to the bone, he shook himself dry and got to work. Philip and the others barricaded the east door to impede the water rushing into the electrical gear room. They bailed out the water, using small buckets, which prevented the generator from shorting out and avoided a power outage to Lab 101 and the rest of the island. Mission accomplished, Philip moved on to his second task. In the power plant's well-lit kitchen, he prepared an uninfected feast of sandwiches, brewed a pot of coffee, and wrapped up the rations securely. Without wasting a moment, he made his Lab 257-205 way back to deliver the provisions to the B crew. As he re-entered the Lab 257 airlock door, his co-workers cheered Philip's triumphant return. Monday, August 19, 12:00 a.m., Hurricane Bob lost much of its strength after it left Plum Island and made landfall on Rhode Island. It continued on a northeastern path, past Boston, and up the coast of Maine. Eventually it spun across the Atlantic Ocean and broke apart off the coast of England. Back on the island, the alarms died out. The frazzled men of B crew heroically were 24 hours working inside Lab 257. It was now 16 hours after their normal shift ended. Amazingly, they were not relieved. It would be another 8 hours before they were. Ferry transportation was still impossible, as the Plumall could not brave the violent waters without risk of capsizing. High crosswinds prevented helicopters from flying safely. A tired and dazed B crew spent the next 8 hours repairing leaking steam pipes. We're going around, making sure doors were closed, looking for water from contracting pipes after we lost our steam. Water is all over the place, we're tightening every pump packing and every flange. The utterly exhausted men, with weary eyes slogged about the cavernous hallways, armed with their now dimmed flashlights and thick adjustable pipe wrenches. The sounds of the storm gradually dwindled. Except for a sporadic groan, the animals quieted down, and the building systems remained down. We were in complete silence, remembers Philip. When the building runs normally, you never seem to notice the sounds of leaks, and then, with everything quiet, you can hear water dripping, drip, drop, drip, drip. Monday, August 19th, 8 a.m., B crew was finally relieved and the next crew, A crew, took over. Shine remembers the scene. When we left, there was no need for decontamination. The water in Lab 257 was ice cold. What would be the point? We took our outside clothes, put them on, went down to the guardhouse, took a cold shower there to be safe, and went home. We brought contaminated clothes off the island, says Philip. It hardly mattered after the collapse of Lab 257's biological containment systems. After this harrowing work shift on Plum Island, the safety regulations were utterly pointless to the men of B crew. Tuesday, August 20, 12:00 a.m., management refused to offer the crew, held virtual prisoners for 32 hours in the chaos of Lab 257, any respite. The fatigued men reported to work for another graveyard shift. Management didn't exactly say, "Guys, you really broke your hump in there, great job," says Philip. They didn't offer to send us to a doctor to be checked. 206 Michael Christopher Carroll B crew's valiant efforts were belatedly praised in a letter dated September 17, 1991, by a D. Plowman, head of Agricultural Research Service, the arm of the USDA that ran Plum Island. It commended the B crew for its quick and decisive action taken to prevent damage, possibly even a blackout, at PIADC, Plum Island Animal Disease Center during Hurricane Bob. Possibly even a blackout. They had been using flashlights in the dark for 32 hours. Dr. Plowman then concluded, "I want to personally thank you for your hard work and courage in the face of such a dangerous situation." That same day, the men received another letter. As a result of the A-76, federal government privatization process, it has become necessary to conduct a reduction in force. Your position has been specifically identified for abolishment, and you are to be released. As part of the USDA's efforts to cut costs, Plum Island laid off the men of B crew. Great job, men. You're fired. 3. The aftermath. They won't need a boat to remember me by. Plum Island director Roger G. Breeze. Hurricane Bob's devastating effects ranged far beyond Plum Island. During its run up the east coast, over 7 inches of rain fell for 12 hours straight. A total of 18 people, from South Carolina to Maine, perished in the storm, which left almost $2 billion in damage in its wake. Like a sports team retires player numbers, the National Hurricane Center retires hurricane names. When they cause enough death and destruction, their names are never repeated. The name Bob was retired, and it went into the annals of history as the 8th costliest Atlantic storm in United States history. Established when the facility began operations a half-century ago, the comprehensive Plum Island Biological Safety Manual sets forth explicit emergency hurricane procedures. Lying in perhaps the most vulnerable spot in the Northeast Hurricane Corridor, Plum Island played host to violent fall weather as soon as the USDA arrived, and long before. Storms in the 1700s and 1800s wrecked numerous schooners on its rocks, whose victims' bodies, often anonymous, were buried on the island. During the 1950s, said an old employee, every day after a rough storm hit, another person resigned from staff. A gale swept through the East End in November of 1953 as finishing touches were being put on Lab 257. Much like Bob, this storm struck Plum Island dead-on with devastating force. Tidal waves rushed in from Gardner's Bay, wrecking one of the Army's boats and flooding 3 feet deep against Lab 257's 208 Michael Christopher Carroll 4-foot concrete barrier, recently installed and dried. The T-boat was found the next day, dragged across the beach and broken to pieces. Channels connecting the marshy ponds with the bay were cut wide open from waves. Seawater flooded in, creating a brackish environment that not only threatened the freshwater wells, but could shear off 20 acres at Pine Point and erase the land buffer between Lab 257 and the ocean. Awaiting the inevitable destruction of the next nor'easter, the Army Corps of Engineers sandbagged the channels shut and filled the area with tons of jetty rocks. Though Lab 257 was saved, the close call should have called into question, before its doors opened, the decision to locate a germ lab on the island's southwest shore. A Plum Island hurricane inundation table shows Lab 257 completely inundated with water during a Cat 3 hurricane's 12-foot surge elevations. Knowing firsthand the potential for disaster, the scientists who founded the Animal Disease Laboratory on Plum Island drew up the Hurricane Emergency Plan. The aftermath conditions of a severe storm or other natural-caused disaster could severely limit or prevent the emergency operations of facilities. Potential breaching of the agent contaminant aspects of Plum Island facilities and escape of disease agents could also occur in this type of emergency condition. Upon issuance of a 24-hour hurricane warning by the National Weather Service, procedures dictate securing laboratory buildings to protect against damage. This includes covering all windows with 1/4-inch plywood and sandbagging buildings to minimize water damage in low-lying areas. The emergency plan specifically mentions sandbagging Lab 257, but when Hurricane Bob was on its way, no one sandbagged 257 or the power plant. Because of this oversight, the power plant flooded. It was only through the ingenuity and hard work of men like Philip Piagari that the generators were saved, averting the loss of power to the entire island and a far greater catastrophe. In addition to securing the buildings, the emergency procedures mandated additional safety measures for approaching hurricanes. A. Water tower must be filled to capacity. B. All underground electrical feeders shall be utilized. C. Standby generators must be operational and be attended by competent operators. D. All sewage in buildings number 102 and number 257 must be processed and tanks emptied. And Lab 257-209E. Employees must be advised to have food, water, prescription medicines, etc., within their respective workstations. Management failed to follow these procedures after receiving the hurricane warning for Hurricane Bob. In fact, they didn't follow a single one. Item A. Simply did not occur. Items B and C were impossible, thanks to management's disregard of safety when it failed to repair Lab 257's underground power cable. If Procedure D had been followed, sewage would not have spilled onto the floor and contaminated the building and the men of B crew. Finally, the lack of proper provisions mandated by Item E forced Philip Piagari to leave containment to obtain provisions for the crew. I don't think they expected the hurricane to be of that magnitude, that it could do such damage. But they knew it was coming and didn't prepare for it, one crew member later reasoned. The government broke Dr. Jerry Corliss's cardinal rule. Each person, Dr. Corliss wrote in the introduction to his 3-inch thick island safety manual circulated to all new employees, has a moral and legal responsibility for assuring that maximum biological safety precautions will be taken in all operations. A reckless disregard of Corliss's edict and the standard emergency safety procedures caused Lab 257 to come apart at the seams during Hurricane Bob. Those responsible for Plum Island's safety, notably Island Director Drive Roger Breeze, compromised the safety of both the island's employees and the public at large. It is only by a stroke of good fortune that contamination didn't noticeably spread to Long Island, Connecticut, and beyond. The government refused to admit anything went wrong in Lab 257. Dr. Plowman's letter of commendation didn't acknowledge that a power outage actually occurred. Management treated B Crew's 32-hour dance with the hurricane like a typical day on Plum Island. Over time, the men found other employment or retired. A few continued to work on Plum Island for the private contractor, at a fraction of their previous wages, without any meaningful retirement benefits. Soon after the hurricane, Philip Piagari developed flu-like symptoms, constant nausea, severe headaches, and hot and cold flashes. His family physician requested the blood sample that Plum Island officials took when he began employment. The government refused to release it. After a Newsday article uncovered the government's stonewalling, officials gave in and released a portion of the blood sample. After batteries of tests, neither his doctor nor doctors from the State University Medical Center at Stony Brook were able to diagnose Philip's illness. Like all standard medical CEN 210 Michael Christopher Carrollters, the facility was not equipped to check his blood against exotic animal viruses, many of which can infect humans. One location, however, did have the ability to test for them, the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. They refused to help. Instead, the scientists insisted that Philip was a disgruntled laid-off worker suffering from a typical Lyme disease infection. But his medical doctors flatly refused to diagnose Philip's condition as Lyme disease. The symptoms went undiagnosed and unabated for 6 years before they gradually subsided, though he continues to suffer occasional mysterious relapses where he contracts viral-like symptoms. Over a decade later, Philip Piagari tries to lead a generally healthy, normal life. Nonetheless, he is certain that he was infected with an unknown virus from his contact with contaminated sewage and poisoned air in Lab 257 on that fateful night. And Plum Island's determination to prevent an accurate diagnosis only furthers that likelihood. There is reason to believe Philip wasn't the only one who contracted something that night. 2 years after he helped rescue Lab 257 from certain meltdown, Stanley Shine Michelage came down with relentless arthritic conditions. First he had a difficult time bending his elbow. Then his legs hurt him when he walked. And then he couldn't walk at all. For 18 months, I was deadly sick, my wife would have to fit me into the car to go see the local doctor. Shine's country physician put him on a heavy regimen of cortisone steroid shots to bring down inflammation, which eased some of the pain, but replaced it with the dogged malaise and awful bruises from bumping into things around the house. Plum Island viewed Shine's illness the same way they did Philip's and those of others, with denial and with contempt. Unlike Philip, Shine couldn't offer his doctors a baseline blood sample, since Plum Island never took one from him during his 20-year career. When he asked a Plum Island safety officer for help in finding out the cause of his condition, the official told him there was no money in the budget to do it, and that they didn't have the dime for it. "It's hard to prove," says Shine, "and I wasn't bled by Plum Island, so who knows?" He couldn't point to the Lab 257 meltdown as the definitive cause, however, because that fateful weekend wasn't the first time he was exposed to contagion. On Wednesday morning, March 2, 1983, a sewer line leaking from Animal Room 264, which had cattle infected with the Isfahan strain of vesicular stomatitis, spilled into the equipment room. Sludge splashed on Shine and 2 other building engineers taking their coffee break. Shine and another worker immediately placed plastic tape over the gushing pipe and flooded the floor area with hydrochloric acid. Lab 257-211 10 minutes after the crew's panicked phone call, safety officers Drs. Walker and Richmond barged into the equipment room and ordered the area locked down and decontaminated. The crew locked the corridor door and sealed it with duct tape on both sides. Food was incinerated, and clothes were stripped and stuffed into the steam autoclave. The workers mopped the corridor floor with vanodine disinfectant solution and then poured a full-strength gallon of one-stroke into the drain in room 264. An hour later, a safety tech, wearing heavy rubber gloves and a full-face respirator, removed the duct tape and drained the trap into a bucket. Engineers located a small hole in the pipe, and Shine patched it up with silicone. The room was deconned a third time and finally declared clean late in the afternoon. After 96 hours of close monitoring, miraculously neither Shine nor the 10 others exposed to the contaminated waste came down with any disease. Following biosafety rules to the T, it required 7.5 hours for the engineering and safety department to control a tiny pinhole in a pipe during Jerry Corliss's administration, with far more efficiency and concern than the next regime would devote to a full biological meltdown. After the meltdown, with no help from Plum Island and no diagnosis from his doctor, Shine turned to the one person who could help him recover, his wife, Fran. "My best doctor was my wife. She took all these books out of the local library, and threw away my meds. Fran put him on a strict regimen of exercise, good food, and positive thinking, and he slowly regained himself. To this very day, he has no idea what his illness was. A possibility is one of the feared slow viruses, so named not for the tempo of virus growth, but for the protracted time of the disease's course, which can be months or years." The layman tried to figure out what they had contracted on Plum Island, and pleaded for answers from their North Fork doctors, family general practitioners better suited to bandaging knee scrapes and prescribing antibiotics for ear infections. "You are exposed to so many viruses over there," says Shine from experience. "They say it won't bother you, that the germs aren't zoonotic, that they won't transfer to you. Then you become ill, you tell your doctors you're ill, and that you work on Plum Island. And look here, they have no tests for you. Hepatitis they have a test for, but for Rift Valley fever? And USDA, their response to us always was, prove it to us. Show us what you caught here and how you caught it. Now how the hell I am supposed to do that?" In a newspaper article that appeared the day after B. Crew was AIDS and Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, CJD, the human variant of mad cow disease, are examples A of slow virus and a slow-acting prion disease. 212 Michael Christopher Carroll mended for its quick and decisive action, and then summarily fired. Plum Island officials stated there was never any danger to laboratory staff or to the public during the hurricane. Manuel Barbito, an island's safety officer, told Newsday, "There is no potential problem here. This is a safe facility," and stated that the laboratory air filters operated during the hurricane without power and prevented diseases from escaping. When Philip, per his physician's instructions, asked for a list of what he was exposed to during the storm, an official handed him a letter. It said the only things we were exposed to were paint thinner, and oil, that's all. Apprised of the hurricane incident by Plum Island employees and worried local residents, Congressman George Hotbruetner wrote a letter to the Department of Agriculture, demanding information on the storm's effects on the island's laboratories. Though the government told the public nothing had happened, steps were being taken on Plum Island that reflected a different belief. A few days after the Newsday story, a portable generator the size of a tractor-trailer appeared alongside Lab 257. With the underground cable still shorted out, the portable generator provided the emergency power the lab had lacked for months, and covered the momentary power breaks when both the overheads and underground cable were restored. Though management claimed the biological containment system had worked properly through the hurricane, technicians replaced all of Lab 257's outside air dampers with new units. New procedures were adopted to regularly inspect the air dampers, which, according to the government, also worked properly when Hurricane Bob hit. Henceforth, after even a minor power interruption, employees said safety officers climbed atop Lab 257 to personally inspect the roof and ascertain that outside air dampers were closing properly. And just days before they were canned, B Crew was finally trained on how to use the face respirators. They were afraid of lawsuits, guesses Shine, so they did this to have it on record that we were all trained. Today Shine and Fran spend their days working around the house, hustling firewood, and taking long walks along the beach, pointing out sea turtles and searching for washed-up fishing lures. Hurricane Bob, searing pain, and the recurring nightmares are now in the past. In his work cabin, out back behind his modest home, Shine keeps perhaps the world's largest collection of jigs and lures. Thousands of multicolored and feathered wooden, shiny metal, and plastic lures adorn the walls and ceilings of the dark brown cabin, warmed up in the winter by a small space heater. When he's not fishing with his two older brothers, Charlie and Eddie, aged 86 and 81, He's hunched over the workbench fashioning the lures from broken ones found strewn on the beach. Shine's at his happiest hammering, sawing, gluing, and picking away at the rigs that will trick next season's Lab 257-213 blues and strippers into thinking they have fixed their mouths onto something delicious to eat, only to realize it'll be Shine, not the poor fish, doing all the eating. Philip still lives out on the East End, working for the county now, spending his free time on his beloved boat with his black Labrador, Jezebel. A few years ago, Zita contracted breast cancer, underwent extensive chemotherapy, and thankfully pulled through. The cancer survivor now works as a translator and was recently honored at a police department banquet for lending her bilingual skills to help solve a murder case that had gone unsolved for years. The breeze subsides. Roger Breeze left Plum Island in 1995 for a better career opportunity. His two predecessors had been honored by the ferry boats MS Shine and J.J. Corliss. "They won't need a boat to remember me by," Breeze told a Newsday reporter who asked him about his legacy. "He was even more direct with me when we spoke. My memorial has to do with the people I got there. I'm not interested in any damn boats and buildings. Facilities and boats don't do the research. People do. You can set out a stack of my scientific papers, and I'll be judged by those. I come back to this, it's the glory at all levels, and not in a negative kind of way." Roger Breeze drew responses out of people, whether they were his superiors, his scientists, or his support workers. A head Washington-based USDA official said, "Some people just think he's the best, and some don't." From that distant official's vantage point, Dr. Breeze was innovative and dynamic. He had reworked Plum Island's entire scientific program, rebuilt the facility, and saved Plum Island from imminent demise. Ed Holreiser sees Breeze as a strange guy, very cunning. He'd call me in for little chats and tell me things that he said he didn't want it repeated, but he really wanted me to spread the word. Plum Island's safety officer Tom Sawicki says, "Breeze was here for a reason, he did what he had to do, and a lot of people didn't like it." Fran Demarest says, "It was his stepping stone. And he made enemies there." Dr. Robert Shope, who had lived with Breeze for a time in Connecticut, takes a middle view. He did some things that weren't too popular with his superiors at USDA. And he may have gotten rid of some people at Plum who were deadwood, and in that sense, he wasn't very popular. But I think he was part of the driving force of the island. When asked to compare him to his predecessor, Shope thought of Breeze as a totally different type of person, and still is. He's a wheeler-dealer type, and Corliss was very conservative and played by the book and that sort of thing. Just two different people. 214 Michael Christopher Carroll. "My problem with Roger," says Dr. Carroll House, "is that he still has an influence. He still shows up at town meetings and stands in the back, hovering. He still has a large influence over there, and he has pulled potential Plum Island director candidates. Roger's very hard to talk about," Dr. Jim House says, slowly, measuring his words. "Not one of the brighter moments in Plum Island history. Roger had a way of manipulating situations so he was always politically on top. No matter what he did, he would come out smelling like a rose. He was very, very clever. He did make strides, enhancing the amount of molecular virology done, but he even took that to an extreme. He was somewhat of a visionary, and he's into biological warfare, his new thing now. But he didn't have the vision or skills as a manager to run Plum in a smooth and productive manner. I didn't have a lot of respect for him scientifically. He was selling genetically resistant animals, and we didn't do genetics of animals. We had this genetically resistant cow, and transgenic pigs. Of course that never went anywhere. A lack of perspective, of all the things you'd say about him, that would be the one, a lack of perspective. The two research groups at Plum Island are without question the best of their kind in the world," boasts Dr. Breeze, "and that wasn't true when I went there. If there's one thing I do know about very, very well, it's how to motivate scientists to go beyond what they think they can do. That's what I do best. But in some cases, the science on Plum Island may actually have been set back. Proof of that," says Dr. Richard Endres, is that some 3 years after the 4 scientists had been dismissed, one of Dr. Breeze's new recruits re-established and set up, from scratch and at great cost, the same African swine fever tick colony research that Breeze disbanded upon his arrival. As for the new laboratory facility, it included a new animal isolation wing, and a fancy sandstone 2-story brick office complex slapped across the front of Lab 101. The brown brick and shiny glass facade conceals the deteriorating 1956 laboratory facility behind it. Retired from government service, John Boyle still follows the career path of his old boss. You saw what happened after Roger left Plum Island. He became an associate area director, he then became an area director. Now he is a big-time guy in Washington. Dr. Breeze is the Associate Administrator for Special Interagency Programs for Agricultural Research Service. With his boss, Floyd Horn, at the Department of Homeland Security, Breeze oversees a good part of the USDA's scientific research. Lab 257-215 undoubtedly, the steep trajectory of his career path in America trumps the sluggish 32-step ladder he left behind at Glasgow University. Is it possible that Dr. Breeze was blinded by his own ambition? He is a very talented guy, and cares very deeply, says Boyle. I think he cares so much that maybe it even overrides his talent, because he is so tenacious. Once he sets out to do something, it will get done. But he really cares about science, good science. It's why he took a liking to me, because I worked so hard to get in the ferry boat. Blinded by the glory of science, or blinded by unadulterated ambition, or perhaps both, Dr. Breeze's curriculum vitae soared while the people of Plum Island tumbled and the island itself crumbled. In the wake of that unbridled progress, people's lives changed, and not necessarily for the better. If this place wasn't going to be different, Breeze told a reporter, reflecting on his tenure, it was going to be gone. For certain, Roger Breeze had made Plum Island different. Living with success, he says, is harder than living with failure. For the homeland, the further you get into this, the more mind-boggling it will become. Plum Island employee, 1997. Unfortunately, this story doesn't have a happy ending where the troubles work themselves out into tidy solutions. In fact, there is no ending. The island workforce walked out and went on strike in August 2002. The following June, President George W. Bush moved the laboratory from the USDA to the new Department of Homeland Security. The Plum Island saga gets more intriguing with each passing day. Dr. Breeze physically departed Plum Island in 1995, but he continued calling the shots from his new office in Washington as a procession of faceless directors came and went. Breeze finally got his man in 65-year-old Dr. David L. Huxell, whom he appointed Plum Island's director in June 2000. Roger hand-picked him, says one scientist familiar with the decision. He has that biological warfare background that Roger likes. Breeze has always been into germ warfare. He loves the mystery, and the intrigue, he's really into it. Dr. Huxell grew up on a farm in the rural town of Aurora, Indiana, where he recalls being so attached as a child to his family's livestock, he cried for days when the fattened baby calves he had named and petted were sold at market. Like Dr. Corliss, Huxell attended Purdue University, but the comparisons end there. After a brief vet practice stint in Northern Early 220 Michael Christopher Carroll Noir, Huxell was drafted into military service and embarked on a 3-decade military career chasing diseases around the globe. Colonel Dr. Huxell was named commander of the Fort Detrick Biological Warfare Laboratories in 1983, the first veterinarian to hold that command, bringing full circle the veterinarian connection to biological warfare that Plum Island founding father Dr. Hagen began in 1941. The most valuable thing out there, says Dr. Huxell, it's not the gun, it's not the tank, it's not the jet fighter, it's man. So we do whatever can be done to prevent illness, and should illness occur, restore that person to operational status. As Fort Detrick's one commander, Colonel Huxell saw heavy action during the now infamous Ebola virus outbreak in Reston, Virginia, featured in Richard Preston's The Hot Zone. he made the controversial decision to send the army into a domestic matter that the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, lacking any hands-on expertise, was having a difficult time managing. At that time, I considered everything, the potential hazards, and the safety issues. There comes a point in time when you see, and you know, the only logical response is to make that uncomfortable decision with the best interests of lots and lots of people in mind. The decision was the right one. Huxell's well-trained medical soldiers, led by virus hunter C.J. Peters, who stalked Rift Valley fever through Egypt a decade before, successfully beat back the Ebola virus. After the 1991 Persian Gulf War, Huxell served on 3 UN biological warfare inspection teams in Iraq, leading 2 of them. In Iraq he interrogated directors and middle managers of medical and academic facilities like the University of Baghdad and the College of Agriculture. As with the United States, following the veterinarians revealed clues about germ warfare. Says Huxell, probably the greatest capability in addressing the biological villains, and those having a true understanding of it, was at the veterinary vaccine places. Special military satellite image maps enhanced by computer line drawings afforded the inspection team an uncanny recreation, down to exact shapes and sizes, of each suspected germ weapon manufacturing plant. Among the long sheet maps Huxell unfurled in front of his impressed Iraqi hosts, I think it got to the point they probably thought we had more capability than we really did was a single-cell protein facility at El Hakam. Ostensibly, that operation grew colonies of bacteria in big fermenter vats to be dried and milled into high-protein animal feed. But the team discovered a fair amount of evidence that it was used for biological agents, and ultimately the Iraqis admitted it. It wasn't easy to determine, however. The plant that would produce biological agents for by this point, the Fort Detrick Biological Warfare Laboratories had assumed a friendlier-sounding name, U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, or USAMRIID. Lab 257-221 Weapons purposes, Huxell notes, may not look too much different from the plant that produces biological agents for vaccine purposes or for making beer. Chemical agents are another story. Chemical plants have what is called a large signature, while biological facilities have a far smaller footprint. If you're going to dump chemical agents on a significant portion of Long Island, Dr. Huxell postulates, you have to have tons of the stuff. Now, in the case of biological agents, you can measure what you need for the same area on Long Island in kilograms, not tons. That's because you can disseminate them in an aerosol, and if you are good at this, you can spread it over a huge distance. Following those tiny footprints all throughout Iraq, Huxell's teams uncovered volumes of anthrax, botulinum toxin, ricin, gas gangrene, and other anti-crop and anti-livestock germs being prepared and weaponized on the tips of bombs. Before the first Gulf War, says Huxell, little effort was put into biological warfare intelligence. But after he helped uncover the Iraqi program, America turned its eyes to the rapidly disappearing Soviet Union, and Huxell inspected weapons plants there too. Their programs were far beyond the imaginations of anybody, he says. We're talking about big facilities. Huge. Huge beyond the imagination. Incomprehensible. Very plain, very stark. Desolate and unattractive. Nothing decorative about it. In the vanquished Iraq, Huxell's horde of UNSCOM, United Nations Special Commission on Iraq, scientists, interpreters, communications officers, and photographers could go anywhere and be as intrusive as it pleased. When it came to Russia, however, for every suspected facility the American inspectors asked to see, the Russians could see an American one in return. And that really begins to create some problems. Not that you are trying to hide anything, but to have them go into Eli Lilly and Merck and take samples. One of the doors the Russians would pry open was the door to Plum Island. The first thing Dr. Huxell did after accepting the Plum Island directorship, he refers to it as just one more interesting type of experience, was to call a truce with the community. He raised the white flag by proposing to open the island to public tours, perhaps once a week, so the public could learn more about the mysterious animal virus kingdom. "There's nothing to hide," says Huxell. "No need to hide anything at all. I can be extremely proud of what we do here, and extremely proud of why we're doing it." But the half-hearted olive branch never materialized, and the September 11, 2001, attacks foreclosed the idea of an open-door policy for the foreseeable future. With Huxell in control, Plum Island finally appeared to be in capable hands, under the leadership of this tested, experienced ex-military commander. That is, until one hears the island's previous directors talk about 222 Michael Christopher Carroll him. "Dave Huxell is a really good guy," says Dr. Breeze. "But he doesn't have the power that I did. The bin counters are running that in a way that actually isn't the right way to do it." And Dr. Corliss, in a rare statement about Plum Island leadership, admitted, "Huxell is there just because the USDA thinks it can upgrade to biosafety level 4. What about Plum Island itself and anthrax? The USDA made it a priority after the anthrax attacks in the fall of 2001 to state repeatedly that it did not have and never had anthrax on Plum Island. If that really is true, it is quite curious that the FBI's lie detector tests for scientists suspected of the anthrax attacks included these 3 questions: have you ever been to Plum Island? Do you know anybody who works at Plum Island? What do they do there? As noted earlier, the Army's housewarming gift to the USDA upon bequeathing Plum Island in 1954 was 131 strains of germs, including 12 vials of N, the now declassified code name for the original weapons-grade anthrax designed by Plum Island founding father Dr. Hagen. If Plum Island never worked on anthrax or kept it in its freezers, then the USDA must explain when the code name N changed from anthrax to another germ. And if there is no anthrax on Plum Island, the USDA has both the FBI and its own founding fathers fooled. The New York Times revealed in late 1999 that the USDA was quietly upgrading Plum Island from a biosafety level 3 to a biosafety level 4 laboratory. The story provoked a howl of protest from Long Island's East End communities. The structural difference between BSL 3 and -4 is minimal. Face respirators are worn while working with hot agents in a Level 3 facility, while Level 4 requires full-body spacesuits. Here's the important difference: the Level 4 germs. Once upgraded, Plum Island joins charter members CDC and Fort Detrick in an exclusive club whose membership benefits include working with agents, lethal ones that have no vaccine and no cure. These include mad cow disease, the Nipah pig virus, that killed 1 million pigs and 265 people in Malaysia in 1999, and the Ebola, Marburg, and Mashupo hemorrhagic fever viruses, all related to Rift Valley fever virus. Biosafety level distinctions, however, never deterred Plum Island research in the past. For example, Rift Valley fever virus and glanders bacteria are classified borderline germs, lying between biosafety levels 3 and 4. Both are biological warfare agents and have been studied intensively at Plum Island. Some literature classifies glanders, the Bact Lab 257-223 rear used by Germany in World War I, as Level 3, yet a federal government document relating to 1989 Plum Island research is titled Biosafety for Animal Rooms with Glanders, Biosafety Level 4. Despite the USDA's secret efforts, Congressman Mike Forbes, Hochbrauechner's successor, who had eyed Plum Island skeptically since his surprise visit with Carl Grossman, intervened and killed the BSL upgrade line item in the 2001 federal budget. For the first time, the local community triumphed over the USDA's designs for Plum Island. The USDA again pushed to upgrade Plum Island after September 11, 2001, but has been fought off thus far by Forbes's 2 successors. When news of the BSL-4 upgrade came out on the heels of the 1999 West Nile virus outbreak, former employees and local environmental groups bombarded local officials, including New York State Assemblywoman Patricia Acampora, with phone calls. Acampora grew up on Long Island knowing little about Plum Island. "When you take the ferry over to mainland Connecticut, you see this big island," she says. "All the other islands out there are small and don't have much to them. Then you wonder, wait, what are those buildings over there? In her 5 years on the job, Akampora had never concerned herself with Plum Island. Now, resolving to take the bull by the horns, she formed a task force to address the upgrade and all the strange things she was hearing. Even though it's federal property, if something awful happens there, it affects the people of my district, no doubt about it. I had to speak out. Rather than a soapbox for disgruntled workers or a USDA admiration society, this would be, for the first time, a serious and inclusive effort to get real answers. It took political courage to do it, because the issue cut both ways. Many voters called to berate and accuse her of trying to shut the island down. "Look, I couldn't shut the place down if I tried," she remembers telling them. "I only want to start communicating. That's what we're trying to do here." Akampora drafted political leaders, former scientists, engineers, USDA officials, New York State environmental officials, and county health officials. Seeking to legitimize her efforts with Plum Island officials, Akampora included experts like former Chief Engineer Merlin Wiggin and the respected former Plum Island scientist Dr. Carol House. When you are dealing with the scientific community, right away they always get defensive, Akampora says. They feel that no one but them can understand their work. Now I may not be a scientist, but I'm no dummy either. The plan, she says, was to make them talk to us about what was going on there. The group had 5 marathon-length meetings in which the 224 Michael Christopher Carroll USDA was pummeled with questions, with the Assemblywoman leading the charge. I asked them point blank, "Can you tell me that you have a fail-safe facility? Can you tell me that nothing can go wrong, and that nothing has ever gone wrong?" And they didn't want to answer these questions. Plum Island's leadership still seemed unwilling to come clean. Dr. Huxell sent the task force a letter stating that unlike his predecessors, he would be open to communication. And that's the last we heard from him, says Akampora. Huxell also failed to appear at a March 2001 community meeting, prompting one politician on the committee to exclaim, "I'm stunned, it's these types of actions that have created this atmosphere of mistrust and suspicion." Dr. Breeze hovered over the proceedings, and attended meetings here and there. "I spoke to him too," says Akampora, referring to Breeze. "They're all the same. Except for another former director." Coming out of retirement to lend a hand was Dr. Jerry Corliss, who was very helpful to Akampora and helped explain the science to the task force. At one open meeting, a boisterous crowd of detractors and supporters quieted as the white-haired Corliss slowly rose from the back of the audience to speak. "I plead for your understanding," he began in low, measured tones. "These discussions remind me of 1953, the year I moved here. I wasn't welcome back then. I had my career here, it was a very fine career." Then he spoke to the issues at hand. "We all make mistakes. We make poor decisions. All of us are becoming more aware about what we need to do to protect the environment. We can do dangerous work and protect the public. I can't address the need to improve the facility, to BSL-4, but they, the USDA, will listen to your concerns." One of the few task force members supporting the upgrade, Grandport Mayor David Capel, seemed practically ecstatic about the prospects for local development, in the words of the New York Times. "There's always a concern," he told a reporter, "but it's got to be considered in light of the 50 years of history of a safe operation. I have faith in the government." The Times noted that as a real estate broker, the mayor had already sold at least half a dozen homes to Plum Island scientists over the years and stood to sell many more after an upgrade. Plum Island, in a rare twist, then produced some good news. In April 2001, Plum Island's Dr. Frederick Brown developed a rapid test that shrank the testing time for diagnosing foot-and-mouth disease virus from 2 days to 90 minutes. "The rapid test we developed is the most important discovery in 50 years, adds Dr. Breeze. The test is linked to an internet-based epidemic management system in real time. I'm working on this with the military, all kinds of people immediately start to work on the problem, and that completely changes what's possible," said USDA spokeswoman Lab 257-225 Sandy Miller Hayes. "This is not a magic bullet. but it's a commendable stride in the right direction, the kind of positive output the public would expect from Plum Island's animal disease research. Hampton's area environmentalist Robert DeLuca wasn't impressed. Short of being on a geological fault, he said of the Plum Island upgrade, "I don't think you could find a worse place for the laboratory." Thor Hansen, a World War II naval officer, stood up and said he'd been through 3 typhoons in the South Pacific and he knew rough weather better than anyone. In his opinion, the east end of Long Island had plenty of it and he was deeply troubled by the laboratory's location in the middle of a hurricane path. "What disturbs me," wrote a state senator on the task force, "is the consistent flow of misinformation. I feel that some of the misinformation borders on a cover-up. It shakes the foundation of our very form of government." Committee member Dr. Carol House witnessed an all-too-familiar routine. "I think the task force went a long way. But Plum Island didn't help themselves on that committee. They were caught up constantly. The problem was that there was no continuity in leadership, so no one in management, those answering the questions, knew the answers." One comment in particular stoked the community's ire, according to reporter Carl Grossman. USDA official Wilder Martinez told the task force, "We'll listen to you and the community. But in the end, the federal government will decide what to do upon its own and move forward." They did just that. Despite the community's uproar, Dr. Huxell went ahead with a request for proposals to construct a $125 million laboratory renovation. The USDA, of course, said the largest renovation in Plum Island history had nothing to do with a BSL-4 upgrade. The aggressive task force gained some ground in other ways. They successfully lobbied the USDA to remove sensitive material available on its internet site, like maps and charts of the laboratories. Yet other dangerous items still remained online, waiting to be preyed upon too. The task force uncovered another disturbing finding. The USDA, after all these years, and after all the EPA environmental law violations, still had stockpiled hazardous waste and still flushed contaminated sewage into area waters. Unable to order in the EPA as a state official, Acampo returned to conducting internet research for this book. "I uncovered many schematic and other diagrams of Plum Island available online, including a cache of sketches and documentation from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers from a study they conducted at Plum Island in the early 1990s. Ancillary to a free and democratic society, this and much other material is available on the Internet, including a virtual how-to guide published in 2000 by virus hunter Dr. C.J. Peters, titled "Are Hemorrhagic Fever Viruses Practical Agents for Biological Terrorism?" It reports the kill ratios of various quantities of Rift Valley fever virus, Marburg virus, yellow fever virus, and anthrax spores. 226 Michael Christopher Carroll instead to the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, DEC, for help. A July 2000 DEC inspection report uncovered what it called very troubling environmental pollution on Plum Island, including solid waste, incinerator, hazardous waste, and sewage discharge violations, the same multiple infractions for which the EPA had cited Plum Island a decade ago. Not surprisingly, the USDA hadn't bothered to ameliorate the mess. New York State Attorney General Dennis Vacco filed a lawsuit against Plum Island, and Vacco's spokesman scolded Plum Island, "If the federal government doesn't follow environmental rules, who does?" In a June 2001 court-approved consent order, the USDA admitted violating 3 sewage effluent limitations. It exceeded permitted discharge by over 39,000 gallons daily and flushed out high fecal coliform levels, the dangerous barometer of other toxic animal viruses and bacteria, to the tune of 60,000 gallons a day. Once again, Plum Island agreed to stop fouling the water. 6 months later, not much had changed. In December 2002, the National Resources Defense Council listed Plum Island second on its Dirty Dozen roll of the 12 biggest polluters in New Jersey and New York. How does Plum Island get away with it time and again, and for so long? For one, as mentioned earlier, until 1991 Plum Island was an extremely close-knit family of workers, hailing from a band of sleepy colonial-era villages that preferred tranquility to making trouble. Loose lips sink ships, went the philosophy. Another reason lies with its harmless-sounding, and patently misleading, name, the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. The 1999 West Nile virus outbreak and the 2001 anthrax attacks showed the public that humans caught animal diseases too, and died from them. The USDA presented a formidable barrier of secrecy that newspaper and television reporters, all with ephemeral attention spans, could never fully cross. Whenever its culpability was called into question, which was more often than not, the USDA could always hide behind its shield of government secrecy and national security, no matter how insecure its facilities were. Finally, and perhaps most important, as its own island it enjoys total freedom, and no public accountability. An arm of the federal government, Plum Island has no constituents, or media, or shareholders to report to. And short of a congressional law or presidential executive order, no one can stop it. The USDA fancies calling Plum Island the Alcatraz of animal disease. This is terribly misleading. Unlike the prisoners of Alcatraz, live germs on Plum Island have made it out alive on 2 proven occasions, from Lab 257-227 each of the island's 2 laboratory buildings. And those are the known outbreaks. Many more no doubt escape detection. Employees have been infected with animal germs, and some have become violently and permanently ill. The USDA prefers to shrug its shoulders and demand impossible proof. Plum Island has proven to be an environmental catastrophe and a workplace safety nightmare, chronicled on multiple occasions by its own sister government agencies, the EPA and OSHA. Given the direct facts and circumstantial evidence, the insidious connections between Plum Island and the initial outbreaks of 3 infectious diseases, West Nile fever in 1999, Lyme disease in 1975, and Dutch duck plague in 1967, are far too coincidental to be dismissed. Liaisons between Plum Island and a top Nazi germ warfare scientist smuggled into the United States under a top-secret military program add a new slate of questions to the already murky formative years of joint USDA Army biological warfare activities there. The most burning revelations lie in the consistently ineffective biological security measures, which let unknown viruses and bacteria find their way through supposed decontamination filters and systems and into the air and local waters to this day. All of this should be terrifying science fiction, but it's worse. Because it's all real. Clearly, Plum Island is no CDC or Fort Detrick. Except in one important way. Plum Island, funded and run more like a small-town high school biology lab than a high-containment virus laboratory, works on germs as deadly as the other 2, microbes that cause AIDS, Rift Valley fever, polio, West Nile fever, Japanese encephalitis, swine flu, mad cow disease, to name a few, and countless others in Plum Island freezers, not to mention anthrax. Looking at the 1956 vintage Lab 101 in full operation, and viewing Plum Island's past to see its future, one thing is clear. Alcatraz is indeed a misleading comparison. Where and why did it go wrong? Money. Power. Duplicity. Politics. Glory. All had a hand in shaping this twisted animal kingdom. Political support for Plum Island ran from non-existent to hotly antagonistic to almost laughable. From U.S. Senators Ives and Lehman's 1952 desire for public hearings on the lab's location, to a local congressman's plea to choose an island elsewhere, to Congressman Forbes's 1995 successful fight to halt the controversial BSL-4 upgrade, federal officials have viewed Plum Island as a pariah. Other than nuclear waste depots, Plum Island may be the only federal facility in America where locally elected federal officials flatly refuse to lend any support. Other facilities, like the nearby Groton nuclear submarine base, just across 228 Michael Christopher Carroll the Long Island Sound in Connecticut, can count on support from their congressmen and senators because of their boost to the local economies and the steady jobs they provide. Not so on Plum Island, where officials vacillate between investigating it, or pretending to, and ignoring it. The community never wanted the laboratory there to begin with, And though many locals, whose sons and daughters and brothers and sisters worked there, buried the proverbial hatchet, the politicians kept theirs in an easy-to-reach place. Had the USDA and Army established their labs in locales where the community and its political leadership actually supported it, like Maine, or Montana, or Washington State, or on St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, it would have been different. But they didn't. They plunked a biological warfare lab down in a populated region that begged them, "Please, don't put it here. Not in my backyard." Right on the edge of the largest population center in the United States. When the Army left in 1954, it took its deep pockets and Congressional War Hawk caucus with it. Left with no funding from the military complex and zero political support, Plum Island found itself, literally and metaphorically, out at sea, forever swimming in the red with never enough money to meet its skeletal budget. It became a forgotten orphan in an obscure research division of a federal agency that had its priorities, and political supporters, based far away from New York, nestled deep within the Farm Belt. Contrast this with the Ames Federal Laboratory, the USDA's domestic disease version of Plum Island, always championed by Iowa Senator Tom Harkin, who also happens to be the ranking Democrat on the Senate's Agriculture Committee. During its half-century of existence, Plum Island has never had a Tom Harkin. But it's all he needed one. Plum Island endures a vicious cycle of bottom-of-the-barrel annual appropriations that leads to decisions that cut corners and sacrifice safety and security. In the 1970s and 1980s, Plum Island's engineering and plant management department cited insufficient personnel as the prime reason for its lack of preventative maintenance, proper training, and multiple containment leaks riddling Lab 101's roof. In the 1990s, the private contractor Burns & Rowe cited financial woes when it refused to staff the sewage decontamination plant 24 hours a day, even after a massive toxic spill occurred. Funding issues at Plum Island have not only impaired its performance, but have adversely affected the island's dated, crumbling infrastructure as well. These types of priority decisions, and tenable choices between science and biological safety, made each year on Plum Island are never forced onto Fort Detrick or CDC. The CDC received approximately $2 billion from Congress in 1998. In that year, the Fort Detrick laboratories received $25 million and millions more in-kind support from the Army. Plum Lab 257-229 Island skimped by on about $12 million. It appears that the 2004 Plum Island budget, now under the auspices of the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, will be approximately $16 million. Do animal and zoonotic science and health just not rate? Is it poorly understood or not explained well enough, compared to purely human health priorities? Is there no recognition of the susceptibility of humans to animal diseases accidentally or intentionally released on the population? When residents protest Plum Island's geographic location as unfit, the USDA time and again points to the CDC. USDA officials say the CDC has been operating safely for years in downtown Atlanta. CDC is immediately adjacent to a childcare center in a very highly populated city, in the words of one official. By inference then, Plum Island, off the mainland in a less populated, immediate geographical area, should be acceptable. However, the USDA overlooks three important realities. For starters, Plum Island conducts its business entirely by itself on a private island off-limits to the public, where there is no opportunity for the slightest oversight of its activities, inside or outside the laboratory. The CDC's very location in downtown Atlanta under the public's watchful gaze keeps it honest, while Plum Island, out of sight, out of mind, is afforded ample opportunity for liberties when it comes to safety. Countless safety and security breaches go unnoticed every day because no one is watching. Second, what is now known about the USDA's privately contracted activities on Plum Island, poor biological safety and island security, a reprehensible attitude toward workplace safety, and a lengthy track record of polluting the environment, speaks for itself. Past events prove the USDA to be an unfit steward of the island's laboratories, bequeathed to it by the Army half a century ago. Finally, Plum Island is a third-world republic compared to the CDC in Fort Detrick in funding, in scientific talent, and in biological safety expertise. Neither of the other institutions has had a germ outbreak. Plum Island has had 2 verified outbreaks. Neither of them has been assailed for violations of environmental and workplace safety laws. Plum Island has repeatedly run afoul of such important laws. The Plum Island Task Force surveyed the island's security, and found 2 unarmed guards. A bunch of teenagers were over there, just before September 11, and Plum Island officials didn't even know it, remembers Acampora. The kids came back and told us they went onto the island. Acampora, a Republican, teamed up with Democrat U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer to issue a bipartisan call for the federal government to refederalize Plum Island. The federal government is the only agency, SIG, that has the expertise and manpower to ensure that Plum Island will be monitored 230 Michael Christopher Carroll by electric sensors and patrolled by boats and helicopters, said Acampora. The time for talk was over. The health, safety, and welfare of our community and the nation are at stake, and we will prevail. But their plaintive calls fell upon deaf ears. As of this writing, the only change the USDA has made is arming the 2 private security guards, one at Orient Point and the other on the island, who secure the entire facility. DHS claims to have added some security cameras. As for the other critical island functions, I think federal oversight has to be there, Acampora says. At least federal background checks to ensure we have the right people there, like at the airports. The task force had tried in vain to bring accountability to Plum Island, and disbanded after the BSL-4 upgrade was stopped. While the task force remained active, management placed people at the Orient Point ferry dock to check identification badges, just like they had when the island opened for business in the 1950s. But Acampora found the ID check gone by January 2002. It had all been for show. There we go again, she says. They need to have someone with their thumb on them. I don't really think it's my job, but I helped get the ball rolling. If it's not the local assemblywoman's job, then somebody else needs to mind the store where Plum Island is concerned, which is the strongest argument yet for moving the USDA's facility from the creaky old virus laboratory onto a bustling, conspicuous downtown street on the mainland. The USDA's magic touch: you may live 3 miles, 300 miles, or even 3,000 miles from Plum Island. In every case, the same central question may be asked: would you want Plum Island in your backyard? Remember, if it isn't in your vicinity, what happens there still has the potential to reverberate throughout the nation. The 1979 meltdown at the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania is proof of that. Plum Island's future has never appeared more nebulous. As part of the emergency appropriation doled out in the wake of September 11, 2001, the USDA received $23 million for Plum Island, which is less than half of what the Ames, Iowa, domestic germ laboratory received. Despite the smaller appropriation, the USDA maintains the funds are solely for implementation of security improvements. Good news, because that kind of money can buy a lot of new air filters, armed security guards, and marine patrols. In 2002, the Bush administration began the largest reorganization of the federal government since President Truman formed the National Military Establishment in 1947. The new federal reshuffling moved 2 federal laboratories into a new Department of Homeland Security, the Small Environmental Measurements Laboratory in Lower Manhattan, which protects against potential radiological and nuclear events, and Plum Island. Lab 257-231. There remains speculation that the Homeland Security funds and the reorganization were a mere cover to upgrade the lab to BSL-4. New York's junior U.S. Senator, Hillary Clinton, raised concerns that the upgrade will allow Plum Island to research deadlier germs and endanger millions of New Yorkers. Yet Plum Island already works on deadly germs that pose genuine dangers. Of course, there are a few supporters of an upgrade. Plum ought to be the leading site in the country for animal disease defense against these foreign threats, accidental or deliberate. It should be the leading lab, huffs Dr. Roger Breeze. If the county doesn't want us to have a BSL-4 laboratory, we won't have the defense. That's fine by me, I just need to get on with my business. Breeze envisions the new improved Plum Island boasting 10 times as many scientists than are there right now. Plum Island officially moved into the new Department of Homeland Security on June 1, 2003. At the time of this writing, Dr. Huxell packed up and left, and there is no director in place on Plum Island. All media or public inquiries about the island are referred to the DHS Public Relations Office in Washington. The Homeland Security legislation included a provision that the President must notify Congress 180 days prior to any change in the island's biosafety level. The clause is eerily reminiscent of the 1952 Plum Island public hearings provision inserted by Senators Lehman and Ives, and we know how that one turned out. It's all too clear from the law that once 180 days expire, Plum Island may be upgraded to biosafety level 4 at the whim of the federal government, no matter how strongly the people and their elected representatives protest. In March 2003, Plum Island Assistant Director Carlos Santoyo told the Associated Press that the transfer of Plum Island from USDA to Homeland Security would be little more than a paper transfer. Nonetheless, moving Plum Island out of the hands of the USDA and into the DHS might raise the island's profile and could get it the funding it so desperately needs. Throwing money at the problem won't solve it, but in this case, spending large sums reasonably and responsibly may be the only way to resuscitate the moribund island. Knocking down Lab 101 and building a modern containment facility from scratch would seem to be a good start, but a wrecking ball may not be possible. Lab 101 has become so virus-ridden over the years it may have to be fumigated, locked up, and mothballed, like its older brother, the ghostly Lab 257, and its first cousin at Fort Detrick, the boarded-up 1950s-era Anthrax Hotel. There is one reason above all why transferring Plum Island from the USDA to the DHS might be the best thing that ever happened to Plum Island and its threatened environs, the USDA itself. 232 Michael Christopher Carroll Plum Island has taught us that veterinarians aren't all of the Dr. Dolittle variety, and that there's plenty more to the United States Department of Agriculture than USDA Grade A eggs and the food pyramid, or, if you're a traditionalist, the 4 food groups. Most people know that agriculture relates to a most basic human need, food. But beyond that, what exactly is agriculture? Traditionally defined as the science of crop and livestock production, it represents a sea change in humanity, from that of primitive hunter-gatherer to organized planter and rancher. This science is relatively brand new. A study in 1968 noted that agriculture has been practiced for less than 1% of human history. Over the last half-century, the USDA has emerged as its greatest power and tireless promoter, taking modern science methodologies and applying them to foods grown and raised, processed, and shipped into the American marketplace. In a post-war fervor that can best be seen as a scientific manifest destiny, the Aggies aided and abetted the demise of the family farm in favor of agribusiness, trading localized production for the largest units of mass food production obtainable. Like a boiler room stockbroker, American agriculture has become enslaved to the incessant march of increasing numbers. In 1976, the average U.S. farm worker fed 52 mouths, while the Russian worker fed only 7. Livestock production per animal was up 130% from the previous 50 years. That was a quarter-century ago. Since then, production has grown exponentially. The USDA has accomplished this growth through proselytizing the new religion of science with an uncanny blind faith, ignoring any fallout over the last half-century. It claimed with certainty that its chemical DDT would not contaminate the wildlife and marine ecosystem. Thanks in large part to Rachel Carson, the USDA now admits it does. The USDA championed chemical pesticides, scientifically engineered to quell insects that threatened exponential agricultural growth, and maintained they were food-friendly. But now, it grudgingly admits the chemicals are infused into the food products people eat, and wreak havoc upon wildlife. The USDA said that fertilizer nitrates used on large farms would increase crop yields, and they would never reach groundwater aquifers. Today, The USDA admits that nitrates have seeped into and blighted potable water supplies in dangerous concentrations. The USDA promoted dieldrin, a compound 20 times more toxic than DDT, to eliminate the Argentinian fire ant in a $156 million federal crop spraying program. Over time, the fire ant grew more resistant to pesticides and tripled its original geographic range. Says Smithsonian historian Pete Daniel, the lost war against the fire ants should have been a cautionary, a warning against hubris and unintended consequences. Instead, it tipped Lab 257-233 IFID a mindset that substituted faith in science and bureaucratic expertise for common sense. The USDA has always denied it had anything to do with biological warfare on Plum Island, but such assertions ring hollow. There is its early germ warfare work for the Army in the 1950s, and the joint USDA-Army work on the Rift Valley fever virus in the 1970s and 1980s. A July 13, 1992, Plum Island Visitors Manifest lists 14 visiting Joint Chiefs of Staff, Army, and Pentagon officials. According to the document, the purpose of the visit was to meet with Plum Island staff regarding biological warfare. The visitors were part of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency reviewing the dual-use capabilities of the facility. The Soviet Union didn't buy the USDA line. Former Soviet biologist Dr. Ken Alibek wrote in his 1999 book Biohazard that Plum Island had figured in our intelligence reports for years. It was used during the war to test biological agents. I asked Alibek to explain those reports about Plum Island. We had these special information reports that came from KGB and GRU, Soviet military intelligence that described Plum Island, Fort Detrick, and Dugway Proving Ground as biological warfare sites. There's no question that Plum Island was a threat, you know. At that time, I cannot even translate for you in Russian how Plum Island would sound. Today I know what a plum is and what island is, but then, he says, laughing, thinking of the fear the strange-sounding name instilled. Someone had told me they worked in exotic livestock diseases, foot-and-mouth virus and such. As part of a 1994 arms agreement brokered between Russian President Boris Yeltsin and the United States, each side was permitted to choose 3 suspected germ warfare sites for full inspection. When the Russian team arrived in February 1994, they visited their first 2 choices while aboard Air Force Two, Virgo, and a Pfizer pharmaceutical plant in Groton, Connecticut. Then the team announced their third and final snap inspection, Plum Island. Dr. Breeze ventures a guess on why they chose Plum Island out of all places in the United States. It used to be a military base with all these old underground bunkers, right across the Long Island Sound from a nuclear submarine base. We were doing a lot of reconstruction, and I think they looked at their satellite photographs and saw all this construction going on. Upon arriving, the Russians first demanded a tour through the Army bunkers, searching in vain for a trapdoor leading to an underground complex. Then they walked around Lab 101, blueprints in hand, pointing and insisting to be shown the basement, except that the portion of 101 they 3 Virgo was a long-abandoned World War II-era Army germ weapons plant in Terre Haute, Indiana, that had since been sold to Pfizer. 234 Michael Christopher Carroll were interested and didn't have one. The plans showed the area as an unexcavated crawl space, yet the Russians refused to believe it. It was plainly apparent to the Plum Island staff that not all the Russians sniffing around were scientists. Though Dr. Alibek defected 2 years earlier, he confirms that inspection team members Grigory Sherbakov and Alexei Stepanov were 2 of his subordinates working on weaponizing genetically engineered anthrax. Dr. Carroll House recalls, a couple of them were Green Beret types, who would take anybody out without thinking twice, and there were some intelligence agents too. It wasn't well hidden. Then there was a question-and-answer session on the viruses being studied there. Team leader Oleg Ignatiev, a short man with a low, booming voice, told Newsday reporter John MacDonald afterward, "We find this is a very large center. It does very important work, but we have to work on it and think it over before reaching a conclusion." Days after the Russians returned home, the newspaper Izvestia reported that the United States was in violation of the Biological Weapons Convention. According to audobook, the violation was mutual. The Soviet Union had a biological warfare program against livestock, codenamed Ecology, that boasted thousands of scientists in multiple facilities. One ecology-designed weapon he heard being discussed was called R40. Whether it was some new fever or new foot-and-mouth disease virus, I don't know. What was interesting is that this weapon agent was cultivated in cattle. Then, when the virus concentration was high, they bled them and made weapons from cattle blood. Primitive science, but deadly. The Soviet threat remained strong. Many of the program's scientists, faced with starvation or working for rogue nations, chose the latter. And to this day, Russia still has 3 former biological warfare facilities that continue to be off-limits to the West. Closed, says Dr. audobook in his gruff Russian accent. Top secret, and nobody knows what they do behind those closed doors. The former bioreactor now works for a Virginia biotech company with Pentagon contracts, developing defenses against the recombinant DNA germs he helped create, such as an antibiotic-resistant strain of anthrax. He's even visited Dr. Huxell on Plum Island to interest the USDA in some business. Dr. audobook says of Plum Island, it's a struggling facility trying to find adequate funding. This is what I know. The catastrophes at Plum Island did not occur in a vacuum. The single-minded zeal of the USDA's science mantra ends in wreckage far and wide. What happens when the blind pursuit of science is taken too far? When scientific glory is pursued for glory's sake. In Plum Island's case, the not-so-invisible hand of government prioritizes an abundance of food. Lab 257-235, really the livestock from which food is derived, ahead of its human workforce and the public health. Plum Island runs at the sufferance of deep-pocketed agribusiness. One political scientist put the USDA's thinking in no uncertain terms. Critics inside the establishment are not appreciated, and outside criticism that cannot be dismissed as malicious, romantic, or uninformed is viewed as trivial in the context of agriculture's record of increased food production. There are no signs that DHS will change this modus operandi. Then there is the question of the animals themselves. Plum Island has sacrificed hundreds of thousands of them, in all shapes and sizes, in an ambitious effort to tame foreign animal germs. Yet 50 years later, there is still no cure or silver bullet vaccine for foot-and-mouth disease virus, Plum Island's cause célèbre, or any of the other germs studied there. Is all this animal carnage necessary? If the modest success of the past is a barometer of future successes, productivity at Plum Island needs to be addressed. The best solution may be not to rebuild on Plum Island, but to pack up instead and leave the mess behind. In this case, the USDA and DHS should consult those communities in Maine, Montana, Washington, and the Virgin Islands that actually wanted the lab during the first go-around in the 1950s. Generations from now, after the germs have long subsided, Suffolk County can establish that magnificent park preserve it wanted to build on Plum Island before the Army cancelled its sale of the island. In its final battle, Pat Acampora's task force faced down mad cow disease. At an early morning meeting in Acampora's office, with Dr. Breeze present, USDA officials were asked if Plum Island had ever studied bovine spongiform encephalopathy, better known as mad cow disease. This animal infection's human variant, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, gnaws away at brain tissue and has a 100% mortality rate. For the Plum Island officials told the group they had not worked on mad cow and weren't equipped to study it. But a few months later, when 255 sheep in Vermont were suspected of contracting mad cow, the USDA made plans to ship the carcasses to Plum Island for necropsy, tissue and blood samples, and incineration. Tipped off of the plan, Acampora went livid. When she confronted Plum Island about it, the USDA told her, well, the situation has changed. They don't even have a state permit for their incinerator. She roared, and threatened a full mad cow disease and Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease are caused not by live germs, but inanimate prions, free-floating snippets of infectious DNA material that lack the structure that characterize viruses and bacteria. More resilient than any known germ, they resist the decontaminating processes of steam autoclaving and even incineration. Little is known about prions, but they are known to be extremely dangerous to animal and human life. 236 Michael Christopher Carroll Showdown. If they carted the sheep carcasses through Manhattan or Connecticut onto Long Island's soil, she would get the police in Nassau and Suffolk counties to barricade the roads. Fearing a public relations debacle with national implications, the USDA backed off, and trucked its infected sheep refuse to the Ames, Iowa, laboratory. It became such a hassle, they decided not to do it, Acampora recalls with modesty. The truth is, she was the hassle. So many others, politicians, media, community groups, had failed over the years in trying to fight Plum Island. Finally, the task force had won a battle. It was a Start 5 look at our space shuttle, Acampora says. We spent billions of dollars on the space mission, hundreds of engineers, technicians, scientists, and safety experts to make sure the flight was fail-safe. We watched in awe. We clapped. And then it exploded in horror. That's what I'm worried about. Even to this day, while other local officials have accepted tour invitations, the Fasti assemblywoman won't go to Plum Island. Why is that? It's really a simple reason, she laughs. They say that when you go there, you have to scrub down, and get all washed up. And no one's going to see my hair wet. One gets the impression her fears go far beyond a bad hair day. There have been a lot of mishaps out there, she says, and let's face it, Long Island has a lot of wind, and should something happen there, and the wind's blowing in the wrong direction, that could be pretty problematic. When you are a mile off the coast of a heavily populated area, an area for which we have no real evacuation, I have a concern. Indeed, there is only one arterial road off the North Fork and one out of the Hamptons, spilling into the heart of Long Island. From there, Long Island's 7.2 million people bottleneck into 10 narrow bridges and tunnels that themselves empty into the cluttered congestion of New York City, where 11 million more people reside. 6 Indeed, Plum Island lies on the periphery of the largest population center in the United States. You know, a lot of people really don't know Plum Island even exists, Acampora muses as her smile fades to a smirk. People move here from New York City, they come here, play here, and they have no idea what's going on 1 mile off the coast. Whether the nation's exotic animal disease laboratory should remain on Plum Island remains the central question. When the Manhattan Project was developed during World War II, Carl Grossman points out, 5 later, the USDA disclosed that tissue samples from the infected sheep had been sent previously to Plum Island and, unknown to the task force and the local community, were used in tests there. 6 As of 2000, the island of Long Island holds 2.6 million people in Nassau and Suffolk counties, 2.2 million in Queens, and 2.4 million in Brooklyn. Lab 257-237 They selected places that would be safe. The Manhattan Project laboratories were inland, at places like Oak Ridge in Tennessee, and Los Alamos. If it was a small island in the Pacific doing very sensitive research, through radar you could make sure no vessels came within a certain distance. But Plum Island? Man! Grossman lets out a long sigh. Plum Gut on a summer day is a main street for boaters and fishermen. If they aren't moving in, they are moving out. You can't screen marine traffic until they are on shore. There is a war consciousness today. Is it appropriate to have the laboratory on an island that is jutting out there in the Atlantic, with lots of traffic? Can Plum Island's facilities be moved to the mainland, like the National Academy of Sciences urged back in 1983? Asked this question in his Plum Island office, Dr. Huxell says, with the biocontainment technology today, you can probably put this anywhere. But the stakeholders are more comfortable with it being there because of the geographic location. Yes, the stakeholders, a fancy euphemism for the $100 billion agribusiness empire that claims this research is essential, but won't spend a dollar of its own money to do it itself. "The reason Plum Island survives today is money," says ex-Union Chief Ed Holreiser. The cattlemen and pig and poultry farmers want it continued. "You could put it in the middle of New York City and obtain the right biosecurity," Huxell asserts. Sounds crazy, but he's right. While it sounds ironic, the work is safest not on an island but right next door, like the CDC in Atlanta, where tens of thousands of people mill past it each day. Why? Because that kind of closeness demands, and in the case of the CDC, enjoys, the most stringent protocols of safety possible. If past history has taught us any lessons, it's that Plum Island desperately needs a babysitter. If Plum Island should go, there will be yet another accompanying consequence, though perhaps not as weighty as national and regional safety and security: the demise of a local economy. Dr. Breeze's ploy to split the workforce between New York and Connecticut crippled a good part of the East End tax base, and far fewer federal dollars were spent locally. With the departure of those skilled and professional positions remaining on Plum Island, the brain drain of educated folks will continue, leaving behind empty nesters and dwindling farm families. The government closed Lab 257 for good in the spring of 1995. They cited the building's outdated biocontainment facilities and crumbling old age, 84 strenuous years of service under its belt, 41 of them as exotic germ laboratory, as reasons for the shutdown. All of Lab 238 Michael Christopher Carroll 257's laboratory operations were consolidated within the other research facility, Lab 101 on the island's northwest shore. Although scheduled to be fully decontaminated and demolished in 1996, Lab 257 still stands today, rotting from weathered decay, harboring who knows what deep within. On one of my voyages to Plum Island, I had an opportunity to investigate it up close. It was an eerie, post-apocalyptic scene. Corrugated metal plates clamoured loudly against the lab's wall. Scores of rusty pipes sprouted out of the flat tar roof. A lonely two-story skeletal extension was partially connected to the near side of the building, exposing rusted beams. Pipes snaked around the insides, some twisting into air vents, others ending in mid-air with no connection. Two short, thick pipes rose along the side of the building, like turbines in a ship's boiler room. The door to the gatehouse hung open, creaking away in the whistling wind. I carefully inched inside. On the right was a padlocked wooden box marked Suggestions. The guard's desk, straight ahead, was covered with a thick coat of soot. There was a flip calendar on the desk, one page half turned over, paused on January 13, 1995. The clock overhead stopped dead at 9:12 and some seconds. Leather-bound logbooks were piled haphazardly in the middle of the desk, just below the calendar. Sand blown in from the beach was piled in 5-inch drifts at the floor's corners. It was a ghost lab. Nailed to the door leading into the lab compound were rusted warning signs, stamped biohazard. They were signs reminiscent of Lab 257's shadowy past. And a mile away, Lab 101 marched, and continues to march, on. A Plum Island prescription for all of its warts: we still need Plum Island, or a place like what Plum Island ought to be, where America can fight the emerging threat of biological terrorism against the nation's food supply, called agro-terrorism in the new parlance. Back in the 1970s, a biological warfare expert told the Newsday investigative duo Cummings and Featherstone, "If you want to use biological warfare, you would be much better at striking livestock. If you use nerve gas on an army, you just kill the soldiers. If you destroy or damage a country's food supply, you strike at everyone." Those in power didn't listen then, but after the 2001 anthrax attacks that infected 11 and murdered 5, bioterrorism became a new vocabulary word. Floyd Horn, shifted from USDA research czar to agro-terror chief at the Department of Homeland Security, said this of the threat in May 2002, "It is dead serious, and we really are at war. They want to get us, they want to get our economy, they want to kill us, they want to make us sick, get us out of the global marketplace, and they want us to get out of their part of the world. And they have very few constraints about how they want to go about it." When people lose their faith in government to protect the food supply, there's big trouble. This is ice cream for the average terrorist, and it's something we have to worry about every day here. 240 Michael Christopher Carroll. When Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmud was caught red-handed in Kabul, Afghanistan, with a dossier on Plum Island, Horn's startling warning became a grim reality. Tom Ridge, Secretary of the DHS, said in June 2003, "I understand completely that Plum Island is the first line of defense in agro-terrorism. I mean, that's where we're going to see the contaminants. That's where we're going to identify the pathogens," and, said another DHS official, "the aim of Plum Island is not just science, it's protecting U.S. agriculture from agro-terrorism." If this is what DHS chiefs expect from Plum Island, they may end up shortchanged. Carl Grossman used to think it was a joke. "Always the thorn in Plum Island's side," he playfully wrote in a 1995 column, "as to what nation has been interested in poisoning America's pigs and assassinating our chickens, that has been very unclear." But after September 11, 2001, and revelations of an Iraqi anti-agricultural and anti-personnel germ warfare program, Carl has had a change of heart. After September 11, it seems to me, finally, that with these people doing crazy things, that Al-Qaeda and the Islamic extremist movement attacking food and livestock is a real possibility. We are dealing with a challenging, inventive, and nutty enemy. So the defensive biological warfare mission on Plum Island suddenly has, and I don't know if it should be on Plum Island, that's another issue, but the mission itself suddenly has validity. While calls to improve homeland defense are focused on airports and biological attacks on people, a ready-made terrorist opportunity lurks elsewhere. A terrorist could use germs targeted at animals, but like Rift Valley fever, the animal viruses could be zoonotic agents that infect animals and people simultaneously. Infecting domestic, and wild, animal populations that act as vectors would spread and amplify the disease in the very same manner that Lyme disease, West Nile virus, and Dutch duck plague spread from the New York area to the rest of the nation in a matter of years. Economically speaking, a non-zoonotic virus, one affecting only animals, directed against domestic livestock would be nearly as damaging. Though we require it to live, food is a luxury taken for granted in America. For millions of urban, suburban, and exurban dwellers, food comes from the sparkling clean 35-aisle supermarket, or the Friday's chain bistro in the shopping mall, or the McDonald's just off the highway exit. Rarely do we ever think about where our food comes from. It's that ignorance that terrorists will look to exploit. Recent events serve as a harbinger for things that may come. Lab 257-241. It would be very easy to destroy the American food supply. In fact, if you wanted to, you could do it all by yourself. I sat down with a veterinarian microbiologist named Todd Barker, and discussed this possibility. "It's amazing what lab equipment you can buy online," says Todd. Websites like www.labjunk.com sell old equipment at bargain basement prices, and from there you can start assembling your very own kitchen laboratory. Over the internet, you can purchase anaerobic fermenters, a good centrifuge, a pressure cooker, bacterial media, and a milling device. A crude kitchen lab environment will be messy and things tend to spill, so you would want to go to a feed store out west to pick up antibiotics and vaccines meant for cattle. You'll get a sore arm and a reaction, says Todd of the crude animal prophylactics. But it will still protect you while you're playing mad scientist. Then you will need a starter germ, and all it takes is some fake letterhead. You could write someone and say you are a scientist from a phony lab, and you need it to test and make a diagnosis, and you'll get it. It's a common courtesy. If that doesn't come through, you can always go abroad and obtain viruses like foot and mouth disease virus and rinderpest in European and African countries where they are endemic, like Dr. Erich Traub did in Turkey during World War II for SS Reichsfuhrer Himmler. If those two options fail, you can try to follow the Long Island researchers who recently created the first synthetic live virus, poliovirus, to be exact, by using genetic recipes available over the internet and mail ordering the component gene snippets. Then you set your target. modern agribusiness presents the nation's most vulnerable bioterrorism target. In the last 15 years, virtually all livestock farms have been vertically integrated. Take swine, for example. There is no national tag system. Pigs go into a sale barn where they mix with thousands of other pigs and then ship out. Every pig that is reared and fattened for slaughter has some 1,000 miles of travel on it. They go from Arkansas to North Carolina to Indiana, then to markets in Chicago. Over 12,000 pigs move out of North Carolina a day, and they head out for contract barns in 10 different states. If it is to, a pig producer will move pigs 2,000 miles to a contract barn with an open slot. 2 weeks later, it's off to 20-odd swine-producing states. Using sophisticated computer inventory systems, it is no more difficult than Home Depot moving hardware inventory between store locations. Cattle ranches orchestrate similar movements of product through sale barns to large stockyards. 1 million head will go through sale barns to market in a span of 3 months. Dairy farms, as they are still called, are no different. Comparing today's dairy industry to his roots growing up on 242 Michael Christopher Carroll, a small dairy farm, Dr. Huxell says, you wouldn't recognize a single similarity, except maybe the presence of a cow. Several thousand cows are milked mechanically 24 hours a day, non-stop, on a mere 40 acres of land. It's not really a farm anymore. Their milk goes directly to a 6,000-gallon tanker truck. When the tanker's full, it pulls away and goes to the dairy processing plant to cool for a while. This is where the vulnerabilities arise. 60 vehicles drive in and out of those dairy operations every day, bringing in feed, hauling off milk, driving workers to work, you name it. And germs travel extremely well when suspended in milk. Many of the sale barns are wide open places, and only a few have even token security, says Todd. These operations claim to have real biosecurity, but it's superficial. Infiltrating these facilities, then, is not all that difficult. But Todd has a far easier target for you, a cattle truck. There's not much biosecurity to a cattle truck sitting at a rest stop, on its way to a contract farm or a sale barn. Your compact rental car can pull right alongside the truck loaded full of animals after the driver steps into the Waffle House for a plate of eggs and cup of coffee. You can walk up to the side of the long open corral trailer with your test tube of, insert virus of your choice here, say foot and mouth disease virus, held in liquid slurry form, uncork it, and swat its contents inside, like a priest anointing his congregation with holy water. On roughly the 7th day, results should materialize. Your macabre blessing, unleashed on a truckload of cattle, just created a wide-scale food shortage and in so doing, proceeds to tank over 1/10 of America's total economic output. You've sent America a brutal reminder of where its abundant food comes from, and created national mass hysteria in the process. Says Dr. Huxell, if you had a major agricultural catastrophe, you'd see the disappearance of a lot of family farms and the disappearance of a lot of small rural communities. Attacking the American food supply is the simplest form of biological warfare available to a terrorist. United States agriculture is vertically integrated, accessible, and concentrated. The fact that American livestock has been fortunate enough to be disease-free has a downside. Not being needed, vaccines aren't widely used, making herds extremely susceptible to infectious foreign germs. And because of the high level of animal intermingling and herd combination, recombination, and consolidation, there's no way an infection can be limited to an isolated occurrence, and there's no way it can be traced. With such a wide-open target, it's just unbelievable, Todd laments. Because we're so damn incredibly efficient. Agribusinesses move pigs like Walmart moves toilet paper and motor oil. They're sick if the American livestock industry makes up 13.3% of the entire U.S. gross domestic product, accounting for $100 billion in sales every year. Lab 257-243 can be less bioprotection in place for animals than there is for humans. And there's no expensive research and development, mass production, or bomb delivery device prerequisites either. A kitchen laboratory and chemistry textbook would suffice. If left unguarded, we won't know what hit us until that animal truck strewn with disease begets millions of hungry and panicked Americans scouring empty supermarket shelves coast to coast. The worst part of this scenario is that it pales in comparison to what the Al-Qaeda terrorist network or a well-trained scientist-come-terrorist already has in mind, waiting for the right moment to unleash upon an unsuspecting, and strikingly vulnerable, America. In August 2002, CNN broadcast excerpts from Al-Qaeda videotapes showing 3 tests of a white oozing liquid being unleashed on Labradors, romping around in a closed test room. On film, the trapped dogs quickly turn door. They begin to yelp and writhe in pain and go on to suffer agonizing deaths from these mysterious chemical or biological agents. Made available to a CNN reporter outside of Kabul, Afghanistan, home of Bashiruddin Mahmoud's charity, the disturbing tapes show meticulous planning and attention to the tradecraft of terror, in the words of terrorist expert Magnus Ranstorp. Recently, an Algerian terrorist cooperating with U.S. authorities testified he was taught by Al-Qaeda how to smear biological toxins on doorknobs. The techniques are similar to those used by German terrorists who smeared glanders bacteria on the gums of horses in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New York during World War I. If you don't think agro or bioterrorism could be coming soon to an American town near you, you need to think again. A former military intelligence commando, Gary Stubblefield runs a consulting firm that specializes in ultra-high security. 4 years ago he was writing a report on the national security threats of radiological emission devices, REDs, and national food security, warning of possible terrorist threats. All the national labs just looked at us and laughed, he recalls, when they read his report. Said it was ridiculous. Today, no one is laughing, and the hulky Stubblefield is spending 75 hours a week flying all over the world for the Pentagon to stymie the threat of REDs, or dirty bombs. Yet with all his time spent confronting the dirty bomb threat, he hasn't forgotten about the food security issues he also once raised. They laughed us out of the room back then on that one too, he recalls. But people are starting to realize that our food supply may be the next target. Here's one of the scary things, Stubblefield says. Those guys watch CNN just like we do, they see what happened economically to us, and how we reacted to that small anthrax situation, and I only say small because it 244 Michael Christopher Carroll didn't spread widely. They recognize this, and it has been written in their intercepted literature that we can bring down the giant economically, and that too will kill him. If they can find a way to stop our food supply, they believe they will bring America to a halt. Stubblefield says that since its inception, Al-Qaeda's modus operandi involves simultaneously attacking multiple targets, which can include planned attacks on our food. The state of Montana decided to get serious. After September 11, 2001, officials asked Stubblefield to come up with a plan to protect the agriculturally rich state from agro-terrorism. Among other defense options, Stubblefield proposed fiber optic detection cables, run along fence lines. If anything gets inside, he says, an alarm will go off and tell you exactly where it was set off. Though Stubblefield's fiber optic security solution is effective and easy to install, the cable is fairly expensive, and no one is stepping forward to pick up the tab. The rancher doesn't feel he has to pay because he says it isn't his problem. His mission in life is to raise stock and sell it. They don't understand this. I don't think they have a clue. What about the USDA? The feds are saying they can't do it because it's not their responsibility either. Everybody is sidestepping the issue. Montana hasn't implemented a full agro-terrorism program, and no other state has either. Is the food supply close to being protected? We are quite far away, he says. I think we are still at the discussion level, and that is short-sighted. We should be more proactive. One of the most insightful analyses of ways to defend against agro-terrorism comes from Ann Connan, who designed specific recommendations in her October 2000 Harvard master's degree thesis. Connan proposed a 4-level counterattack, from the organism level to the farm, sector, and national levels. The report requires Plum Island be upgraded to BSL-4 to combat all exotic animal diseases. When asked about the impact of the SIS, which is perhaps the most comprehensive report publicly available on the subject, Carnan, who now works on nuclear proliferation, laments the inattention agroterrorism still receives. Until now, it has been overlooked. Not of much interest to the policymakers, it's not a sexy topic like arms control or international trade. It hasn't received much press. But I don't think there's a bad thing. I'd just as soon have fewer articles out there about how easy it is. Gary Stubblefield takes the opposite approach. I don't like putting these things out in the news. But sometimes it doesn't hurt to advertise that we are working on things. Speaking of our homeland security, Massachusetts Senator John Kerry said on Meet the Press that there are enormous gaps and deficits in the preparedness level. Given the lack of preparedness, federal and state officials need to work much harder. Lab 257-245. In the wake of the September 11 attacks on America, Homeland Security has become paramount to the nation's survival. Plum Island can play an important role in securing the home front. But not the Plum Island that exists today. There are two worthy options for the island's future: closure or total rebirth. In 1983, the National Academy of Sciences implored the USDA to close Plum Island down, 8 years before it was foolishly privatized. Limitations of time and budgets, shortage or lack of primary containment equipment, and lack of a sufficient number of engineering and safety staff trained in biomedical containment facilities have made it difficult. Had the public known of this report, the shop would have long been closed. But they hadn't, and Plum Island still limps along, plagued by those same limitations and shortages. Plum Island management is asleep at the wheel, waiting to be jolted awake by an employee dying from contact with deadly exotic animal virus, or by a scientist burning in a laboratory fire the volunteer bucket brigade couldn't put out because the emergency exit door was locked, or by large numbers of swimmers in the Hamptons coming down with strange and traceable illnesses, or a boater in the Long Island Sound hooking a box full of test tubes. The second possibility, a born-again Plum Island, must take strict measures in biological safety and biological security, truly separate matters that are too often confused. Science, security, and safety must go hand in hand and rate equally. Never should one be sacrificed for another. Should there be an imbalance, it must tip in favor of security and safety, and rather than the pursuit of science. In this end, a Plum Island prescription follows: biological safety. It begins with the transportation of virus and bacteria samples to Plum Island. When the USDA convinced Congress to let it transfer viruses over the mainland in the late 1950s, it duped the lawmakers by saying there would be only a few trips a year. That wasn't true then, and it's not true today, as samples make their way anonymously along highways and local roads multiple times each day. Dr. Corliss used a USDA courier to transport samples, saying, "We do not trust the mails." Today, Plum Island is far more trusting, entrusting germ samples to the U.S. Postal Service, airport limousines, and private shipping companies like Federal Express. Drivers don't know their package's contents, nor are they trained on handling an accidental spill. The USDA's private courier is marginally better. The precious cargo is placed in the trunk of a compact car or in the back seat of a Dodge Caravan 246 Michael Christopher Carroll minivan, and an unnamed driver takes it for a 2-hour spin from John F. Kennedy International Airport to Plum Island. Nothing will break in the sturdy containers if dropped from heights of up to 27 feet. Physics dictate, however, that a dropped box from that height will be traveling at 29 miles per hour upon ground impact. A 60 miles per hour car crash will subject the same box to twice the force. That's far from unbreakable. Virus shipments should arrive either by the original method of Navy ship transport or by armed escort over New York City and Long Island roads. In this case, notification of each trip must be given to emergency responders like fire and police departments, along with the nature of the samples and what to do in case of an accident, including a fatal one, like the deadly accident in 1970 involving the Plum Island germ courier. It should go without saying that biological samples should be brought immediately to Plum Island and locked away in storage and never be left on the side of Route 25 or in the Plum Island mailbox. At 7:05 p.m. on May 19, 2002, South Old Town Police received a worried call from the Orient Point private security guard. Someone had placed a suspicious-looking package inside the oversized black Plum Island mailbox along Route 25. The road was cordoned off, and 350 passengers on 2 Connecticut ferries were detained on the boats for more than 3 hours. The police called in the Suffolk County Emergency Services Unit, who donned protective gear to rip open the mailbox and expose its contents. After this examination, said the police report, the items found in the mailbox were determined not to be of suspicious nature. The package was an envelope containing junk mail. Had it not been a false alarm, a 3-hour response such as this would have posed tragic consequences. The Plum Island Safety Office needs to be taken seriously and augmented with seasoned professionals, returning to the policy that the Director of Safety is a trained scientist. The Plum Island frying pan affair clearly demonstrates this. As part of a 1993 renovation of 60,000 square feet in Lab 101, the windows needed to be replaced. The entire wing was open to the atmosphere for the first time since 1956. The safety department hatched a jerry-rigged decontamination operation using 200 electric frying pans, 300 power extension cords, 80 rolls of duct tape, and a bunch of household fans. With frying pans placed on the floor every few feet, the safety office heated 18-gram blocks of solid formaldehyde to 450 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour, turning the solids into a poisonous decontaminating gas. When the cloud dissipated days later, they would collect 600 test strips of the Bacillus subtilis spore, a germ known for its hardiness, the same germ used in Fort Detrick's germ warfare tests in the New York City subway, to see if the formaldehyde had fully decontaminated the area. Climbing into the airlock and collecting the test lab 257-247 strips, workers in space suits found that more than 120 of the strips turned murky with bacteria spores. The decontamination failed. On the second try, poisonous gaseous formaldehyde, in concentrations far greater than those that sickened Fran Demarest, leaked into the adjacent lab and forced a full evacuation to the Army Chapel. Again, Plum Island escaped the Reaper, no one was seriously injured. What caused this potentially deadly leak? It was something that plagued Labs 257 and 101 often in the past, particularly during Hurricane Bob. On the day of the second try, a power outage just after 7:30 a.m. shorted out the negative airflow system and stopped the forward airflow. Soon after, 30 unsuspecting people working in the laboratory smelled a pungent odor, and their eyes began to tear. No viruses escaped, the USDA said. Just formaldehyde gas too. The USDA blamed it on the Long Island Power Company, which in turn blamed it on an Osprey that crashed into a power line, disrupting the power running through the undersea cable to Plum Island. Neither mentioned why the emergency generators at the power plant failed to kick in. The same people that cooked up the frying pan fiasco still run the skeletal Plum Island Safety Office. This critical department, arguably the most important on the island, must be staffed with a multitude of professional experts, rather than a handful of MacGyver-like handymen solving biological problems with pots and pans. Fire safety remains an important issue. With a single dedicated fireman and a bucket brigade of employees, performing other responsibilities, who are supposed to sprint to the firehouse at the sound of an alarm, the ability of Plum Island to control laboratory fires seems dubious at best. According to workers now on strike, the contractor was essentially forcing workers to be part of the fire brigade. The sad part about it, says one worker, is that we don't want to, and we never went to school to, fight a fire. And fire training today is a 15-minute confined space rescue drill. On top of that, it appears that crucial mutual aid from nearby Long Island in the event of an out-of-control blaze is a non-starter. Many firefighters, all community volunteers, privately admit they will not go to Plum Island to fight a fire, fearing biological infection, regardless of any mutual aid agreement. Trained to chop holes in roofs to put out fires, the Long Island firemen would have a far different task inside a biological containment laboratory that must remain sealed to the outside world. There was to be comprehensive fire training on Plum Island, possibly the first of its kind, for the Long Island fire departments. But the training was cancelled after the strike. In an amusing aside, this only on Plum Island disaster occurred the same day the battered Dr. Jerry Crawford announced his departure. One can picture Crawford, packing up his desk, breathing a long sigh of relief. 248 Michael Christopher Carroll. Even if they went to the fire, says a former Plum Island Fire Brigade member of the local fire departments, how long would it take to get to the island? At full steam that's still about 40 minutes in response time. At the very least, then, the bucket brigade should be disbanded and the professional fire department reinstated. My interview with Dr. Huxell in his Plum Island office, before he departed, leaving no one on site in charge of the Plum Island helm for months, adds further weight to the vision of chaos that surrounds the island. Our meeting was conducted in stifling heat because, as luck would have it, there was a power outage that morning, forcing the evacuation of all non-essential personnel. I entered Lab 101 to a commotion, workers arguing about how to safely store the arriving boxes, loaded with live biological samples, that had traveled across Plum Gut on the same ferry as me. Because of my meeting with Huxell, I was spared from the evacuation and rushed up to his office. We sat there speaking while sweating profusely, both pretending nothing was wrong. We did our best to ignore the loud piercing beeps that periodically blasted from the hallway, reminding us that something was going very wrong, again, on Plum Island. The safety office should also check employees regularly for exposure to pathogens and provide assistance with medical diagnosis if exposures occur. Plum Island must adhere to the 1982 Outside Safety Review Committee report issued in the wake of the virus outbreak, in the event of active suspected laboratory-associated infections. However, it is recommended that diagnostic examinations be conducted at a facility other than Plum Island. Examinations of active cases should be conducted with the knowledge and concurrence of the USDA medical officer and the employee's private physician. 2 decades later, the edict remains ignored. Instead, the Plum Island Safety Office turned its back on Philip Iagari, Pete Swenson, Shine Mikulicha, and others. Biological security. Plum Island needs to be guarded around the clock by a platoon of trained, armed guards, like the 34-man department it used to have in the 1950s. The current force of retired NYPD cops guarding Orient Point and Plum Island isn't even a start. Since his first visit in 1971, reporter Carl Grossman has seen more of Plum Island than anyone not connected to the government. In my earlier visits, recalls Grossman, it looked like what you would expect out of a James Bond movie, with armed federal agents who patrolled the beach constantly. Later they has privatized the security, and you were walking past the kind of people you would see in front of a convenience store in a bad neighborhood. Regular helicopter and marine patrols, proposed by Senator Schumer and Assemblywoman Akampora, are also imperative. Plum Island is more vulnerable to enemy and terrorist attack than it Lab 257-249 was prior to September 11, 2001, though the USDA strongly disagrees. It's really no more a terrorist target than the local federal courthouse, says spokeswoman Sandy Miller Hayes. It's just not that attractive a target. I suggest that Hayes relay the USDA's viewpoint to Bashiruddin Mahmood, CO Islamabad, Pakistan, and to his unsavory cohorts. Security needs to be on par with Steve Nostrom's armed paramilitary unit that protected Shoreham, the nuclear power plant. Thanks to the discovery of Mahmoud's cache, there is proof that Plum Island is as vulnerable a target as a nuclear power plant, and in many ways a far greater one. After the terrorist attacks, the American public called for increased security at airports, focusing particularly on private companies that hire minimum wage workers to X-ray baggage and run the passenger metal detectors. By federalizing airport security, placing guards under federal control, better trained and equipped people will vastly improve lax safety measures, say supporters. Plum Island is an installation as vulnerable as any airport and arguably far more exposed. The federal A-76 privatization program stated that the private enterprise system, characterized by individual freedom and initiative, is the primary source of economic strength. But wherein lies the primary source of national security strength? Or the strength required to protect the public from biological and environmental harm? That lies with the people's government, not in the private sector, where the governing is motivated by profit. Still, Plum Island's support functions and its paucity of island security remain in private hands. If there is strength in numbers, then Plum Island is exceptionally weak. From a support staff high of 156 employees before privatization, the workforce was trimmed from 156 to 100, and then pared to 80, half of its original size. In some instances, workers are assigned job tasks once performed by 3 separate individuals. This is a recipe for disaster, evidenced by this one sewage plant worker who kept a private log, who proved the problem can be kept under control by concentrating more operator time running the plant. Due to the lack of manpower, we could only do this for a short time by ignoring other island operations, which contributed to the old plant being out of compliance this month. Requested covers be installed to avoid freezing problems during winter. Request denied due to, who will pay? Syndrome. Systems around the island that we have been ignoring are beginning to fail. Still no extra manpower as promised. High temperatures shutting down pumps. But EQ tank full. Must let go through plant hot, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, bad storm blue poly pumps and plumbing apart, some days with no operator at all. During this time, a major plant spill occurred due to this lack of man 250 Michael Christopher Carroll power. Plant is undersized for current and future needs of island. Plant requires much more operator manpower to overcome design problems. Budget cutbacks have wiped out availability of normal maintenance. During my personal visits to Plum Island, I noticed that the gates leading into the Lab 101 compound were left open all day, and utility vehicles and box trucks, presumably carrying biological samples and animals, freely moved in and out. The laboratory building itself needs to be better guarded. Take the new lobby, says Dr. Carol House of Lab 101, who's been there a few times since her retirement. They built that nice brand new lobby, but the staircase blocks the doors into the lab, and there was no pass card to get into the lab for years. There is now, maybe installed a month ago. Anybody in that building can walk into those laboratories at will. Just look at the physical setup. The security guy sitting at reception is flush with a wall, and if he's sitting down, he can't see the entrance to the lab because the staircase is in the way. All you have to do is slip in, come on. Maintaining proper biological security also means screening scientists and workers. In the early days, Dr. Corliss defended the security checks and taking oaths before researchers were hired, telling a panel, "We wouldn't want anybody working here who would maliciously sabotage our work." But over the years Plum Island has welcomed many foreign scientists in residence with little or no background checks, from nations like China, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Uganda, and, of all places, Iraq. While doctors from staunch American allies like Japan and Taiwan should be, and are, welcomed to Plum Island, those hailing from nations with suspect political affiliations ought to be barred. A highly skilled individual could take advantage of the opportunity afforded by a position of trust in a laboratory. In human or veterinary medicine, such persons would use to full advantage the appearance of loyalty and transparent honesty. Canadian officials wrote this in December 1941 at a time of world turmoil. It rings just as meaningfully today. Background checks should be run, like they were in the 1950s, on all non-professional personnel as well, yet another discarded procedure. Recently, a worker in charge of preparing Plum Island identification badges was caught making fake badges and was quietly dismissed. Dr. Carol House speaks of a USDA employee who was accused of taking large bribes at the Port of Miami quarantine facility, and was previously convicted for assault and battery. The employee was transferred to work at Plum Island. House noticed the man, an inventory keeper, on Plum Island on a Saturday morning, for no apparent reason. "I am thinking to myself, this is weird, what's he doing here on a Saturday? He knows where all the keys are, and Lab 257-251 knows all the combinations to the locks." On Monday morning, House privately reported her observation to security, who never properly investigated the claim. What had he been doing there that day? "I don't know," says House. "I wasn't going to trail him. I went home earlier in the day and he stayed on after that." The man mysteriously left Plum Island about 2 months later. This was the mentality of security, House recalls. Bungle it, or honor it in the breach. A final concern involves Plum Island's airspace. At some point during the gradual decline of the island's security, the restricted no-fly zone designation over Plum Island's airspace was suspended. Its airspace should be redesignated restricted on navigational flight charts and enforced by the U.S. Air Force or the National Guard. Privatization: a democratic government should perform essential functions that are economically and practically infeasible for private citizens and industry to perform themselves. For example, maintaining a private armed security force to guard one's home is economically beyond most people's reach, so everyone pays taxes to support a municipal police force that guards one's person and property. Applied to Plum Island, research on exotic animal disease has been deemed inefficient and impractical for the private sector to finance, so it has been delegated to government. Because of the ultra-sensitive nature of operations, its support workers should be of the highest caliber. Skill, not a willingness to work for low wages and benefits, should drive recruitment. Safety and security, not year-end profits realized on a balance sheet, should be the primary motivator. This is not an indictment of the private sector. It is a realization that government takes on inefficient roles to provide a necessary benefit and protect its citizens. Plum Island, like airport security, must be federalized. A stark reminder of this occurred at midnight on August 13, 2002, when 76 workers, with a combined 758 years of professional experience running Plum Island, went on strike for the first time in the island's history. Citing living wages and medical benefits that lag behind similar operations elsewhere, Local 30, the Plum Island Union, took action after going without a contract for 11 months. The union asked for a 40 cents per hour per worker increase, or $850 per worker. The private contractor rejected their modest demands, and instead airlifted some 40 replacement workers, scabs in union parlance, from as far away as Colorado to Connecticut, and secretly ferried them to Plum Island under cover of night. The replacements circumvented the 24-hour picket line. The earlier 1998 contract that expired was only agreed to after a federal mediator was brought in to resolve a threatened strike. The contractor agreed to 3% per year wage increases, slightly lower than U.S. inflation increases over the same period. 252 Michael Christopher Carroll at the Orient Point dock, christened with a camping tent, a 20-foot-high inflatable balloon rat, and an American flag. The scabs were taking turns working the island's critical systems and sleeping on cots huddled together in the big warehouse at Plum Island Harbor. Food and toiletries were ferried in for them. Responding to concerns over whether Plum Island could be safely run during a walkout by the workers trained to sustain it, a USDA spokeswoman said simply, "We do not feel it is necessary to shut down the island." But the replacement workers' mishaps contributed to Plum Island's circus gone wrong atmosphere. Scabs caused 3 separate ferryboat incidents, one in which the ferry ran over a boy in Plum Gut, causing $10,000 in damage. Another where the boat crashed into the Old Saybrook, Connecticut, dock. And yet another in which a 600-gallon tank of liquid nitrogen fell off the back of the boat into Plum Island Harbor. Thankfully the tank did not rupture, but the parade of horribles marched on. One worker, placed in charge of the laboratory's critical negative air containment system, had been previously charged with malicious assault on 3 occasions. The man went missing for 3 days, taking with him a laptop computer which remotely controlled the laboratory's biological containment system by dial-up access. 700 gallons of oil spilled near the power plant, on the same site of a 1,500-gallon spill in 2000, 200 of which seeped into the ground. 2 replacement workers drove off with a 2002 Dodge Caravan assigned for local errands and never returned. Later found in New York City, the minivan's cargo was unknown. OSHA returned, again, to Plum Island and cited the contractor for at least 6 workplace safety violations, including repeat infractions all too familiar now, poor handling of hazardous materials, inadequate training in blood-borne pathogens, and no radiation hazard training. At this writing, a second laptop computer is missing from inside the biological containment area, one that according to sources contains laboratory experiment data. The DHS is investigating yet another sensitive computer believed to be stolen. And in yet another instance of history repeating itself on Plum Island, there were 2 power outages, each multiple hours long, in December 2002. The emergency power generators failed, and the ever-vigilant Plum Island Safety Office attempted to seal containment doors with ordinary duct tape to keep germs from escaping. Although 3 employees were marooned inside biological containment areas until power could be restored, one scientist referred to the tape-up job as standard operating procedure. On Plum Island, speaking out was forbidden after the strike. Worker Jim McCoy came forward and told USDA and DHS officials about lax safety and security procedures. He told them that he saw employees work Lab 257-253ing with asbestos without proper protections. That he saw visitors walking around and about Plum Island unescorted. And that he exchanged ID badges with another worker as a test of the security system. The ID switch, he said, went unnoticed for a whole day. I really felt I had to do something, McCoy told a local newspaper. I could go anywhere in the lab, that place is a powder keg. USDA and DHS told McCoy there would be no retaliation by his employer. Then they changed their tune and said government officials couldn't get involved in the affairs of a private contractor. The Plum Island contractor fired McCoy. The contractor said that the whistleblower had left his post without permission. Chaos reigned on both sides of the coin. Mark DePonte, in charge of Plum Island's water treatment plant on the eve of the strike, left a parting gift when he walked off the job. He shut down the complex water supply system, crucial to both fire suppression and biological decontamination. Then he sent DHS Secretary Tom Ridge an email warning of catastrophe if the union workers did not return to their posts. Asked by a local reporter about the water crisis, DePonte said everything was fine when he left his post. I can't help it if the new workers don't know which switches to turn on. After management spent hours figuring out the intricate maneuvers required to restore water, they called in the FBI, which began to investigate. Soon after, DePonte pleaded guilty to tampering with federal government property though the whole mess could have been averted with a 40-cent per hour wage increase for a total of $62,000 a year. The strike cost an additional $12.82 per worker per hour, or $45,000 per week, outrageous expenses passed along to, and essentially a strike shouldered by, the U.S. government and the taxpayers. I am bewildered at why it had to get to this point, exclaimed Senator Hillary Clinton to the New York Times when asked about the strike. At the end of the year, Clinton demanded that the USDA 4A union source says DePonte shut down the system because the line pump wasn't working properly, and that following procedure, he entered the shutdown into the logbook and recorded it on a dry erase system status board in the power plant. Another worker familiar with the situation says it was shut down because from time to time the antiquated system, used in lieu of a recently installed replacement system, did not properly maintain the correct pH level. This was standard procedure. The new system never worked, and management had it redesigned twice and it still didn't work right, so the old system is used. Failing to shut off the system, says the worker, would have caused the pH level to move in the opposite direction. If DePonte left the water system running, they would have said he was trying to poison people. Why, then, did he plead guilty? Dollars and cents, plain and simple, says the union source of DePonte's mounting legal fees, and calling the affair a red herring. points to the fact that despite the extensive FBI investigation, DePonte retains his regulatory operator's license and is working at a municipal plant in Connecticut. They could not troubleshoot it after the strike because they had no one capable of doing it, so they blamed someone. And they were looking for something they thought would turn the media against us, and it didn't work. 254 Michael Christopher Carroll cease operations at Plum Island until labor and biological safety lapses were rectified. And along with Republican Congressman Rob Simmons from Connecticut, she formally requested that the Plum Island workforce be completely unprivatized and re-federalized. Unfortunately, their urgings fell upon deaf ears. This is the state of the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. Placing all employees at this germ-ridden utopia, if it is to continue its mission there, on the rolls of a well-trained Department of Homeland Security might prevent it from reaching this point again. It might ensure the safety and biological security of this troubled island laboratory. But this hasn't been done. It goes without saying that Plum Island's transfer to DHS should be far more than a paper transfer, as Assistant Director Santoyo put it. Above all, Plum Island needs something that's completely new in its long history: transparency. The past has proven, time and again, that the island's stewards cannot pilot the ship safely without close supervision. This secretive island has been exploited, both as a monarchical fiefdom and as a resume-building career stepping stone. It should be neither. If Jerry Corliss can be compared to a fallen angel, Roger Breeze can be likened to a vainglorious doomsday machine, and privatization to an absentee slumlord. Former Plum Islander Philip Iagari remembers a saying among the workers: "Plum Island is always taking calculated risks, and somehow they get away with it." The public must not allow the government to continue its research without being fully supervised, because it's running Plum Island like it's a game of Russian roulette, where its luck can only last so long. The true story of Plum Island reaches a most disturbing conclusion. The laboratory once glorified as the world's safest lab is today the world's most dangerous. In light of everything presented in these pages, consider these queries: is such a facility necessary and important to the United States and its national security interests? Do the past catastrophes, the present level of safeguards, and its future plans justify the laboratory's existence on Plum Island? Plum Island is a ticking biological time bomb. The U.S. Department of Agriculture set the timer, and the clock has been ticking away for years. Today the island is more vulnerable than ever before to a germ outbreak, Lab 257-255, and it remains wide open to sabotage and terrorist attack. Now is the time to reconsider its existence or take meaningful corrective measures. In other words, there's still some time to dismantle the bomb. Or will the people of America have to wait until Plum Island reaches the point of no return? The choice is ours. Fallout: Current affairs at Plum Island. After word to the paperback edition, it was an auspicious response. For the first time in more than 2 years, and the first time since September 11, 2001, a late-breaking media advisory went out from the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. A press tour would be held by the USDA and the Department of Homeland Security, on President's Day, of all dates. The New York Times showed up. So did Reuters and the Associated Press, NBC's Today Show, Newsday, and New York City television and radio stations. I did too. After all, my book was the reason why everyone was there. Reporters asked the Plum Island scientists, seated behind a makeshift dais, if their sudden openness had anything to do with the book Lab 257, scheduled for national release the following day. No, they said. Absolutely not. Now why would you think such a thing? Undeterred, those in the media treated to the quadrennial Plum Island Dog and Pony Show asked the brass what they thought of the new book detailing the past half-century of their island laboratory. 2 responses came forth: "What can I say?" A distinguished scientist rhetorically asked the Today Show. "This goes to show you, you can't judge a book by its cover." And the other, "Sounds more like science fiction than fact." Off the record, they admitted a not-so-unimportant fact. When a reporter asked if any of them had read the book, all of them responded no, although one skimmed it. To this day, not one fact has been successfully challenged. So much then for scientific fact trumping science fiction. Since then, Plum Island and its chorus of pseudo-scientific sycophants have called me a lot of things, except wrong. 258 Fallout, current affairs at Plum Island. Standing on the side of the road in Orient Point that cold winter morning, now deemed a security threat, I was refused access to the island. I held my own press conference. I appeared on national television and radio, and in print. The book made an appearance on the New York Times non-fiction bestseller list. Asked to comment, New York Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton responded that she hadn't read the book yet, but it appeared to raise the important issues of safety and security I've been raising for over a year. Hundreds of emails poured into my website from around the country, all concerned about this little-known place that clearly had dangerous biological potential, a place targeted by a reputed terrorist. I attended many book signings and book fairs, participated in panel discussions, and appeared on radio talk shows. I spoke to college students in their microbiology classes. Virtually everyone I encountered expressed outrage at a government laboratory and such patent disrepair that it posed a threat to us all. Ordinary citizens responded by writing letters, like this one that appeared in the New York Times 2 weeks after the book's release, where the writer clearly felt I had not gone far enough. My agenda is not to close Plum Island, it's to make it safe, said Michael Christopher Carroll, author of Lab 257, diluting his strong warnings. Why not move it? What benefit is there from having deadly animal research 2 miles from such a heavily populated area, when birds and mosquitoes can easily travel that distance and beyond? Why has nothing been learned from 9/11, anthrax, ricin, West Nile virus, SARS, and bird flu? Why ignore the fact that most new human viruses come from animals and become more deadly when they jump species? Why do we have to wait until after terrorism, accidents, or naturally occurring dangers create widespread epidemics from Plum Island? Why is there not an outrage from the public, the media, and politicians? And most of all, why are government officials doing nothing but stubbornly defending their unconvincing assurances of safety? Or this letter, that appeared in a local paper close to Plum Island in late August 2004, which also went further than I did and suggested a solution. It never ceases to amaze me that for as long as Plum Island has been in existence, we are still talking about breaches of security and safety. What will it take before it is realized that this facility should be closed down permanently? Just ask your local police and fire departments how much training they have received in the event of an accident at Plum Island. Fallout, current affairs at Plum Island 259. One cannot live too far from this facility. I have little confidence that we are told all there is to know about what kind of activity truly goes on there, and certainly have no confidence in the security. We should be fearful of what we don't know about what goes on there, how often security is breached, and how much of that ends up on our trees, fruits, vegetables, and drinking water. Plum Island has outlived its usefulness. In my defense to these justifiably enraged citizens' viewpoints, I can only say my goal was to present the evidence best I could, and let the reader decide whether the rewards justify the risks. Some of the island's scientists quietly acknowledged their agreement with the concerns raised in the book. Other Plum Island veterans were openly hostile to me. Merlin Wiggins stood up at a public forum, waved his copy of Lab 257 riddled with post-it notes in the air, and boldly accused me of fabricating direct quotes attributed to him over multiple pages. When I politely reminded him before the assembled crowd that I had talked to him on the phone multiple times, received faxes from him, and spent hours at his East Marion home interviewing him with a tape recorder, he didn't want to hear anything of it. Also at that forum, Dr. Carol House sharply criticized my book, but later admitted she hadn't read it because she heard it was no good. Finally, I read in a newspaper that Ben Robbins, who took me on the jungle tour through Plum Island, recently unsheathed his fountain pen and wrote Lab 257, which I look forward to reading with great anticipation. Should he send me a copy of his tome? All foolishness aside, two groups remain painfully silent, the current scientists of Plum Island and our elected leaders. It is my opinion that the former group remains mired in bureaucratic inertia and the latter find Plum Island to be an issue far too difficult to tackle because it cannot be dispensed in the 24-hour news cycle to score political points. Instead, they continue to ignore the imminent threat of this book's subject. Instead, we continue to get more of the same, pretty glossy photo ops, beat-the-drum press releases, and letters crammed with prattle, and nothing changes at one of the most inviting biological soft targets in the nation. I did get an inquiry from the office of Congressman Dan Burton, who sits on the House Government Reform Committee and is known to take on tough issues, but that went nowhere. Of all municipalities adjacent to Plum Island, not one of them asked me to brief them. But members of the Boston City Council invited me to talk about the mistakes made on Plum Island, as Boston University is considering establishing a similar laboratory. Finally, New York Senator Michael Balboni, the chair of his state's Homeland Security Committee, asked me to brief him before he made an inspection of Plum Island. 260 Fallout, Current Affairs at Plum Island. Sadly then, the book has largely fallen upon deaf governmental ears. As I write this, Plum Island has suffered yet another germ outbreak, a cross-contamination episode inside the laboratory on the eve of its 50th anniversary gala that the USDA planned for itself. Instead of spoiling the party, the scientists of Plum Island thought it better to conceal the laboratory accident. Only after 4 weeks did they inform Senator Clinton, the local congressman, and members of a community forum, who themselves practiced non-disclosure until an anonymous tip reached the ears of Newsday investigative reporter Bill Blair. Apparently this modus operandi at Plum Island. All this writer can do is detail the recent gaffes and phony window dressing designed to quash public inquiry in this laboratory's conduct, and hope that perhaps this book will one day fall into the laps of someone who can make a real difference. I had expected real change would have been the norm out there by now. But my expectations have gone unanswered, and we remain at risk. One of the things that can be fairly said about Lab 257 is that it is historical. It only speaks as of late 2003 when I delivered the final manuscript. A reader might be thinking that a good amount of time has passed for the material to be digested and addressed. Rather than simply state that is not the case, I'll show through Plum Island's own words and deeds. We're equally proud of our safety record. Not once in our nearly 50 years of operation has an animal pathogen escaped from the island. Homepage of Plum Island website. If you haven't skipped to the end of the book, then you are likely shocked at the sheer hubris of this statement. Let's look at the first sentence. Proud? How on earth can Plum Island scientists be proud of a safety record that boasts germ outbreaks, injured lab workers, and literally hundreds of federal environmental and occupational safety hazard law violations? The second statement is reminiscent of another brassy statement, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Ms. Levinsky, that is, a statement of legal technicality. Until we have a comprehensive scientific investigation, we cannot ever know if Lyme disease, West Nile virus, or the Dutch duck plague virus is connected to Plum Island. But, we do know, from their own rare admission that on at least one occasion, germs did escape the world's safest lab, and infected healthy animals outdoors on Plum Island. We know this only because it was impossible to conceal, because every person had to be evacuated from Plum Island in a spacesuit, and because every animal, healthy or infected, was ordered to be killed. The fact that the outbreak didn't escape the island obscures the fact that they had a massive germ outbreak, yet they fall out. Current Affairs at Plum Island 261 don't get into such little detail on their website. It's up to the public, now armed with the truth, to call Plum Island on it. Finally, they are again stressing they work only with animal pathogens, and have repeatedly taken pains to note they work on diseases affecting animals. Another half-truth. Anthrax, West Nile virus, and the deadly Rift Valley fever virus described in this book may be strictly classified as animal diseases in the eyes of Plum Island scientists, but they ought not use this as a PR smokescreen when explaining their work to the public. Those diseases are deadly to humans, and it is incumbent upon them to disclose that to the public. In July 2004, the Department of Homeland Security finally decided it was time to deploy federal armed guards on Plum Island. As if on cue, the public was treated to another press release, this time from Congressman Timothy Bishop, who succeeds a line of one- and two-term congressmen in the district that includes Plum Island. "We all recognize that unarmed guards alone are not an adequate defense in the face of an attack," said Bishop. "I applaud the Department of Homeland Security. But, the guards are a mere window dressing. The guards are only to be stationed on Plum Island during business hours, as if terrorists only attack 9 to 5. This book detailed the reputed terrorist, a disgraced Pakistani nuclear scientist who met with Osama bin Laden multiple times, who was caught in Afghanistan with a dossier on Plum Island, and a part-time placement of guards on Plum Island is applauded by the local congressman. Caught in the milieu then, absentee elected officials and USDA scientists, a faulty laboratory researching dangerous germs, and a terrorist target, and us USDA investigative reporter Bill Blair just couldn't believe it. We were talking one morning about the new germ outbreaks on Plum Island that occurred over the summer of 2004, a story Blair broke after he received a tip from one of his sources close to the island. In an all-too-familiar sequence of events, Plum Island engaged in a cover-up of the outbreak. The two laboratory accidents occurred just days before a 50th anniversary celebration the scientists were planning. I can tell you from years of research that if Doc Shahan, Plum Island's first director, were at the helm, a biological event of this magnitude would have prompted him to cancel the festivities and close the lab. Everything I learned about Doc Shahan is summed up in one simple rule he repeated to a reporter in the 1950s, "We take no risks," Doc Shahan said. "We may be extreme, but I don't think so. It's better to be overcautious all the time, than not cautious enough just once." But that was then. Too much at stake to hear Doc Shah 262 fallout, current affairs at Plum Island hands prescient advice, went the current thinking. Probing newspaper and television reporters, and that meddling author would have a field day with this one if we told them about it. Plum Island had organized a full gala, replete with speeches, alumni gatherings, tours, and gauzy media press kits. Nothing would stop it from proceeding. Not even a germ outbreak. After the excitement faded a month later, the scientists called up Senator Clinton and confessed, "Oops." A week or so after that, Clinton and Bishop wrote yet another letter, thanking the scientists for notifying our offices about the two inadvertent foot-and-mouth disease cross-contaminations that occurred in the biocontainment areas of Plum Island Animal Disease Center. "We urge you to immediately investigate these alarming breaches at the highest levels, and to keep us apprised of all developments." The immediacy of their letter, tied to a 6-week-old germ outbreak, was disheartening. Plum Island called it an incident, just as they had years ago when germs escaped the laboratory, instead of calling it what it was, a biological outbreak. Same as then, they refused to use the O word that prompted scientist Dr. Don Morgan to dub the earlier outbreak the disastrous incident. What actually happened is very easy to understand. On at least 2 separate occasions, healthy animals on one side of the laboratory, supposedly sealed from the rest of the laboratory compartments and sealed to the outside world, became infected with the same germs being studied in a different laboratory module on the other side of the building. If this germ outbreak doesn't once and for all condemn this half-century-old laboratory, I'm not certain anything will. Some questions come to mind. Who knew about the outbreak? Why didn't the scientists disclose the outbreak to the public? How did it happen? Were proper safety measures followed? What are the effects of the germs leaking outside of containment? Who was responsible for the outbreak? What action has been taken against him, her, or them? What kind of repairs and training and education is underway to prevent an outbreak from occurring again? Why elected officials like Clinton and Bishop aren't taking to the streets after this cover-up is a question whose answer is beyond the scope of this epilogue. As I've written in this book, it is high time to stop the letters, press releases, photo ops, and empty condemnations, and start doing something meaningful out there. Perplexed, Blair could not reckon why Plum Island officials didn't call him up and tell him what had happened. He was infuriated. He had reported on the anniversary party days before and given them positive coverage. And months before that, Plum Island had given him an exclusive Fallout, Current Affairs at Plum Island 263 Day in the Life Tour of Plum Island that he turned into a comprehensive feature story in his newspaper. They had promised Blair they would be forthright about things the public ought to know about, and to him, this certainly topped this list. He was also angry at Clinton and Bishop, who also didn't tell him what had happened so he could report it. The letter they wrote to Plum Island wasn't released to the public until he cajoled them into releasing it. Unfortunately, Blair didn't get it. Plum Island used him as free PR tool to promote a positive image of the island, then reneged on their openness pledge the moment it didn't suit them to keep it. Perhaps worst of all is what I learned last summer, when giving a talk on Tiny Fishers Island, which sits about 5 miles northeast of Plum Island along the shoreline of Connecticut. Two fine groups, the Nature Conservancy and the local library, invited me there to address the residents. More than 100 people showed up to hear what I, and the director of a Long Island group called the North Fork Environmental Council, had to say. It's not what was said that night, but rather what I later learned wasn't said which was most troubling. The talk was after the germ outbreak, but before Blair's Newsday story, so at that time no one except the Plum Island scientists, and the senator and congressman knew. Or so I thought. The evening progressed and the understandably concerned citizens of Fishers Island became increasingly outraged at the antics of their neighboring island, but the invited guest seated to my right knew about the outbreak and didn't tell the assembled citizenry. She had been part of a select group of community leaders briefed by Plum Island scientists. Why she would keep this critical information from the now smoldering neighbors of Plum Island is an enigma. Perhaps this community leader figured she and her group could solve Plum Island's problems all by herself? One thing is for sure, had not Blair stumbled upon the germ outbreak, the public would have known nothing about it. The Plum Island prairie machine keeps on churning. In October 2004, Dr. Dan Bradway, a scientist from Washington State, who put in brief stint researching on Plum Island, weighed in with an opinion piece in Newsday, oddly entitled Mystery Island is no threat to us, italics mine, when Bradway himself could not live farther away from Plum Island and still be in the continental United States. He playfully discusses Nelson DeMille's novel Plum Island, and then brushes off my book as another work of fiction. This history of secrecy has led to all kinds of wild conspiracy and accident theories about diseases escaping from Plum Island. In a recently published book, Lab 257, The Disturbing Story of the 264 Fallout, Current Affairs at Plum Island Government's Secret Plum Island Germ Laboratory, author Michael Carroll tries to connect Plum Island to Lyme disease and the 1999 outbreak of West Nile virus. Other non-scientist authors have blamed the island for St. Louis encephalitis virus and even AIDS. He then goes on to describe how well protected Plum Island is, and meticulously details its biological safety practices. Conspiracy and accident theories? Bradway has shown great impudence here, failing to mention the covered-up germ outbreak that occurred 2 months before he penned his opinion, the 2 stolen laptop computers, and the workers hired with felony criminal arrest records, among other mishaps. For a place hatched by Nazi Germany's top germ warfare scientist, host to germ outbreaks, like the 2 painstakingly detailed in this book, and a myriad of accidents and safety violations sprinkled upon Plum Island like rainbow jimmies on an ice cream cone, this is a fatally flawed opinion. Classic Plum Island spin. Dr. Bradway throws in AIDS and St. Louis encephalitis for good measure to obscure the true facts. As I've said to people looking for links among Plum Island, Lyme disease, and West Nile virus, during my 7 years of research I did not happen upon an octogenarian scientist hobbling out from behind a white curtain, exclaiming, "It was me. I did it. I spawned Lyme disease at Plum Island." And yet, there's still an unexplained initial outbreak of Lyme disease occurring 9 miles away from an exotic germ laboratory with quarter-inch holes in its roof, a lab busy breeding hundreds of thousands of ticks including a tick known to spread Lyme disease with African swine fever virus cross-contaminated with who knows what, that is worthy of a real, scientific investigation. and a little-known outbreak of West Nile virus that killed horses on the doorstep of Plum Island weeks before humans first contracted the illness many miles away in New York City in August of 1999, also deserves a real, scientific investigation. Bradway then concludes, there is no scientific merit to any of these theories. He is right in a sense, there is no scientific merit to them, because they have never been investigated by his esteemed brethren, which is the same reason he has no basis to call them conspiracies. Is it logical to conclude that something didn't cause an event because it hasn't been investigated? If that is Bradway's brand of science, then I'm honored to wear his badge of non-scientist author. It's strange that someone who spent such a brief time on Plum Island can post such an elaborate defense of an ill-maintained laboratory that doesn't have one. Speaking of Lyme disease, a letter that a reader wrote struck a deep chord in me. Those who brush aside any possible connection without give fallout, current affairs at Plum Island 265ing so much as lip service to conducting an appropriate scientific investigation should take his impassioned opinion to heart. Fellow Limmies, I usually don't post messages, but I've replied to many of you privately. In this case, it's too important to stay quiet. Yes, Tim, Lyme disease has been around longer than Plum Island. But not in this form, not doing the things it does to our bodies, our central nervous system, our minds. We are the last people who should dismiss this book for this simple reason: I don't want an apology, I don't care about holding people accountable and the outrage of it all, if it's true. But if it is true, someone might know something that could help us. Aren't you all tired of this disease that is killing us? Are you just a little sick of being on 12 meds which almost cover 40% of the symptoms? Have you ever said to yourself, God, this disease is so unnatural? I don't mean to be strident, but look, just the fact that the American Lyme Disease Foundation came out publicly dismissing this book was a big clue for me. In 7+ years of reading about Lyme disease, almost every statement I've ever read from the ALDF is, in my opinion, against patient interest. I would encourage every one of you to get this book and read it. Here is someone who doesn't even have the disease and who, if nothing else, points out the sheer horror of the experience. Bravo for Michael Carroll, and trust me, if you read the book there is no way you can say, or, I don't buy it. On the Today Show, they discussed how while they were hosting a tick colony, right across the water from Old Lyme, Connecticut, there were holes in the ceiling. Maybe 1 or 2 of those 400,000 ticks got out. Let me make this really clear, I was a healthy guy, a 35-year-old television executive making big money and knowing big people and just starting to get the payoff of 20 years of hard work when this stuff came in and boom. It took away my life. It took away my ability to make money, my health, my sex drive, my energy, which used to fuel me through 15-hour shoot days on rigorous television production schedules. I can't make plans, can't get to church. I was invited to go see a member of Congress a few months ago, and I was too sick to go. Too sick to go talk about being too sick. Michael Carroll has taken all of us one step closer to getting the attention, the care, and the respect that we deserve. Okay, that's all I can say, I've got to go and lie down. 266 Fallout, Current Affairs at Plum Island. I wonder if the message of Lab 257 gets drowned in its parade of horribles. Perhaps people believe that because there is such a lengthy trail of misdeeds, it is impossible to start fixing Plum Island. Or that speaking out about this island is a futile exercise, and that its problems are insurmountable. Allow me to outline 4 straightforward issues to be addressed, and how to get our leaders to take them seriously and tackle them. First, re-establish the 34-man armed guard patrol that protected Plum Island in the 1950s, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Stop cold comforting the public with a 9-to-5 security patrol, because it's not going to stop a terrorist who attacks outside of business hours. Re-establish the Plum Island Fire Department and disband the volunteer bucket bridge of untrained scientists and support workers. Second, transport the exotic germs that arrive from international airports to Plum Island, that regularly travel along local roads of New York and Connecticut, only by armed courier. Emergency first responders must be notified of each trip to respond to a biological accident or ambush. Third, lock down Plum Island airspace from all air traffic and enforce a no-fly zone with the National Guard aircraft that are stationed nearby. Fourth, unprivatize the Plum Island support staff, and re-establish full federal control of the island. Plum Island's sister laboratory in Ames, Iowa holds far less dangerous germs and it has never been privatized, like Plum Island has with a shoestring private contractor that received special preferences, not because it did good work, but because it was owned by an Alaskan Eskimo tribe. Yes, this is true. By no means is this list exhaustive, but it is bite-sized and ready for spoon-feeding to anyone who will listen. I'm often asked by readers, what can I do to help fix Plum Island? I suggest first that people tell their friends, family, and neighbors about this precarious island. All the information needed is between these covers and on my website, www.lab257.com. Then, grab a phone book and call your local, state, and federal elected officials, and demand action, for starters, on the 4 points above. Ask them why they aren't informing the public about the dangers of Plum Island and more importantly, doing something about it. Failing that, contact the news media and urge them to report on Plum Island to raise public awareness. Finally, it is said that the pen is mightier than the sword. Draft a letter to the editor to be included in your town's local newspaper or church bulletin. No publication is too small to get the word out. The more people who know about Plum Island, the better. The more voices that are raised, the greater likelihood of success their fallout. Current affairs at Plum Island 267 will be in eliminating America's softest terrorism target. The demands of ordinary citizens like you appears to be the only recourse left to get Plum Island appropriately cleaned up or permanently shut down. If you have other ideas on how to redress the situation, I want to hear about them. Write me at lab257@it.net, and let's work together to reveal to the citizenry of Plum Island that, for all the empty political talk and pretty window dressing, remains a biological ticking time bomb. Michael Christopher Carroll, February 2005.